on in from Loops with the well, making the spray.
With only 6 days remaining here for the PMPL Americas, things are starting to heat up. Every single one of our 20 teams has now played themselves 40 games to match up and see who is going to be able to rise to the very, very top. And now, since the lay of land has truly been set, all of the teams looking a little bit further down are looking to push up here for the PMPL. A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Laris, your host here for all of the proceedings, and joining me to break down some things here in the nether somewhere, I will have Seven and Hot Jukes joining me for all of the lovely action. Oh, Hot Jukes, he's changed his color of his shirt. We've gone floral again. Throwbacks galore. I, for the first day, have not worn a new pair of shoes. It's a disaster, but I was running out, guys. I was like,
you look good though.
It was difficult.
You look really good. Yeah. I must say, it looks good.
we got sharp. You know, we're getting into the last week, Jukes, and things are really on the line now for these teams because there is not many more days to go for everybody to try and raise to the top here.
Definitely. I think we've reached that point of where teams have to start mixing things up. If you're on the lower, the leaderboards, I think it's desperation time. You need to start having some crazy performances, and I'm not sure exactly what changes these teams are looking to make. Are they looking to go and possibly mix up their strategies when it comes to pushing, dropping different locations? But I don't know. Something has to happen. It has to start happening today, starting right now.
Yeah, especially if you're down towards with that 11th through 20th, that is where you're really going to start wanting to push. Everybody wants to get to World League. Everyone wants that top 8. Let's take a look at how things shape up here as we have 20 teams which are going to be represented across those 5 groups. Do remember that only 4 groups will be playing per day, and we have 5 matches to come per day as well. With only 6 days remaining, there is not many matches left here for all of those teams to gain themselves points, which mean prizes. So very, very important to know. And Seven, throughout yesterday, we saw a lot of the big names kind of continue to be able to just hold that dominant position up towards the very, very top there. And for the teams that are just kind of eking out back towards their 40 games played compared to some of the other ones, they were able to rise to the very, very top.
Yeah, we saw big names like B4, Loops, and then we saw some big names that we haven't seen actually in a couple of days, which was XQG. XQG just had an amazing day yesterday. They ended up with, I believe, 91 points, and on top of that, 7.8 kills per game. So that goes to show, like, they're really, everything's starting to fall in place. And before we actually go ahead and continue on, I want to go ahead and say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers around the world. Right now, we're celebrating that in America, so hopefully you guys have a great day.
That is true. That is true. Happy Father's Day to all those, including yourself, Seven. There you go. But anyway, regardless, we are getting on with all of this. We have our teams represented here. It's going to be Group A. We have B4, Cloud9, Tribe, and Mizexis. Do remember that we've had a shake-up in terms of those group. Very important. So Hot Jukes, this is going to, once again, have a little bit of an impact on the lobby, but for the most part, all of these teams are kind of playing against each other throughout the week anyway. But this is quite the group for Group A.
Definitely. You know what? I don't think it's just a little impact. I think it's a major one. We definitely noticed in the scrims whenever they decided to go ahead and do these changes of groups, the entire play style changed for the most part, I think, because now you're not facing these same teams regularly. You're mixing it up that just a little bit, and now you have different teams sitting out. I mean, I'm loving to see how this dynamic is going to change, especially here in the late game.
Fair. All right, that was Group A. Let's move on then and take a look at some more groups that actually have to come here. Group E is going to be the one that's not playing today. So we have Loops, Omen Elite, Kramer Betis, and Team Solid for Group B. Loops looking phenomenal throughout all of this. Omen Elite almost reinvigorated, I want to say, Seven, when it comes to their performances here throughout week 2 compared to week 1.
Yeah, and one thing with them in the league, we have seen them take advantage of having to play 3 Erangels, and so far, every single time, the last 2 days that they have actually played, they have won the last Erangel. So something to go ahead and keep in mind, because are we starting to see a pattern here? Are we gonna go ahead and see maybe another Omen Elite win in Erangel? Because they kind of need it. They're currently just barely there on qualifying, and I feel like a win for them would be huge.
Yeah, I can't decide what would be worse, either getting like 9th or 10th place and not going to World League, or just being way down the table and being completely out of reach of it, because being super close would be so unfortunate, I feel, for some of these teams. Let's move on to Group C now and see how that stacks up here too, and see how the changes have impacted. We have XQ, we have Queso, Lazarus, and Enshame. XQ and Team Queso are the 2 names that are really kind of rising here in this group so far, but Lazarus has been able to put some performances in the last week here, Jukes.
I think they have. I think that this is a squad that I definitely want to look at. I mean, there's so many storylines to really consider when it comes to this tournament. You got, all right, top 3 for the money. You know, first place, $50,000. You know, you have a whole bunch of squads going for that. And then, like you said earlier, top 8 go to World League. 9th place, I think in my eyes, is the first place loser in this one right here. So yeah, it'd be really hard if a team gets into that spot. So I'm really looking forward to see how these teams in the middle of the pack react to this changes now, how these teams on the bottom are going to make it up. I don't know. I'm looking forward to just getting started today. Let's go.
Yeah, definitely. Let's move on to Group D then, so we can breeze on through and then get to the games eventually, as we take a look-see. And we have Wildcard, Trem Caretta, Ace 1, and Grunto. It's interesting, this group, because of course, 7, we look at the groups, and from week to week, they are done via seeding. However, I feel like this is quite stacked due to the fact that Grunto is kind of hitting that little bit of extra form now here. So their seeding doesn't necessarily reflect how they're currently playing. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, no, that is fair. I feel like that is a solid point that you're making. And another team, Trem Caretta is now starting to get some kills and pick it up with wins as well. So it's going to be a deadly team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, definitely so. And let's look through Group E quickly as well. They are not playing today, so we'll just kind of breeze on over this and see how it turns out. We've got Tempo Storm, we've got Pittsburgh Knights, Alpha 7, and Cool 2. So a lot of wins been accumulated here by this group. Alpha 7 having a bit more of a rough time as of late. A lot of their wins came early on in the PMPL Americas. However, Duke still a very stacked group that's going to be able to sit at the sidelines today and kind of observe.
And I think that this is going to be an especially different dynamic for these particular teams, because now going forward, they're going to feel like they're behind in this tournament.
Right.
Because now you're going to have the rest of these teams. They got 5 extra games out on the scoreboard. Is going to change tremendously. And I wonder if that's a good thing for these teams, because now that in their eyes, they're going to be behind, in reality, it's all the same. But maybe that gives them a little bit of extra pressure to play a little bit harder and get higher on the leaderboard. So when the time comes, when they actually do get back and the rest of the other squads have their day off, maybe they'll have, a good little lead advantage after that. I don't know. It's always tough, I think, when now the games are even, sitting out. You hate to see it, but now they're going to have some time to be able to reflect, look at the teams, and get ready for the next matches.
All right, well, let's focus down in on a few of the teams here that we take a look at here. B4 yesterday came out all guns blazing, 7.
Yeah, at one point they had a back-to-back chicken dinner. We actually thought that we were also going to try to go for that trifecta, just 3 wins in a row. It didn't end up working out for them, sadly, with some rotations. Long rotations that they were actually trying to do, but right here, and another team that we're going to be talking about today is Trem Caretta. Trem Caretta, I felt like yesterday had a great day, and we're getting at the point where they kind of need to have those games. They're currently just barely qualifying, and it comes to mind another team that didn't perform so well yesterday, and that's currently in 5th place is Tempo Storm. They're separated with wildcard just by 1 point. So I'm pretty sure today those teams that are going to be playing today are going to be looking to, maybe if you get a knock, try to get that extra kill. Try to make sure you confirm that kill, because that'll be an extra point. And at the end of the day, the teams that are qualifying are going to be end up getting paid a certain amount of money, and every spot gets paid a little bit more if you're higher on the table.
Definitely, yeah. So whilst we see some teams getting themselves chicken dinners up towards the top of the board here, Dukes, and some of them seem very smash mouth, very aggressive, very kind of, we're just going to push at you and we are going to win because we know we're good gunners and we're going to be able to win those fights. For me, Trem Caretta, whenever they get themselves chicken dinner on the board, it feels very controlled, very kind of determined, like methodical about how they kind of approach that. What do you think about Trem Careta?
I think this is a team that I for sure am going to be looking at a lot closer going forward for the rest of this tournament, because like you mentioned, when they show up big. But for some reason, you know, like we haven't really been looking at them because they've been, you know, they're in the middle of the road pack as far as the leaderboards goes in the top 10. But I think that has different attributes from a couple different things. Number one, they like to land military. And we've had quite a few military zones here in the PMPL. So I think that's a huge advantage for them in that kind of scenario. Now, like you mentioned earlier, I think you see teams like Loops, B4, have established themselves as squads that can perform no matter what. Even if they are out of zone, they can go ahead and get a good game. And Trem, I think, is one that if they get zoned, they can handle it, no doubt. But I think they're still yet just have to make those little adjustments in order to be a squad that can just do it all.
And if they are able to make those adjustments, they may end up making themselves World League. Let's take a look at B4 here, because of course yesterday they did start the day off with 2 wins. Effectively, that was the last day of week 2 here as we roll into our first day of week 3. But ending week 2 off as they did, 7, just shows a great level of form that we kind of expected from them all the way at the very beginning of PMPL Americas. They didn't quite hit that stride the first day, but after that first day, it was basically a blip, and then they were able to really start rocketing.
Exactly, and that was one team that kind of threw us off at the start because they just weren't performing to what we expected. And huge shout out to Pedro right now with 12,000 damage and 66 kills. That's a lot. Another thing that you were actually mentioning is how controlled Trem Careta was. I feel like it's the same thing for B4 when they win. Keep in mind, B4 is currently the only team with 6 skills. That is I mean 6 wins. That is a lot of wins for that team right there. And I feel like sometimes they're that very quiet team, and at the end is when they start popping off. I know yesterday at one point they ended up with 2,500 damage, and we were looking at each other like, when did that happen? We were so focused on other fights that B4 is kind of that team that just sneaks up on you, and all of a sudden they end up getting that chicken dinner. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that, because they do like to play that outer circle strategy.
We'll take a look at the overall rankings here and see how those shape up. Of course, B4 is very, very high right now. Jukes, your thoughts on B4? I don't want to leave you hanging. I want you to be able to chip in here when it comes to B4.
No, sure. When it comes to B4, looking at them, and I think that that's the reason why we don't really get to see them, and we're not really talking about them for the majority of the fight, is because they are so selective when it comes to their fights. And that's what I love about this squad. As I've been looking through the replays, they pick their fights very carefully. I think you see some of the teams that are on the bottom of the leaderboards, the second they see somebody, they just start shooting. When B4, they're out of position, they'll stay completely quiet, just kind of waiting for the zone to change. And then once it changes and they see the position that they have, then they start executing. And I think that's why we see them constantly on the top of the leaderboards here. And yeah, I mean, you got to keep an eye on this squad, because if you ain't careful, they'll hit that quick third party and get a chicken dinner real fast.
And I think that kind of analysis is what's going to be useful at something like World League, right? Where you're going up against these teams that you've not been scrimming day in, day out. You need to be selective about some of your fights, which is going to be an important attribute later on. Here's our 11th through 20th as well here, as Tribe, Creme Real, Batiste, Lazarus, all of these teams just kind of above that 300 point mark. In fact, quite a few of them indeed have an opportunity to be able to strike out up towards that top 8, but they're going to have to put in consistent performances, get that average up 7 to try and get themselves into that top 8.
Yeah, Tribe is one of those teams that comes to mind. Another one that came to mind from the first page as well was Omen Elite and Cloud9. I feel like those teams are with this striking range. I think for them is respectively like 50 points, 60 points, and 70 points away from being able to be in 8th place. So I hope we go ahead and see a lot of consistency from them. And not only that, I want to see them be a little bit more aggressive when they need to be, so they can get those extra kills and add those extra points. But that's those teams. You do want to go ahead and make a push. Now it's going to be the time. You don't want to go ahead and start off slow here. We're getting towards the end of the tournament.
Oh, definitely. This is the day to do it. I mean, we already said that in week 2. We were like, okay, guys, this is the day. But now it really is. There's not much time left for these teams. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have the Toaster Rack. It's Erangel, and then Erangel, and then Erangel, intersliced with some Sandhawk and Vikendi here. So you can butter that up, make it, serve it, be nice, be nice. We've got Erangel to start things off here, Jukes, and for all intents and purposes, we've seen plenty of Erangel over the last couple of days, and it has been very varied in terms of where those circles have been ending, which has been a delight to see, actually.
I think so as well. You know, I love Erangel personally. I think it's by far the favorite map for all of these players and teams. So being able to play an extra Erangel match during this tournament, I think is a huge advantage for all these squads, because you really get to see which teams are the best. I mean, the numbers do not lie. You have to go ahead and look at them, because there's no excuse. They all know this map like the back of their hands. They know the rotations. They know what they'd be able to get done. So if they have a poor performance in Erangel, it's because they made a mistake for the most part.
You know the funny thing? How did they get it so right at the beginning, at the very beginning? How did they get Erangel so right, Seven? I just feel like it's perfect. It's great.
they might have watched that movie that you've been mentioning over and over again.
Oh, have you not watched it?
That's maybe what happened. But listen, before we actually continue, another team that I actually want to pretty much talk about is Real Betis. They've been kind of quiet, but they are able to get wins, even though they might not be as flashy as the other teams. And that's another team that's within striking distance of that 8th place. So I want to see how some of the teams are going to take advantage of the 3 Erangels today, especially with teams sitting out like Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, and Alpha. Those teams tend to have good games on Erangel. So hopefully Cloud9, Omen Elite, Tribe Gaming, Real Betis, they're able to take advantage of that and move up on the leaderboard.
I mean, so you bring up Tempo Storm, obviously not being here on Erangel for Pachinki right now. Jukes, even if someone doesn't want to drop into Pachinki, there are still ways to exploit Pachinki, right? Like taking cars from certain spawn locations around Pachinki and using that to your favor later on down the game.
Definitely, you can always send somebody a little bit later off of the plane drop, kind of scout out where the other players are dropping and take half the loot at least.
Yeah.
Pachinki is such an essential spot inside of Erangel, so central. So if the zone shifts anywhere, you're going to have the best advantage to be able to rotate to it. So I'm really looking forward to see who's going to be the team that notices, hey, Tempo's not here, Pachinki's open, baby. Let's go get it.
Yeah, if Pachinki was in today's world, 2020, it would be an essential worker. Absolutely. Love me some Pachinki. Let's take a look at the rewards coming in here for you guys at home. If you're watching game, but you should be watching as well on Twitch, on YouTube, you can actually grab yourself some extra little goodies to play along with at home as well. Maybe, you know, maybe to chill out at Miramar yourself, maybe to chill out at Erangel, wherever you want to go. You want to look cool. You want to look stylish whilst we're going in. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm going to send you on your way. I'll talk to you throughout the game about all of the little details whilst we bring on now our commentators. I did that once. I'm not going to do it again. We have John, we have Xander. Hello, John. How's it going, lad?
I'm doing well. I'm ready to get into the games today. We're coming towards the close. You know, we're into the later third of these games, so it should be pretty great to see what they have in store.
Definitely. All right. Well, I'm going to dissolve, and I'll see you after.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. We are going to be heading into game number 1, the first of the Toaster Rack stack of Erangel, as we're going to take to the skies once again. It's map number 1. It is, John. We'll see which teams actually tend to take a crunch out of this one. I'm pretty sure Pachinki is going to be occupied by Ace 1. It is before when Tempo are out, so I'm expecting it again here. The question is, will someone else hot drop them and try and claim control there? Because Ace 1 still yet to find that chicken dinner, and teams might see that as being a weakness, and they can actually take Pachinki off them. Although they have been having some pretty good fights. Going back to what the devs said, we are now, yes, into the later thirds of the tournament itself, and I think the next 2 days in particular, are going to just be about making sure that on that track race, you are not getting to the point where you can't see the pack leader off in the distance. Once you get to those last 3 days, that's when you need to start picking up, finding those magic gains, ones where you get the big points to try and leapfrog other teams. But if you're not even like nowhere near seeing them in the distance, you're not in a position to do that.
Ace 1, you can see them unloading from the plane right now. It looks like they are Pachinki bound, so potentially we'll see them heading up there. We saw it before when Temple went in the lobby. It was Ace to take that spot, as you were saying, Blank. So we'll see that again, it seems. B4 back to basics. Novo, an early drop for them, and that's going to give them a lot of strength in terms of time to rotate into the first circle.
Yeah, comfy drop for Omen 2, and we'll see where the circle goes because a lot will depend on it. Grunto,
towards Ferry Pier. They've got pretty much all of that, and they can go loot Primorsk as well, and then head up towards Georgia Pole. There's pretty much the majority of these teams playing on the eastern side. And that's kind of a trend we're having in America at the moment, is that it's a very much eastern heavy for a lot of these teams. They like to loot up. Team Solid over towards the North Mansion split. Team Queso, on the other hand, leaving Primorsk, heading up towards the northeast side. So they're between Team Solid right now, who are currently split looting Mansion and Lipovka. So maybe a little bit dangerous for them, and Team Solid getting a little bit of their own medicine in terms of the hot drop.
The plane path wasn't kind to the western side, certainly. I think it's pretty telling. So we'll see how the how these squads are going to stack up here at the moment.
Yeah.
And a team, as you were saying before, Blank, that I'm really rooting for today, and I think for the rest of this tournament, is Ace One. I think they need a chicken dinner. They need to have it, and I really want them to be able to get it. It's time for dinner. The bell's been rung. It's like, come on, time for tea. No way. Oh, this would be cruel. If Sam goes down off the parachute, that would be highly unfortunate.
Hit him as well.
He did a little bit of damage, quite a bit actually.
Plinked him good. You see him on the floor now, he's just like, I need some bandages because I've not even really gotten into the game and I've already taken fire. What is this?
That is an incredible outfit.
That is one of the best. I'm loving that. That's hugely good. I'm expecting to start doing like mini tail swipes and start finding magical little creatures all over the place to collect for the leaderboard.
Grabbing those gems and making sure he can unlock all of the portals. We'll see if he's able to portal himself towards the chicken dinner this time around. Out to the west, Cloud9 and Lazarus both competing to rotate towards Georgia Pole, which is their standard loot location. And looks like they are going to rotate parallel. Team Queso close to Team Solid right now in Mansion. They are descending.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, and usually Team Solid loot towards Prison and the north side of Mansion. In this case, they've gone for a 2-2 split, Mansion and Lipovka. So a very aggressive amount of territory being claimed by them. Oh, maybe that's just some warning shots coming through from Team Solid. So like, look, don't come near us. We are a scary team. We do have 4 people here, okay? Yeah. Believe.
And to be fair, it might work. Team Queso might not want to push in, but unfortunately they are not to be stopped here. Team Queso Mystic crashing onto the garage, and the more buildings they can clear, the better it will be for them. 2 players now going into the main mansion house at the back. Pros are up in the first floor, or the second floor if you're American. Actually clearing those angles.
What was that? I mean, it's just a smoke. That's nice. That's nice and does open it up. Mystic takes a few shots from Mafioso along the way, but they're pretty sure there's just 1 player inside of here. There might be a couple more. Team Queso's not sure, but if they went for the 3-man push, Proza would definitely go down, so it's a little bit tricky. Marco's going to do some scouting. This is very good.
Using the third person around the door frame, they got the hit marker with the nade, so they know there's someone up in that side. They're just going to get him down. Tommy Gunn. That's going to be the end of one of the players of Team Solid. And this 2-2 split is what's coming back to bite them here. But they're coming back to try and claim vengeance as another knock goes over towards Team Solid. That's unfortunate, but Exil has to be worried about the next player coming up for Team Solid, but he sends out wide and over the top. Gets away and actually towards one of these buggies.
Getting shot by a lot of players here. Mafioso's just jumped out, the nade goes down, Kevin runs around the corner, but there's a player to support, and that's just good from Team Queso, all in all. Helping one another out, and that's the first fight of the day. Team Solid, I believe, just have 1 member remaining. And you can't imagine for too long either.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky for Mafioso to hold this one down. Team Queso are going to know exactly where they are. They are in this next circle as well, so they'll be just fine in terms of taking this fight slow, taking it calm and collected. They know that there's 1 player left standing, and they know that he's in this building. That's the thing, because he's taken shots, he's thrown nades.
Yeah, he's just trying to see where they are. Obviously, they've got an overlook from the other building across the way, so they're going to send 2 players in, hopefully see the windows, because this building is littered with windows in the first place. It's just kind of difficult because it's so big. It's kind of difficult to find out exactly where he is holding.
Looks like they are going to push up the stairs, though, and in fact, they're going to come across pretty lucky. Mafioso checks the wrong stairwell. You take a 50-50 on that. Which stair are they going to push?
Yeah, you can't hold both.
You can't hold both, so fair enough.
Looking back to yesterday, John, with B4 and the 2 chicken dinners they got, which is the mystical double chicken dinner that came through on Erangel as well as Sandhawk. I look back at those games yesterday, and I was even thinking it during whilst we were casting. I think both those games were kind of gifted to B4. I won't lie. I say gifted in the sense that the circle directly launched itself onto them, and it benefited their whole playstyle in the sense that they take ages to loot, so they were hanging around the same position. They were going to play edge in the first place. Instead, they get the circle and the loot, and then they're able to win the games from there. By no means am I taking away from their skill, because all yesterday I was saying that they had the precision, they had the coordination, all that is through the roof. Now I want to see them be able to do this with another circle where it goes completely north. This is a massive opposite to what we saw yesterday, so if B4 can pull this off now, yeah, we've got a Brazilian killer of a team on our hands.
Well, they're not competing here. The Brazilians killers are coming back into it, apparently.
I mean, there's a Brazilian team and they're killers, let's be honest.
Absolutely, I mean, fair enough. There's a lot of teams central right now, Blank. There's, I think, at least 5 teams, if my eyes don't deceive me, playing in and around Roshok and School. Only one team left near Pachinki, which is Grunto. That's their standard rotation path down from the trash loot that they get around Ferry Pier. And XQuest Gaming are going to be one of those teams in these central spots. You can see just how many. You can see on the minimap, there's 4 teams on that single minimap.
It's very crunched up there, and yeah, XQuest Gaming going to take this compound. It's pretty favorable. A lot of teams like to take this one. XQuest Gaming managed to make their way in here despite all the teams already here in the first place. So it's kind of confusing to me that no one's taken this. So now XQuest Gaming have got a really solid spot to play out from. Ace, on the other hand, kind of throw themselves into the bonfire quite often. So they were playing in Pachinki. Great rotational paths all around it, so they can go wherever the hell they want. And Ace One's like, let's go fight everyone. So although I'm slightly questioning of the move. I respect the move. You know,
they got asked the question, "Who are you fighting?" They simply answered yes.
Yes.
That's their answer there. Yes, we are.
So this is nice and right to quest though, because obviously they've got the compound, they've got the walls. It's kind of harder to crash for this team. Also, the buildings have windows on every single side, so they've got very good view. Next circle should be pretty kind, I reckon. I don't think it's going to do anything too drastic. And there it is. Kind of goes much more towards the north, though. It really starts to present the question of, do you want to head north side, try and take some compounds up on the north area? There is little compounds on that side, so it might be worth getting control of them now that the majority of the North Island is actually in play.
A lot of teams look to be rotating there. B4, you know, you said you wanted to see what they could do in this situation, but it was throughout the majority of the early games in the tournament that they were playing edge, and that was their entire play style. It worked very well for them as well, given how central everybody else was playing. And it seems that that's happening again today in this situation, so maybe they're just going to go back to basics, and they did pretty well at the start of the tournament, all things considered.
Yes, now I completely agree. At the start of the tournament, it worked out fine. They were doing really well. They were looted up. Teams are still trying to find their place, but their performance definitely dipped towards the mid-side. I think they were still playing consistently, but weren't having those standout games that I was used to, that we saw yesterday. But now they've got some of that momentum on board. They're feeling themselves. I want to see it happen again, and I wholeheartedly think it can. This is a really good team that is starting to break away from the pack. I think they're starting to show themselves as, look, we are one of the best teams in North Americas at the moment, and we're making our names known for it now. So I'm excited to see what happens to this team. I think B4, I'm going to go ahead and say it, that there's no doubt in my mind that they won't make it to World League at this point. The just question is, where in that top bracket will they land?
Moving out to the west now, and they'll be fighting off against Trimcareta Furacao and Lazarus as well. Over on the southeastern side, you've got Creme Real Betis rotating up towards Yasnaya. They're going for a counterclockwise rotation around the circle, and it looks like they want to try and head north, but they're going to bump into the back of the rotation coming through from Inshama Gaming as well as Omen Elite. So pushing through that could prove to be pretty tricky, especially when you've got Team Queso at your front as well, who are currently in that circle, in the spot that they're going to want to be pushing in towards.
This is a standard rotation path for them. They usually head up towards Stalber and try and scout out and move from them. But you were right, John. And Xiaomi Gaming is up here, so's Omen. Usually this has been fairly free for Cromwell Betis, and they can actually take up most of the eastern side and move in and find those upper ranks towards the top 10 quite easily just because of their positioning. This time it's not so easy. They've got a few teams to go up against. And Xiaomi Gaming is starting to show themselves as a pretty damn solid team.
Oh no.
Grunto sadly just get caught on the rotations. Trem here cleaning it up pretty easily.
I mean, you go across those double islands, and in this sort of a circle, when you're coming in from the south, you haven't cleared it. Quite frankly, it's quite a crazy play to try and make, because it's such a barren position to be in.
And it's a really easy spot for Trem to actually hold down, because behind them, they've got a lot of cover, trees available to them. They probably cleared the compound behind them in the first place. But the hill off to there, I believe it's the left-hand side there, just means that as long as someone's up there scouting, you can happily camp that bridge. So I think that maybe Grunto should have expected that, especially like you said, John, they're coming from the south side. There's a lot of time that it's taken to get here in the first place, and a whole lot of time for Trem Creta to get set up.
Certainly going to be set up to stop Grunto, and they do so perfectly. Next circle comes in, and it will be definitively north of the river, centering on towards the hill south of shooting range. Charme gets spotted out by Cremreal Betis. This is on the northeastern side of the circle. You can see that in the top right of your screens. And Charme were trying to leave, and I doubt they're coming back for Paris Boy.
Yeah, Paris Boy's definitely out. So that's a three-man team now for Xiaomi Gaming. And I think they expected this, so I think the decision-making is there. They're like, okay, Cromwell Betis is probably making their same rotation up towards Stalber, so we should leave, try and find a place within the circle. They do, but get caught on the back of Cromwell Betis coming over the top. So maybe just a little late on that rotation. Now all the teams, they are launching themselves over the top. There is obviously Forest towards the north side, and Omen's making a really long rotate, knowing that most teams won't have made it to the west side just because of the plane path, so safest place to be is on the west. The problem is B4 also have the exact same idea, and why wouldn't they? They seem to be a very cerebral team, especially when it comes to Erangel.
They know that the rotation towards the east around the hillside might be a little bit simpler. There's less compounds to be worried about as pushing in from the from the east towards the west. So fair enough. They managed to take a really nice spot. And remember, the plane path was all the way on the eastern side, which means the majority of those teams are going to be competing for that ground.
Yep. Team Queso now taking a fight of Ace1. Ace1 just trying to get into the circle.
They're holding it down pretty well, though. Team Queso managed to get quite a lot done. Ace1, remember, we want them to win. We want them to get a chicken dinner, but they're coming under heavy contestation right now. Queso, take a knock.
I'll just hold it off for the time being. Slight struggle for them now, because you'd imagine that Wildcard have heard this. So is Mazexis. So Team Queso kind of caught in the open. We'll probably have to go for a mad dash with the vehicle soon. They hold some of the ground, it's just not a whole lot of it, that's the only issue for them. And they will have to move because they're right on the edge of the circle. Unless we get a super duper hard shift towards the northeast, there's no doubt that they will have to leave. B4 though, now very close to Omen. This is what I was talking about earlier. But B4, they're already here in the first place. Omen were making that decision slightly late, albeit being an intelligent one. And now they're taking the full brunt. And there's Pedro as well on the side. I wonder if Nico gets dropped out.
Oh, Levi actually got knocked there in the meantime. I don't think Omen Elite have taken any knocks just as of yet. But that might change as B4 do have the overlook. You can see Levi bleeding out there. Angry gets spotted out as Nico gets tagged, gets fragged as well, and Pedro steals that one away. It was Lazarus to get the knock, but they should be just fine. Omen are in a real tricky spot because you've got Cremreal Betis as well coming in from behind, but Levi gets flushed, Angry with the DP. Cremreal Betis, they've made a long rotation. Look at that. As Juicy hits the deck as well. B4 down to 3, so are Omen Elite.
Nice shots coming through Angry there. This is what Seven was talking about yesterday. It's really good to see the actual fragger start to pull up the pace. But now we've got another team coming into the fray here with Cremreal Betis. Scouting this one out, sniffing it and saying, you know what, we don't want anything to do with this fight. Maxim probably going to try and regroup the rest of the team, but the circle does go off to the northeast, so it's not as drastic, but it does go towards Team Queso, so things are a little bit easier for them. Maxim probably looking towards the map there rather than the road, and a nasty little bit of a rock pokes out for him.
Yeah, that is going to be, that's unfortunate. However, he doesn't get fragged out for it. It's a danger there when that sort of thing happens, that someone spots your car or is tracking your car. You hit the rock and immediately your head gets knocked off. It's lucky he wasn't under the sights coming through. Criminal Betis, they're rotating out in the circle. It's Unico Edu, who's not with the rest of the team, who are currently in the circle, by the way, on the southwestern edge near Tremcareta Furacao. So I'll see if they can hold it down, but unfortunately no. That is both of them getting knocked, so it's just Unico Edu.
Yeah, they were running directly into Trem here, and Trem's been having some good games. Yesterday it wasn't as good, I think there was some panic moments for them, but they have performed pretty strongly on Erangel across the board, so it's nice to see them finally bringing it up today. You see that with the good nades. Now it's Ace1 who are in front of Team K, so Team K knew they had to get rid of them, and B4 also under fire.
They go 1-for-1 on the knocks at the moment. Easy and Mixera both going low, and Shami are up the hill, so the fact that he's made it into the shack could prove to be pivotal there for Mixera. Maxon taking heavy fire, a nice nade as well sent over the top. XQuest Gaming, they find yet another knock on towards B4. They know that Pedro is behind this car. They are sitting ducks right now on these targets because they know exactly where this cover is. And then Shami's right at their back. This is really tricky for B4. They're caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, as you like to say, Blank, and I don't think they're going to be able to choose either. Unfortunately for them, the choice is made for them.
Yeah, Pedro, probably the smartest thing he could have done there was just to get out and try and play for placement. Sadly, Inshami Gaming's also there. I really like the play from Gfan. He saw that there was a player, but I'm going to say I'll wait for this because currently XQuest Gaming are taking even more fire. And Shami currently in a slightly better place than XQuest Gaming because they've got to move forward.
Certainly are. They're continuing to just pop these shots off towards XQuest Gaming. Luckily for XQuest, they have some hard cover. They've got those smokes out, and they're going to be just fine with it. Creme Real Betis, the last player standing for them, does go down. We're down to 13 teams now, Blank.
Lazarus taking fight with Trem Kretzer for a cow. Those nades still coming in handy from Trem. That's Lolo finally going out. I think that Trem Kretzer got the better of them there on that fight.
Looks like Grunto are trying to crash into the wall around shooting range, but Omen Elite to their left. They've got Ace1 as well to their right, and it looks like Omen Elite are just going to be pushing on towards this one. Nades going to get popped on out, but there's only 2 players left. You've got Q and Ran as he sends out wide, but just gets shut down immediately. Ran now inside the compound, but there's really nothing more to do there for him. They just have everybody looking their way. Although Angry does get flushed out as Ran up the hill. Going to be able to take it, but unfortunately they do get eliminated. 11 teams remain.
Quiet team in this game has been Cloud9, but now Tribe are taking fights from them who have been equally quiet. So I was talking about this yesterday, and I'm really happy to see it. Tribe have just slowly made their way into the circle. I think they're an exceptionally strong team when it comes to fragging power, but they've taken too many fights. This time they're taking things slow and taking fights where they count, which is beautiful to see. And I think this team has a lot of potential, a whole lot of potential.
I was worried that Team Queso weren't going to get that knock onto Mazexis. They, by all rights, should have got it, and they are able to do it as well. They've got 5 kills currently into the game. 11 teams remain, and they're looking in good shape. 3 players still alive. They are on the long side of the circle, though, so they'll have to push in.
Slowly but surely. I mean, Ace1 is consistently going to be a problem for them, but they are taking some good shots down onto them now. There's one going down. There's one more playing where Grunto was playing. If there's any consolation, I mean, this is exactly where Grunto went down to, so it's not a good spot whatsoever.
Yeah, you got Omen Elite pretty close by, so taking this fight would be disastrous for Ace1. They just want to try and survive for as long as possible now with their last player left standing paralyzed. Have to snake it further.
XQuest Gaming actually crashing onto Cloud9 right now, so potentially a fast fight coming in soon. Now Omen taking shots over towards Team K, so Team K just cannot catch a break at the moment. They had Ace1 to deal with, Xiaomi Gaming, and now they're going to deal with Omen. Omen's going to focus on getting into the circle, and Tribe now taking a fight with Wildcard 2.
XQuest Gaming, this is the crash you were talking about on towards Cloud9, and they're in a standoff right now. Team Queso still need to move on forwards, but these angles just getting held down as well. Wildcard are taking the fight with Tribe, as you say, on the southeastern side, and it's going the way of Tribe by the looks of things. Mazexis now locked in combat with Team Queso as well. Behind the crate, they've set themselves up that car, and it's beautiful cover for Team Queso. Ayala has been knocked. Loops are right around the corner, but it's Mazexis taking this fight. The nade not quite doing any damage to Marco as they send them back and forth. That might hit it. It lands on the mark. Marco does go down, and another nade to follow it up. He's going to be bleeding out pretty quickly.
Just Exil remaining versus Free, and it starts to look very, very unlikely for him. He's has to sidestep all these nades. It's all but certain the rest of his teammates are going to go down. Gamma trying to move forward. Nade just goes a little bit far. Exil just still in the smokes. There's a little bit of a break there. Mazexis know that, you know what, we might want to try and get a better place in the circle. Next circle's about to come in very, very soon. There's Ace1 actually still taking fire onto Omen just before they go out.
It's unfortunate. No chicken dinner for them today. Again, Blank, they've started off in very much the same way that they've been carrying on further. Exil out in the blue, hits the deck around the side, and will get shut down. Team Queso eliminated on the northern side. They could not catch a break, Blank. They were just coming up against so many teams all the time.
I think all things said, though, I mean, getting that far with all those fights they had to take is not too bad a result. They got some kill points coming through, too. Now we've got this 3v4. Express Gaming, I'm not sure if they know there's a player down, but they're just going to take the fight anyway. We know how good this team is close quarters. They specifically do well on Sandhawk and for Kendi, but they were not expecting the side swipe.
Huge from Ada to be able to pop up and take one right at the start, and even swings out wide over the edge, and they'll call that out, but it's not going to be in time. He turns it and it's uneven to frag out. So nicely done there on the drop down. AZ now last standing for X-Quest Gaming, but he gets finished off from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, Mazexis were just throwing into that fight. So was Inshami Gaming. So really that whole fight had an overlook from a couple of the teams. And X-Quest Gaming decided to take the first move. Actually was fatal to them. Though they had to move in, they didn't have the secure compound. The compound that was closest to the circle was Cloud9's. Now they have a real shot into this circle. Trem Coretta, though, having a fantastic time with a machine gun.
We were talking about teams that have been quiet. Loop's still in it. All 4 players on the eastern side. They had their own compound. Nobody's touched them. But they are going to finally start to charm in. That is Mazexis losing a player and losing plenty more as well as Cloud9 get into that fight for the center of the circle. Mazexis eliminated down to 5.
Trem hold a really nice hillside here when the smoke's denying so much information from Tribe Gaming. It's very hard to get through. Mufasa with a very large gun in hand just makes the spray down. It's very easy. Doesn't really have to pop his head back round into cover to reload. And Tribe just trying to clear some of this area with the grenades.
Goes for the 360 nade. Oh my goodness me! He managed to land it onto Vitu, knocks him straight out of the rolling Dacia. What a lucky shot that was, but it's going to do the work nonetheless. It's beautifully found. C9 as well engaged in that fight, but it's echoed with a second. Sam, what a grenadier this guy is for Tribe right now. He has given them every opportunity to get into this next circle.
Yeah, it's given them a lot of time. And if Tribe is a team that gets a couple of knocks, they just run in. That's their style. You see Sega already rolling up here. They want to take as much advantage as possible. They got 2 knocks. That means there's only 2 players alive, so you can see Sega just running it down.
With the micro Uzi in hand, will be turning the corner. The spray with the 9mm at close range is brutal. Almost takes down Vitu, but he's low as well. King A is there, but Sam is around the corner to finish the job. Scar will take them out as he slays Mufasa.
That whole fight was just down to Sam. Insane nades and then a great push. Kingy has to move out, but it's Loops who've got eyes on this one. It's just 2 teams remaining. With all this chaos, we've seen so many teams go down, and Loops very happy to play this one very, very casually and just take the cheeky little 20 points at the end. But Tribe, they still have a shot into this. 2 players, but it's looking unlikely. They have to fight uphill. It's awful.
Loops, they've been pretty quiet, but into these final circles, they just open up the firing range on towards Tribe, and the nades will finish it out. It's the exploding Dacia to put the final nail in the coffin, and Loops, they come into it with a cheeky little 8-kill chicken dinner.
I mean, what it's looking to be right now is that there's some teams that are trying to play it much slower, who are towards the top, just to maintain that advantage, maintain that lead. I mean, Loops, though, that was a very casual chicken dinner for them. They didn't have to move too much. The fights they did have to take, they executed on fantastically. Perfect.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
James, are you there, bro? Are you there? I'm poking you. I'm
Summoning
poking.
James.
I'm poking. I'm summoning the James.
All right, yeah.
I'm pressing the enter button. Come in here.
Yeah, come on, keep going, Xander. Tell me what else you've got.
Got all the buttons.
All the buttons.
James.exe.
Yeah, no, I've crashed. Okay, we're back. Yes, we're good. Xander, looking at how that played out there, it is, as you guys say, a kind of quiet win here for Loops, but it is very fortunate for them that a lot of the big, more impactful fights were going on that west side where a lot of people were crashing in, on that compound, for example, and then, you know, Trem Careta doing what they were doing over on that side too.
I think a lot of people had the same idea, like, look, playing path very easterly, let's take the west compounds, there shouldn't be anyone over there. But everyone had the same idea. I think B4 got there first, so they were on board with that one pretty much immediately. But they got pretty much pummeled by 3 different teams, which is a little bit sad for them. They're not able to make it happen. But I think that this end fight though with Tribe onto Mazexis, that they made what could have been basically a 4th place into a 2nd. I think that's really well done, and specifically to Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you very much, gents. I'll get you for the next game in a few as we head over to Seven and Hot Jukes to talk about this game. And for all intents and purposes, kind of a very northern finish compared to what I was expecting here when the circle was centering on Rozhok, but that's how things are going to go. Jukes, looking at how this played out here, Loops, a decent win, but not the biggest win of their careers here in the PMPL Americas, but a win is a win.
I mean, a win is a win. Just another check mark to add to their resume right there. What a great... I mean, like, this is so crazy because the team that I was really looking at was Tren Careta for Raquel. I mean, they came all the way from military up there and was able to get so many kills. And I think in just that situation, it's so funny when I look at these kind of matches because you seem to see all the top teams have the same idea. They all kind of end up getting caught in the same little location and just have to battle their way out, third-party craziness, and see who comes out on top. And I think that's exactly what happened here in this game number 1.
That oftentimes is what makes them the best teams, because they all know really good ways to rotate in, and then they all kind of bash heads with one another. Let's take a look at the points coming in. We have Loops up towards the top, 28 points. Tribe will get 22 on the board, but 10 kills goes over Trem Careta Furacao with 20 points. And to echo what Jukes has just said here, Seven, it does feel like these are the kinds of games that Trem Careta Furacao wins eventually, playing it on the edge, playing it steady, getting kills along the way, and then sweeping in for that final team that somehow wound themselves up in center.
Yeah, and they were doing just that. I think they even got a chance to third party the fight between Cloud9 and XQG, but I'm pretty sure they were not expecting their Tribe to go ahead and just push towards them. But overall, great performance by them with the 3rd place and still 10 kills. That's pretty impressive. And right here, we're seeing at the 2nd page, disappointing finish there for Wildcard Gaming, and I think B4 was one of those other teams that we saw them get into a fight, I believe, with Team Queso and Shame. And Shame is becoming one of those teams that's towards the bottom of the leaderboard that's starting to third-party big fights. This is the second day today that I've seen Shame come in and break up a fight between 2 of the higher-up teams and also get some kills.
I mean, effectively putting the nail in the coffin there for B4 is a bit brutal there for B4, who had a fantastic last play day. Let's take a look at the team stats coming in, though, of course, for Loops, as you can see the distinct quietness of the game here from Loops by that 1,200 damage. It's enough, it's fine. However, when we see a Loops win, we're expecting the 1,800 damage, the 2,300 damage coming in here, Jukes. So quiet and consistent here. Loops get themselves some nice points.
So inconsistent. How dare they, right? How dare they put up only 1,700 damage here? You know, this is ridiculous from them. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, Loops, I mean, they got the dub. They got the dub, 28 points. I mean, that is just so huge for them. I know that they got to be ecstatic about this particular performance, and maybe this could be an indication of, hey, you know what? Let's just play for placement here. Let's just get some good, consistent points. They got a good circle, was able to third party it. But one thing I love about watching Loops, as you saw towards the end, they can recognize instantly that they have the numbers advantage. They just push and flood as a squad, and nobody stands a chance against that.
Yep, they were sweeping at the end. And, you know, when you've got a team like Loops that is sweeping like that, there's not much that's going to get in the way, especially when a lot of the teams on that edge kind of were bare bones that they were sweeping against Seven. There was so much kind of Pyrrhic warfare going on there. Every team was fighting each other and doing so much damage to one another that once a team from the east side is coming in and just sweeping around, it's basically cleaning up. It's janitorial work at that point.
Yeah, and at that point, I kind of just I back what Jukes was saying there is if you have the numbers, they're that team that if they have the numbers, they're going to just work together as a team. The teamwork is going to be out of this world, and they're going to push those teams that might not have the numbers because they know it's probably an easy win for them. It's very rare when we see in Loops lose to those engagements.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the Mountain Dew Game Fuel highlights, the moments from this game here to start things off. And we had quite a few fights going on a lot of the parameters of the circle. And it kind of speaks to the idea that a lot of people really didn't know where that center circle was going to end up. And even when it was going center, Jukes, there's not many decent compounds to take in this kind of area of Erangel, right?
Oh, that's for sure. Shooting range is definitely a really unique spot in this map. So many hills, so many divots. If you have that height advantage on shooting range and the circle does go up, for the most part, you're going to be pretty well set up going into this match. But yeah, we saw all these kinds of shots coming from so many teams. Threm coming from Military Island hitting some big ones. And then this fight right here, so huge between Cloud9 and XQ Gaming. Cloud9 just happened to hit some huge shots. I saw Adder on top with a great angle to start off that fight. Threm with the third party coming in, able to kind of go ahead and finish that out. And then Loops, they just took advantage right here of this circle position, hitting some big shots and able to get the win at the end.
Yeah, definitely so. The Cloud9 next Q fight, to kind of retouch on this 7, like it really rang true to me that this was XQ pushing for that fight. They wanted to go much earlier than the blue pushing onto them, but Cloud9 did very, very well to be able to clean up that breach.
Yeah, they did an excellent job in defending that breach. And on top of that, I think XQG knew that they had to make that push at that exact moment, because if they waited too long, then guess what? You had Trem Coretta pushing up on that little hill, and they would have even a perfect timing on just third party in that fight between them. So overall, I think it was a good push for XQG, but Cloud9 was just set up in the perfect place to go ahead and take them on.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the total damage here from this game and see how that has shaped up, as well as Trem Coretta Furacao is able to actually take the top spot, despite Loops on the other side of things getting themselves the chicken dinner. And Team Queso, actually one of the teams that I didn't quite expect to be up here in terms of the damage, but Jukes, they're up there. Do you recall any of the particular fights that really contributed to that?
One thing that I've noticed that is a major difference from Team Queso is they're not going Primorse no more. They seem to start trying to go towards the center of the map, and we see them drop Mansion. And I wonder, when you look at that, now they're more central. They're able to be able to rotate early on. But I've also noticed, since they're dropping Mansion, they're dropping on squads that are currently in that like to split loot that area, kind of suffering the leaderboards, and they're getting some early points early on. So I think that this is a great strategy change from coming out from Team Queso.
7.
Yeah, and something to go of that is that in that engagement from that last game, is Team Solid, for some reason, fought at they pretty much shot at the wall to try to scare off Team Queso, and Team Queso was like, oh, no. We have our 4 players now. We at least have some grenades. Everybody has guns, and they went ahead and pushed them, and they ended up knocking all the players of Team Solid. So interesting strategies, and as Jukes was saying, I love seeing that Team Queso is now readjusting their strats for Erangel, because now pretty much all the time from the get-go, they're going to be in this zone, and they don't have to go ahead and just travel long distances.
All right, I can talk about that in a few more moments here. Let's take a look at the overall standings, I do believe it is. Oh, analyst highlights. There we go. You know what? Sometimes I'm just not on the page. We have XQ going up against Cloud9 here. Who's breaking down this for me?
Whichever.
I'll go ahead and break it down for you. Yeah,
I'll take it.
I'll take this one because I love this fight right here. XQ, I don't mind XQ when it comes to, I don't think they should be mad when it comes to losing this particular type of fight here, because they're outside the zone. I love the fact that they recognize we have to go now. This is just something that we have to push. We have no choice in this situation. So I would have loved to see them utilize a little bit more kit, perhaps just throwing some nades. But then again, who knows if they even have any at this stage. But here they go. Full push, full set. And look at Adder on top right there with a big angle, was able to go ahead, knock HZL, and now it's a 3v3. That evens up the fight. That was a huge knock for Cloud9. And then jumping off the top uneven, coming in with that Uzi, switching to the M4, and then they just picked them apart piece by piece. And then of course You got Trem Carreta over there on the hill, able to get some good shots as well and give a good little assist to Cloud9. You can see uneven there. Wanted to go ahead and mess up that paint job, but then came in and was able to go ahead and take out XQ Gaming.
Yeah, we're seeing the first-person view of this as well. I'm loving the adder angle when you look at that because, of course, people are looking more at the windows and seeing if there's any problems there, not really looking all the way up to the top on that off angle. But Seven, what have you got for me here?
Yeah, and talking about angles here, look at Loops. Look at all the angles they're currently getting. They're spread out. They're 3-1, and that's something that we're actually talking about pretty much during the game, is that we've seen that strategy happen a lot more in the East. So it's interesting how now some of the teams here towards the West are starting to adjust to that strategy, and it's working out wonders for them, for Loops.
Here's the standings. Loops is now in first place with 522 points. B4 gave them a golden opportunity in this last game as they fell out, I think, in 16th place, actually. The first team to go out. So Loops was able to take full advantage of that. But again, it's not done, nothing's said and done right now. It's just, first place for the moment here, Jukes. So, but great for Loops to see them up there.
Definitely. I mean, I think this is a team that we've seen just be one of the most dominant squads here in the PMPL, and I think that they definitely deserve to be in first place. One thing that is in the kind of back of my mind, thinking while watching this game, is, you saw B4 get an engagement earlier on with XQ. I think now at this stage, this is the championship rounds. These are the ones that decide who's going to get first place. So I wonder if it's going in the mind of these teams. When you knock a member of B4 or Loops, do you want to get extra aggressive to take them out early? Because I think that had to be on the mind of XQ. They knew B4 was ahead of them. So once they got that knock, I think that they made sure they were able to take them out early to hopefully pass them on the leaderboards.
It's interesting as well. It shows that the system really does work when you see number 1 and 2 both having more placement points than any other team and more kills than any other team. So they're winning on every single front right now, which is showing that they are extremely, extremely strong when it comes to all aspects of the game here in the PMPL Americas. So very, very cool to see. I want to quickly go back to what you were mentioning about Team Queso, because the drop that they were going on to mention, Jukes, I'm going to stick with you for a moment here whilst we look at the schedule as well, because this is important, guys. They went over to Mansion, yes. Is it plane dependent, or is leaving somewhere like Primorsk very valuable? Because Primorsk can be difficult to rotate out of, especially if you've got something like an Eastern Circle.
Oh, and we saw a bunch of Eastern Circle to the unfortunateness of Team Queso. So I think that I think it's definitely something they have to add into their books. And also, when you're dropping on teams that you feel you have a stronger advantage of taking in fights, that's an advantage as well, because now if you're catching teams split looting at Mansion, you're going to be able to get some extra points on the board from those kills, as well as being able to get their loot. So you have an even better advantage of rotating in. But man, that strategy isn't going to work on Sandhawk, as we have that one coming up right here. Can't wait to see how that turns out.
I mean, regardless of where the plane's going, you can drop anywhere here if you really want to, but getting some rotations going can be a little bit tricky. We've seen the incorporation of a few boats coming in 7, which I'm personally a fan of. Like sometimes it's just not feasible to be able to rotate across some rivers, across some of these little streams that you actually have between you. So you may as well look for an alternate option, but even then, it's not that ideal to get to every location on the battleground.
Yeah, and it comes down to the circle. We've seen so many pretty much quarry endings that people just didn't even think about the boats. But once we saw that northeast and they actually had a chance to go ahead and rotate with the boats, I think they went for it. And something to go ahead and note that I've been thinking about here while watching the leaderboard is that B4 and Loops Esports, even though B4 has 6 wins and Loops has 5, they're currently tied for placing points. So the only thing separating between the first and second are pretty much just the kills. And kills is something that Loops Esports has been putting up. Even though we just said that that the 8-kill win wasn't that much, I guess they've just been spoiling us with those 15, 16 kill wins from them. It was interesting to notice that kills are now starting to take effect, and I'm pretty sure some of the teams are going to notice that and try to go even a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I think they're ahead by 19
a lot of money
kills. I think it's 19 kills they're ahead by, so very impressive so far. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll let you be on your way now as you drop maybe onto Senhok as well. And I'll get back John and Xander here for the game, for some cheeky Senhok. We really do shift gears when it comes from Erangel to Senhok, Xander, because Senhok's just an all mixed bag of whatever you actually want to go on, and a lot of aggression, and then you're in one circle and you've got 13 teams, and then you shift to the next circle, and then there's 6 teams left all of a sudden.
It's kind of like your new car, Colaris. It's 0 to 60 real fast. Let's be honest.
You're not wrong, I guess. You're not wrong. I don't know how to follow that up.
I'm excited for it, though. I mean, excited for the drive you promised me, as well as the game ahead of us.
You're excited to come to Poland eventually? Is that what it is?
Oh, absolutely, man. Purely for you. Only for you.
But, no, that's not true. I'm gone. All right. Just get out of here. Bye-bye.
Well, we'll make that rotation to Poland later, but we're going to be checking in with the rotations on Senhok here in game number 2 of today's proceedings. We're into day 11 towards the final third, and we're into the skies once more.
Senhok, it's kind of crazy map. We can see a lot of things happen on this one. It's sort of interesting, to say the least. I think we've seen all sorts at this point, haven't we, John, for our years of casting PUBG Mobile. Just kind of weird to say, because actually, I don't even think it has been. It has been a year. Oh, my Lord. That's wild. That is wild. B4, though, going to go down to their general spot in Sami. We'll see if they get blessed again like they did yesterday with a circle that just hit directly on the southwest, where they were like, yeah, you know what, we'll take our time. We'll take our time down here. It's good. It's good.
Fair enough. And the plane path as well, again, not being so kind to the teams that like to loot down heavy southeast. I think there is a team, but is it Team Solid who like to loot near docks?
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much, especially with how small the map is. You can pretty much get wherever you want.
Yeah, pretty much. But the next circle comes, or the first circle, I should say, comes in. There's a western shift, not too bad. Quarry heavily to the eastern side, which is sort of that major feature that we talk about when it comes to early rotations in Senhok.
Especially with so many teams that go off to the east. You've got Cloud9 and Paradise Resort there. You've obviously got X-Quest Game.
Not Puerto Paraíso.
No. Man, I've been watching too much Money Heist, you know. It's in my head now.
You've been missing Miramar too much, you know. Fair enough. But no, we get Erangel.
I did. I want it back. I want it back. I'm crying.
Oh.
I miss Miramar, man. I know a lot of the players don't, but I certainly do. X-Quest Gaming, on the other hand, they're down in Painan, so they've taken up Tempo's usual spot down there. Usually X-Quest Gaming is the one who give Tempo a little bit of trouble on this map, and I think, you know what, now we know why. It's because they love Painan, John. Painan was their home, and Tempo took it away from them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to be fair, it is Monica's birthday, so normally you would give that over to them, but they're not in the game today, so that won't be a birthday present, unfortunately.
So disappointed in you. I'm starting to get as upset with Monica. As upset with Monica with that joke, you know. That's the issue. And I think I might need to, yeah. Basically, my brain went, no, not today. Words are not your favour. So
Yeah,
I'm sorry about it.
That's fair enough. Loops, they're over towards boot camp this time around. Again, Tribe, this is pretty much solidified right now. Now, at this point, we can sort of definitively say Tribe do not drop boot camp anymore. Even when Loops weren't in the game, Tribe, I think, didn't go to boot camp, so they've really solidified their new drop location as Camp Charlie.
Again, the coach blank in me is very happy with what Tribe's currently doing. I think that kills are not a problem for this team. I think placement points are. And if they can continue to kind of solidify a lead with consistent results towards the top of the rankings, if they just play a little bit slower, pick their fights better, I'll be happy to see it. I think Senhok's actually one of their more iffy maps, purely because they do take so many of those fights. We saw it versus Mezexis, who is kind of relatively a team towards the bottom of the tables, right? And they got a real sticky situation with that team, purely because they took a fight with them when they could have rotated round instead. So, you know, I think this will be very telling to see exactly if Tribe have switched up their game style, because they were off yesterday, so they've had a lot of time to, you know, sit down, maybe run the numbers, crunch the notes. You know, I think here we'll see if they've changed up their game plan a little bit.
Ace one. That everyone wants to get a single chicken dinner. right now. Very close to Tremcareta Furacao. This is just out to the southeast of Boot Camp on the hillsides.
Dude,
So close, they can probably smell each other.
I've had the Ace 1 finally won in the pocket as a joke for so long, and I don't think I'm going to get a chance to use it.
Just put that back in the pocket.
Is that going back in?
Yeah, just pop it back in there. Come on.
I got big pockets. I got cargo trousers on today, so I've got like
Absolutely.
4 of them.
Sayings for every occasion.
Exactly. I mean, you know what? Need a snack? That's 4th pocket. That's pocket number 4 done.
4th pocket. Fantastic. What's in pocket number 6?
Pocket number 6? I don't actually do have a pocket number 6, so I've got back pockets. Pocket number 6 is specifically for a small notebook that I carry around with me to just note down arbitrary things throughout the day.
Like people who have mildly miffed you.
Yeah, and things I'm curious about. So I've got in there, John would not. Oh no, but Ace 1 are actually fighting versus Cloud9. No.
Oh no, Cloud9, they got a third party, they're looking for the painkillers, but Ace 1 lose a player to the backstab. It was going so well for them, blank. Oh dear. Oh no, I think this is almost exactly how it happened yesterday as well.
Ace, please. Oh no. Anyway, Cloud9, you always have a strong position. You come down from Paradise Resort because you can take this kind of position, which just had very good overlook as well as good cover. Tremcareta Furacao, just saluting Cloud9, saying thanks boys, appreciate the backup. We will now be on our way. B4, on the other hand, they have moved up down from Sami and just trying to look for something a little bit more central because this is the circle we kind of had similarly to, I think it was day 8, where we actually saw Grunto win. And they held on the northwest side of the island. It's when all the rivers were actually still in play, and it created an issue for a lot of teams because with Sandhawk, it's very tough to know where the next circle is going to go. So you kind of have to just go for a bank, right? You have to go for a gamble. Like we're just going to gamble on the northeast side, on the northwest side, and if we get lucky, we get lucky. Here's X-West Gaming though, not getting lucky whatsoever, and just putting gun skill into the mix.
They are going to land that headshot, but B4 actually get the kill. So X-West Gaming do all the hard, heavy lifting, and B4 pick up the point for it. But this is going to give information of both squads. They know someone's nearby, and in fact, they're going to know who is nearby, given the kill feed will pop up for them. X-West Gaming know that B4 are up this hill.
X-West Gaming, though, in a very different situation to they were in the last game, where this time they've got the initiative because the circle will push B4, depending on where it goes. If it goes north, it will push them, which is most likely, in my opinion. But B4, they can just hang out. If I'm X-West Gaming, I don't actually really want to take a fight with B4 at the moment. They've got really good high ground. We can just chill out. I mean, they've got a very, very big split right now. If one of them were to go down because they took a fight, there is very little chance of that player being revived here.
Team Solid were trying to rotate through the midst of this valley as well, so them going down might be pretty tricky. And B4, they want to take the fight. They're leaving that high ground just a little bit, and it's Tribe coming in from behind who are taking out Team Solid. Not making that rotation, exposed them to the back flank. I don't know if they expected someone to be there, but Tribe will be able to claim those kills. Team Solid went out first in the last game, if I'm not mistaken, and it looks like they're going to go out first this time again. A double whammy. That is really unfortunate for Team Solid.
Yeah, the Rhino are very much endangered these days, especially in-game as Team Solid. Tribe, though, I think they had to take that fight. I think that's a fair fight to take. You've got a few teams ahead of you. You've been doing your study. You know X-West Gaming, B4 are going to be around this area. So getting rid of Team Solid means you have a little bit of a clearer path going upwards. Because if they weren't to take out anyone, they would be just on the back foot the whole time, especially on the south side where there is an indication of the circle's going to hit towards the northwest. So Tribe can just take up this hillside for the time being. X-West Gaming, they're doing exactly what I want them to do. Wow, that is a nice shot from Easy on the K9.
Nicely done. Rips off ahead, but that will be rezzed. But the helmet damage, the meds invested will be pretty important to be coming through with. Crim Real Betis, by the way, this entire time, I think they got in boats around like Lakawi, and they're currently just off the northwestern shore of Hartin. So they've made a rotation all the way around the north of Sandhawk in the boat. And they're going to beach up on the northwestern island. It seems right on the northwest. Unfortunately, Lazarus are right there too.
I mean, this is pretty much typically what they do anyway. Sometimes they go over towards Cow and the docks there and take a boat, but this time they've just mounted it from Lakawi. So it doesn't do what I expect it to do. But we'll see where the next circle goes first. Cloud9 going to be happy with that one. It provides them a lot of, basically a big amount of relief. They've only got Shami to deal with. Most of the other teams are on the western side. Now they can start to control down towards Painan and Quarry. Obviously, Shami is the obstacle that they'll have to vault over. On the other hand, you've got B4 Tribe, Mazexis. Now they've got a weird decision, like, do we head over Painan? Do we hold here? Do we try and take some compounds towards the south side of the circle? Because it's going to be difficult to get past Omen, Loops, and Tremkretzer for Akawa currently on a bit of a wall across underneath boot camp.
No one in Painan though currently. Everyone has evacuated from I'd say compound. I'd say more of a village, more of a town maybe for Painan. And no one's going to be controlling those crossings. So if they do opt to go for it and head more towards the mainland, it might just work out. XQuest Gaming doing just that.
I'd say village.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say Hartin is probably... Yeah, I would say Hartin is probably the town in here. So it's quite large by comparison. And again, on the map it seems similar size, so I don't know. I'd say village. Yeah, let's go village.
All right.
Okay, yeah. All right.
We've decided
like
it.
I was like, I'm not sure. I had to do a little bit of a think about it.
You really did. You did it live as well.
A live think. There you go. You got insight into how my brain works.
That's pretty much what we do all the time, though. Live thinking. That's our job, like.
It's true. It's true. There's the constant stream of my consciousness, whether you like it or not, and I'm sure you hate it. Criminal Betis, on the other hand, one thing that you'd love to see is they're still in the boat. They're like, you know what? We ain't stopping at the Northwest Island. We're gonna make almost.
Do they have?
We're gonna make almost a full 360 rotation down to Nakama there. So basically, they have gone from Lakawi, hit a horizontal path, just done it a slightly different way.
I mean, topologically, they've made exactly the same rotation, but unfortunately, PUBG Mobile is not topologically. I think it's isomorphic. I think is what I'm going for there, but I can't quite remember.
I think that
the rotations from point A to point B, unfortunately, are not all the same.
Oh, I know what you mean. It's gonna bother me now. So you know that right there. You know Pocket 6. That's going in the notebook because I'm gonna be like, now I need to figure out what that word.
That's a Pocket 6 note. Okay.
That's a Pocket 6 note. You know. So yeah, there we go. I'll pen that down at the end of the match, which I will remember because my memory is just astoundingly good.
Literally tens of minutes you can remember for. It's insane.
There's a huge amount. I've basically got a small computer in my head.
Absolutely. B4 playing split 2-2, and actually Tribe are going to spot out one of the pairs. Mixera and Pedro trying to push up the hillside, but with bullets flying your way, it's not as easy as it seems. The rest of B4 not quite there to back them up. Interesting that B4, they were completely grouped up, have opted to split now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much sense it makes. I wonder if they're split forcibly rather than optionally, because here they get control of the south side, right? They have very heavy control of the southwest. The question is where the circle goes, and then that will probably cause problems for them henceforward, which it now will, because they're going to have to head up. Loops again, they had a very comfortable game last game, not much rotating to be done, and now a similar type of game here, very much central, and teams, you will imagine, start to get a crunch onto them very soon. They have good vision over the western side, and they have outlook onto the bridges, which is really important in terms of intel. What they will have to worry about, what they will know that they have to worry about is Wildcard coming down from the north. They always make a similar rotation. Ace1 as well as Cloud9.
Oh, okay. Cloud9, they spoiled Ace1's game earlier, and it looks like Ace want a little bit of revenge. Tremkareta Furacao still very much in the mix of this fight. As Uneven will get rezzed up for Cloud9. Both of these teams are currently in the zone. Lazarus are pushing in to the north of boot camp as well, which Loops have vacated, and they'll find some respite there. B4, though, they get knocked by Creme Real Betis. Remember, this is Creme Real Betis was a team who completely unexpectedly made this massive wide swing rotation, so no wonder B4 were not aware of their presence behind.
Yeah, I'm on B4. I'm like, why is this
Where have they come
here?
from?
Yeah. Did you teleport? I didn't think that was in the game yet, because that's ridiculous.
It's pretty nuts.
The boat rotation coming in clutch.
The boat
At the end of the day. The boatation. Yes. Agreed. Basically, the boat is the #1 friend of Cromwell Betis at the moment.
It's the goat boat.
The goat boat. Keep coming up with them. I need more. Just give me all the good boat.
The boat parts.
acronyms.
Yeah. Boat rhyming is pretty easy. There's quite a lot of words that you can rhyme with boat.
The boat and float. Yeah.
Float, yeah.
Yeah, true.
The bit of rotate. That's exactly right.
We just gave him the old boat tote.
I don't like that one.
Sorry.
Apology accepted. There we go. Cloud9, they take another knock, and it's actually Omen Elite over in the compounds either side of the river, just north of Painan at the moment. They always make this rotation down the coastline towards the western half of the compound on the trifecta of where the rivers all meet in the middle of the map. And they've sent one player back over to the east, but the remaining 3 are all on the western shore.
Levi's really getting his quad workout in for the day. Running for a very long time. Cromwell, that's obviously without a vehicle. The boat cannot go onto land. Levi might actually go for a turnaround. He's sick of these players just chasing after him. Moves up the hill. Will have the cover from the rock as well as the trees. So smart to move out this way. He's still just scouting. A little bit behind his teammates, but that's okay. They'll move it towards the bridge. But by the time they get here, the circle should have shifted. As Lazarus taking shots over onto Grunto as well. Lazarus tends to do quite well on Sandhawk. But we'll get our next circle coming in very soon.
There's a nice bird's eye view there of the engagement just around boot camp, and it's Lazarus who currently hold inside, Ace 1 just out to the southeast of it. But the next shift, okay, Heavy Southern Tribe have Painan currently, XQuest Gaming, with the compounds out to the northeast, and B4 and Cromwell Betis. They're going to be pretty okay with that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe and the Circle in school. Tribe's handing them notes. Get the memo. Circle's going to be Painan. There you go. Off you pop on your way. So yeah, they're happily set up in Painan for the time being, but it looks like they are going to move out to the outer edges of Painan, try and control a specific area. Love this idea. They're going to hold on the south side, make sure that no players can cross the water, which they will undoubtedly want to do. But now we're starting to see all these fights break out. Grunto taking fire.
Cloud9.
And Cloud9, they're really having a bad time with Tremkreta for a count.
Yeah, it's not going very well for them at all, and it even gets flushed out. And that's actually them eliminated. They go down in 15th. Unfortunate turn of events for them. Grunto as well, taking heavy fire, and that's another knock onto Ace. Remember, there are only 2 players left standing for them. Tremkreta to Furacao get 1 lost, and it's Ace to go down again. 14th place for them.
Ace never lucky. XQuest Gaming. They're on the top side, though, versus Tremkreta. So good timing from XQuest Gaming to come in to go for the third party.
Uh-oh.
I think that was just a smoke. He's just keeping himself nice and safe on the retreat. So never mind. That was a grenade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just forgot to peek out. There's a couple of steps, and one of them is to actually aim at where you want it to go. Unfortunately for him, it was right at the trunk of a tree.
Yeah, missed step 1.
Yeah, Omen Elite have spotted out this rotation coming through from Team Queso, and they're going to guard the edge beautifully. They have the circle on their side. It's going to force them in, but Ayala managed to land a lot of damage onto Angry. Crucially, though, doesn't get the knock. That can be healed up. Mystic down as well. And now Team Queso down to 3 with 1 knocked.
Yeah, I mean, that was the opening for Team Queso there. That was Sean to Angry. He was very much out in the open. The fact that he doesn't get the knock there is fairly upsetting. And now Team Queso will most likely go out of the game for that.
They are down to 1 standing as Marco gets knocked. Ayala now trying to run away and figure out what he can find. However, they will not be easy to do. AZ locked in conflict now with Wildcard. He is isolated behind the rock. No way has he survived that. That's unreal.
That's a preemptive first aid as well.
Stay alive with the preemptive first aid. Pops the nade almost immediately. Another nade further behind him as Slicky sends out wide the rest of XQuest Gaming. They want to hold the circle. It's in their favor as they push up. AZ needs to hold face and will just be able to do so for now. And around the corner, finally, he gets knocked, but HCL has them pinned. Spring, he's getting tagged down by the blue, but it won't let him phase it. Gfan able to land the nades around. Team Queso did get eliminated in the meantime, but nades back in as well onto AZ. echoed in kind, and XQuest Gaming do not want to give up this high ground.
HCL really does not want to dive, so he's going straight to cover because they know they need some more players to finish them off, but Spring runs out wide, does find him, and now it's just Jifan versus 2 over here. Brings out, and that will be XQuest Gaming going down, which is, by the way, absolutely horrendous for XQuest Gaming. I did not expect that. Wildcard Gaming, though, they're an aggressive team when they need to be, and they've got some fantastic players on board. Let's talk about Slicky, talk about Acer, Spring as well, really coming into his own. But XQuest Gaming, I just do not think they should have lost that fight. But again, it's all this fight breaking out between Painan. And the next circle comes through, and it really does feel like the circle was passing notes to Tribe because they've gone to the southeast edge, and it's actually moved directly on top of that.
Wildcard have another fight to try and face off, as Spring's not going to be so lucky this time around, unfortunately. Slicky, he's going low as well, and Wildcard down on their last legs. I think it's just Acer standing for the squad. The main thing about this circle blank, the river right in the middle of it. These bridges, so crucial to control.
Yeah, there's this literally just the one bridge, and honestly, just a small little crossing you can make, so you're committed to either side. We're going to the next circle very, very shortly. That is unbelievable. It's directly on top of Tribe, but this time the circle passed a note. It literally just says, I heart you, Tribe, and that's it. So things are going well for Tribe at the moment. The love story also coming into effect. I'm on board.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, they passed the notice. Do you want to win the game? Tick yes or no. And they ticked yes, passed it back, and it seems to have gone their way. Acer gets eliminated, which is the last player, I believe, for Wildcard, or are they still in it? I think they have gone down now. So they are out of the running. 8 teams remain now, Blank.
Yep. Now, I know I make all fun and games about Tribe, but honestly, this is exactly what I wanted to see from this team. I'm really happy to see it too. They're taking their fights, and they're getting into the circle where they want to do, and then holding down that position with the exceptional players that are on the team. It's really, really good. But now they've got to go against Loops, who are a giant in their own right. So it's a little bit scary. B4 still in this game, though, right on the southeast edge, moving their way up onto the side of Painan on the south.
3 players alive for them. Omen Elite taking the fight with Mazex as they've been trying to push in from the north side of Painan for ages, but they're finally feeling the burn there. Loops in the chaos over the last minute or so have found 8 kills in the midst of it. This is a really strong spot for them. That's Omen Elite taking more punishment, eliminated as well. 7 teams remain as Tremkereta for a cow trying to make the mad dash into Painan 2.
Yeah, B4, they've had a real tricky time of it.
Oh,
If
come on,
Mixera
Circle.
can just survive until the 5th, it'll be fine. Circle goes on top of Tribe once again, and anyone who wants to get into Circle will have to like run into the firing lines of Tribe themselves. They've got some great windows towards the top side for Sega as well as Sam. So Tribe feeling very good about this. And let's remember, Tribe got second last game. This would be a really big result for them if they find a high ranking this game, let alone the chicken dinner, which should be theirs by all means.
10 kills now for Loops as they nade across the river. They luckily do not have to cross, and they're probably the only team I'd say right now has a chance against Tribe.
They have to push into them, that's the only issue.
Mixera's been spotted. I think it's curtains for him. He's not going to survive too long behind the truck, and as soon as someone throws a nade his way, he's pretty much donezo. There we go. Yeah, it is Tribe to pick it up there. B4 get eliminated. 6th place for them, however, not the end of the world. Certainly better than last game, going out very, very early. Nades across the water towards Creme Real Betis.
Damn.
So they are going to push out.
Sam has just been on fire with the nades all today, but yeah, Loop's still going, 11 kills total, which is quite big. And now Tribe moving out to take this fight. This is interesting. They actually do flush one, which is really good. Now Sam looking to continue his hot streak.
Oh, I don't know if he spotted it out into the blue, swings wide with the micro Uzi. There's backup from a teammate. 3 teams, 2 teams down to the last. And it's going to be 1 player left standing. Creme Real Betis going for the heal out in the zone. Nitsu is there in the window. Tribe scouring the area. They know, however, all they have to do is wait. Time will be the victor of us all. And Nitsu is going to find out about it. Don't think he has too many more medkits available. Tries to go for the knock. And it's Tribe. Gifted the win. But they capitalize on it perfectly. And look at that. They get so many kills right towards the end.
I'm just so happy. I mean, it's what I mentioned yesterday, and it feels like it's in full effect today for Tribe. I'm loving the switch up here. they do strike me a team like Loops, and they just had to pick their timing a little better, and they're doing it today. And do you know what excites me the most, John? It's that when we go to the desk, usually we get a nice little graphic up, and the guys break it down, and we always see Tribe about 2,500 damage, and then like maybe 4 kills. This time they're on 2,000 damage, they've got 13 kills. They must be really happy with themselves.
Oh yeah, super happy. I mean, it's the turn up that you want. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, that circle was brutal for everybody else. In fact, that last shift was so bad because it meant that everybody else had to push towards them, and there was just so much dead ground outside that no one could take because Tribe would just kill you, and no one could cross. It was so nasty. Kalaris, what do you think?
Many things.
Let's go.
I've zapped him in. Enter buttons there.
I'm here. Many things, I think. Tempo Storm's going to be kicking themselves for not being in Flobby, that's one. Two, Tribe, John, they were destined to win that game. They had the perfect spot inside Painan. Everybody else had to kind of pile on in, but they had the best spot by far.
Yeah, I think they rotated in there in circle like 3 or something ridiculous, and they just sat there and were like, I guess we don't move. We'll wait here. That's fine, guys.
Yeah,
and they had like 4 kills towards those final circles, but everybody else ended up having to push their way. So fair enough.
I mean, they pushed the Loops though. That's one thing to consider. Okay, I'm leaving now. Sorry.
Get out of here, Sander. Go on.
I'm not an analyst.
We're going this way. It's fine.
All right, let's get Seven and Jukes back on right now. Of course, Tribe got themselves that win. Very, very happy indeed. However, like Jason and the Argonauts on the quest for the Golden Fleece, it doesn't matter about anybody else because Creme Real Betis decided to go on an adventure, and that's what we're going to talk about for the next 10 minutes because we don't care about anything else. Jukes. That was glorious.
My entire reality has just been shattered right now. I am so sorry, Tribe. Great performance from you, but I cannot stop thinking about Creme Real Betis with one of the most aggressive rotations I have ever seen in my entire life. We're talking straight down the middle and clutching a second place. I can't even right now.
I'm talking, they could have ended up on Vikendi for all I know, considering how far they had to travel. That was something. We're going to take a little look at that later on down the line. But Seven, Gratz Tribe or whatever. But I don't care. It's all Creme Real Betis, man. It's all Creme Real Betis, Seven.
We know exactly what happened, all right? Chat, when you guys see what happens, you'll understand why we're going to go ahead and talk about it, because that was one of the most amazing rotations that I have ever seen, and it actually paid off because they ended up in second place with 3 kills, outlasting B4 in other teams. Listen, I know they only have 17 points there, but that's for everything that they did is so good. And to give credit here to Tribe Gaming, congratulations, 14 kills. That's really good, and it's something that I was kind of hoping they would start doing today. Just kick it up a notch. They're that team that we know that they can get wins, and it goes to show right here. And we know that they can also get the kills as they were in first place at one point. So it's good to see Tribe bringing it back. Yeah, definitely. So let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well here. Quite heavy on the top end of all of this here as Wildcard got themselves 4 kills to 7 points. And then the differences are really seen there, throwing down our 10th down. I was telling you guys, a little story where, we sit down at the beginning of a game, we, start analyzing what's going on, we have a chit chat, maybe, about what you've had for lunch, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, I say, wait a minute, look at Creme Real Betis on the east. And lo and behold, go on, Jukes.
I mean, even myself, I was like, look to the east. What are you talking about? I've been playing this game for 2 years. I mean, like since the inception of it, and still didn't see that until you spotted it out, and I was like, wait, what's going on here? And then I realized instantly, right then and there, that the rest of these teams in Sandhawk are playing checkers while Creme Real Betis is playing chess. They were just doing something that I had never seen before, and it was so glorious.
It was glorious, and the second circle really didn't do them any favors, but then they got the favor of the circle gods. Let's take a look at Tribe here. 1,900 damage coming in here for the 14 kills they were able to accrue. And again, actually, let's be serious for a moment here before we actually break down anything.
Is that a record?
We show. You mean for a Tribe?
The heal record?
Oh, it might be.
Oh, so low. My goodness.
58?
You're right. Jeez Louise.
I think that's the lowest I've ever seen so far in the PMPL. That must be a record. Wow.
The hell, that might...
Talk about not getting
That's
into a fight
insane.
throughout the whole game.
That might end up being a record across all of PMPL when it comes to even World League in the future, because that's ridiculous. That's barely half of a player's health. That is, geez, impressive stuff. But again, they were afforded it kind of here, Seven. When you look at it, they had a decent position in Painan, and then when everybody piled into Painan, they ended up with the circle on their side of Painan where they can just like leave and be completely happy.
Yeah, and it worked perfect for them. And actually something that we're talking about Tribe here in Sandhawk is that they stopped dropping bootcamp. Ever since they had that engagement with Loops Esports, and Loops Esports ended up winning that 1v1 at the start of the game, they said, you know what, I think this is not the right time to go ahead and do this. Maybe we'll go ahead and go back to it towards the end of the tournament, but right now we need to go ahead and focus on getting points and all of that stuff. And it worked out for them because they were able to go ahead and get the win here today.
Let's take a look at those Mountain Dew game fuel moments coming in, and to that point, Jukes, this would not have been as confident a win had they been continually dropping boot camp. If you're doing that, you're effectively gambling a lot of extra matches on a fight against a team that is #1 right now in the entire lobby.
100%. If it was any other team, then maybe you can possibly consider it. But I mean, you're going against Loops, and considering how they've been performing, I mean, yeah, it makes total sense to just say, hey, you know what, guys? You take it. You take boot camp. We'll go ahead on over to another spot. And this time, man, it worked out perfectly for them. They had that zone locked onto them tight. And this is something that I really love seeing from Tribe. When they do have the zone, man, can they make a performance. This is the game that everybody pretty much hopes for. And they got this perfect zone. They took advantage of it and were able to not just get the win, but the win with 14 kills. I cannot stress that enough because there's a lot of teams that when they do get zone and they get this huge opportunity, they get a dub, but with maybe 3 or 4. But to add 34 points to your total score, especially considering the placement that they're in right now, huge game for Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, to a lesser extent, this is kind of similar to what we saw on some of their other wins, like a Vikendi, for example, where they get themselves a high ground position and they're able to blast out from there. The Painan position that they had, you saw them in some of those highlights as well, Seven. They're shooting down on some people that are kind of on the lower positions to where they are, and they're really good at being able to exploit those kind of spots.
Yeah, and they're that one team that I always like to say, I like seeing teams take advantage of when the game actually gives you an opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think Tribe goes to show over and over again that one team that can actually go ahead and do that. But not to fall short there, Loops Esports being able to go ahead and pick up 11 kills. And another team that we're actually starting to see more consistency here out of today is Trim Coretta. Trim Coretta for a cow, being able to go ahead and collect 7 kills in that last game. I think that's really impressive for them.
Yeah, they're on the rails. They've really found their groove. It's nice to see with that 1,255 damage coming in here. Criminal Batiste didn't even need to get the damage out to get themselves into that second place spot. A little bit of healing towards the end pushes them up to that second place finish for this game. And B4, yeah, kind of middling here, along with Enshame, Omen, and Wild Card. So anything else that jumps out glaringly to you, Jukes?
You know, when it comes to Tribe, and I've said this multiple times, and I really do believe it, I think that they have some of the best gunners in this tournament. I think Sam was considered by far the best gunner in North America for such a long period of time. Seagut, I played with personally. I always thought that he was the best gunner inside of a household. I think the main difference between them and Loops is just the ability to just play together and use each other as a squad rather than an individual gun skill. You can see here they had the position. All it was about them hitting shots, and hey, they could hit them. We could see that right there and then. I just think that, man, if they're able to work a little bit tighter as a unit, we can see more performances and more consistency like we see from Loops.
All right, are you ready?
Get ready.
Put your sailor hats on.
Oh,
this is a boat, by the way.
All what I said didn't matter. This is what matters right now.
Raise the capstan, lower the sails, because here's the first circle. Talk to us, Seven.
And right here, you know what, Jukes? Do me a favor. You take this over. Tell us what Criminal Betis was doing here.
They were flying across the map right here. Look at that rotation. I kid you not. We saw this from frame by frame the whole time, able to finally get. It's looked like I believe I even heard Blank say that they teleported. It looked like on the map. Did the longest rotation I have ever seen in competitive PMPL, and then they got the zone. They got the zone on their side, worked out perfectly. Were able to work their way in and just have one member pass off all the highlights is on the map, and I love it. I love it. You just see Nitsu with the heals right there, just doing the heal strat and clutching the second place finish. Are you kidding me?
That is by far one of the best strategies I think we've ever seen. And something before that game that makes it even better is that, Kyle, we were talking about boats and Sandhawk, and boy did we get that.
We were on the money with that one. We hit a bullseye, I think. And likewise, Loops continues to hit the bullseyes up towards the top with 543 points right now, all the way up to the top. Tribe, down towards South, has moved up to a spot or two there with that win, with the 34 points that they were able to accrue as well. But I can't get over this moment. It's one of my favorite moments in PMPL Americas right now. I'm like looking to the east. I'm like, is that a galleon? Is that a brig? Is it a sloop? No, it's so good.
It's Cream. I want Cream to win this tournament now. I can't even lie. Like after that, I want this to be the turning point, and then just to go off for the rest of the game. I mean, wow, what a crazy rotation. Something I have never seen in my entire history of competitive PUBG Mobile.
I need a Photoshop of a galleon with Cream Real Batiste's logo on those sails. That's what I need in my life. You need to tweet that as somebody, please, please, please. Here's our 11th through 20th as well. Here's Mazexis does move up themselves one spot here down towards the bottom. And that's about the shift. We see Lazarus moving as well here for a moment. Still Ace. Oh, I want that chicken dinner. I really want that chicken dinner for A7. It will be glorious.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Glitter will be super happy. And Krem, even though we are memeing, I do want to go ahead and say it worked out perfect for them. And they are currently 40 points away from 8th place. So, I mean, they are in contention. If they go ahead and, they are currently within 44 points, if I'm not mistaken, within 8th place. So if they go ahead and continue to do maybe crazy strats like that, and they get blessed with the final circle, anything can happen here at the PMPL, as we just seen.
Definitely. And you know, the funny, a great thing as well is that at the beginning of that game, I said to you guys, actually, this is a very brutal circle, even just the first one, because you've got to make your choices. Do you commit to the mainland, which I consider to be the east side, or do you commit to that southwest island or the northwest island? Because you're divided up by so many rivers and stuff like that. But who needs to traverse rivers when you just take the entire ocean and just go all the way around? It was, oh, brilliant. What a game. I'll remember this for a long time.
Numbers don't lie. Numbers do not lie. And right there, Cream Realbity's 3rd place. That means in that Sandhawk game, they were better than the rest of the lobby that came before them. I mean, what a crazy play, working out perfectly, and they're in a position to where they need every single point, and they got a whole bunch of ones on this game. Wow, what a performance.
It was brilliant. It was brilliant. All right, let's move on then. We've got the schedule on the way. We have another Erangel coming at you here, then Vikendi, then Erangel, as we take a look at the winners that have been able to put up points on the board. It was Loops to start things off for the day, and then we had Tribe Gaming here, getting themselves the win on Sandhawk, thanks to a little camp out at Painan. And it was interesting actually because, of course, I mentioned to the gentleman before casting the game that Tempo wasn't in this lobby. They're kicking themselves, but XQ actually dropped there because Tempo wasn't in here, and then shifted over to the east, so they could have tried to exploit it. But anyway, that's by the by. Let's get on to Erangel. 7, what have you got for me?
I think for me, one of the teams that I'm going to go ahead and continue to look forward to on this Erangel is going to be Loops Esports. Loops Esports getting the win on the first Erangel and now being at least top 3 with 11 kills in Sandhawk. They are currently very, very hot. And keep in mind that the biggest difference between Loops Esports and B4 Esports right now, 1st and 2nd place, is that Loops has about, I believe, 25 more kills, if I'm not mistaken, or 28 more kills. That is a huge difference, and that's something that's we're going to go ahead and continue to see more of. And keep in mind, B4 currently has 6 wins. Loops Esports currently has 5. So I'm going to keep on looking forward to seeing what Loops Esports is able to do coming in the second Erangel of today.
Yeah, that disparity in kills, it feels like if Loops continue on this trajectory, Jukes, that's going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger unless they have... There was a small period in week 2 where they were having a few rough games here or there. Unless that happens again, which I'm not sure is gonna, with Carrillo, the boys just pushing on forwards here, I feel like it's in Loop's hands right now to kind of throw effectively if they end up doing so.
They want that 50K. They want it bad, and with their performances, and not to mention the amount of just dominance they've had in this tournament, I think that now teams that fight against them are even hesitant. So every single time they get a knock, that's an advantage for Loops, because if you have that slight hesitation, it gives you an extra moment to be able to take advantage of it. And Loops, we've seen them be able to do that over and over again. So yeah, they right now are in a great position to possibly take #1 here in the PMPL.
Yeah, maybe. I think in my mind, it's almost guaranteed that they're going to be going to World League here. I don't think there's going to be 7 other teams that actually pass them. But anyway, let's take a look at the rewards that you guys can get in-game if you are watching the PMPL Americas inside PUBG Mobile. You can get yourself some extra little goodies for doing so as well. So make sure to be watching in-game. Even if you're watching on Twitch and YouTube, it does not matter. You should be also watching in-game for some extra little things as well. So make sure to do that. Jukes, any kind of final thoughts before we end up going onto this Erangel? Like go over to the commentators and be like, blah, 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 blah.
I mean, really quick, I gotta be looking in at Tribe. You know, Tribe, I think, had a great game 1 and an even better game #2. And they're in a position where they want to get as many points as possible, because right now, top 8, there's a lot of squads I think that are in contention to be able to get there. So they definitely want to solidify themselves as one of the teams going on to Worlds. And I think that that's one I definitely want to see be able to make it there. So Tribe, I'm gonna be looking at Cream. I want to see them in a boat here in this next one. Why not? It worked before.
Get in a boat.
Do it again. Come on, the 2-time. You could do it, guys.
Imagine we get a military circle. They just go all the way down to the southern beach. It'd be perfect. It'd be perfect.
It'd be so good.
How about yourself, Seven, looking at this game coming up? I mean, like, for a lot of these teams that are wanting to get to Worlds, you have to be good on Erangel. There is no ifs and or buts. You have to be good on Erangel.
Yeah, especially now that we're playing 3 games of Erangel a day. I'm pretty sure they're switching strategies, they're switching rotation, and the good thing about this is that it kind of gives them an advantage going into Worlds, because they're going to be playing Erangel a little bit more than everybody else. So maybe something that hasn't been working in the previous days, they can just go ahead and readjust and test it out. That's what the benefit of having an extra Erangel does to you. You can test it out, see if it works, see if it doesn't work, and then just go ahead and move on. Because guess what? At the end of the day, you have another Erangel.
Yeah, not too bad in the slightest. I'm trying to think in terms of the change-ups that we actually saw in this previous game. We were already talking about the Team Queso changeover from Pre-Mosque over towards Mansion. And are they Mansion and Trash splitting, or just Mansion? I can't recall, Jukes. How are they splitting that?
They are falling a lot tighter than any of the squads that are kind of landing in that area. And I think that that's something that they had to have spotted, because if they're able to go ahead and pick off 1 or 2 players when they're split looting, that's 2 extra points. And like I mentioned, a lot more loot that you're able to add to your squad. So, I mean, Team Queso have been struggling with rotations a lot from Primorse because of those Eastern zones. Yeah. I think this is a great strategy. It's worked for them so far. I want to see if they repeat it here in game #3.
I mean, at least Primorsk, if you end up with a military zone, at least you've got the potential of boats down there. But other than that, Mansion affords you so many more options to just have a straight, direct path to, I suppose, compared to a Primorsk drop. You know, it's funny, actually, because I enjoy dropping Primorsk. I actually like Primorsk. I like the layout of the city, especially that kind of hill that overlooks it from the north. But to be able to, you know, actually move on over. But anyway, that's by the by. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going to go over to the commentators now for our next Erangel. I just like talking about PUBG Mobile. I don't want, you know, I just like talking about the topography and everything and how you actually traverse this map. John, Xander, are you interested in topography? How are you? Weird.
We actually talked about this during the game. Which is
whoa. We talked about topology, which is a very different thing.
Oh, sorry. No, not topology. Apologies. I have a friend in PUBG PC that talks about that all the time, and I'm like, you're saying the wrong thing, stop. Anyway. So, how are you guys doing?
You can look, this is a very interesting field of mathematics, and I can get into it if you want to, but I don't feel like this is the right forum to do it.
No, definitely not that one. No, definitely not that one. Xander, looking forward into Erangel here. Obviously, we saw Loops really just kind of dominating the previous game, and yeah. I want to see Tremkareta Furacao be able to kind of step up as well. I feel like whenever they're able to get themselves in a decent spot, they usually go on for the win eventually in a very methodical way. What are your thoughts when it comes to them?
I mean, they're camping a lot. So specific location, I think the first game they were camping the bridge for Grunto as they came through. But I also think they're kind of putting themselves in dangerous scenarios a bit too often, just because of taking those aggressive approaches. I think it's fine during the early game to maybe gatekeep and select, take an area like a net outwards and be like, okay, we've cleared that area, cleared that angle. Now we can go play on this place. This is fine.
All right. Well, I'm off to study some maps, and I'll see you in a few. Enjoy, boys.
The central slice of the toast sandwich. We are into game number 3. It's Erangel once more. Blank, what have we got for us today?
We got for us a little new plane path here, which is going very much down towards Novo, starting over on the western side. Now, see, I'm wondering if that split from Team Queso onto Mansion was purely because of the plane path on the first game, which was heavily towards the eastern side of the map over Milta, so it just wasn't really optimal for them to go down to Primorsk. So they're already going down to Primorsk now. So this is what I expected to happen, because they've got pretty much set loot paths from that area, and honestly, I think it's already crowded enough as it is towards Mansion, Prison, and Shelter. You've got a huge amount of teams that play that side, and the west side of the map is pretty much free, apart from Georgia Pole and Mount Everest. So I think Team Queso are kind of fine down here in Primorsk.
Yeah, moving your entire drop spot over up towards Mansion is such a heavy shift as well. I mean, maybe you could consider it a better spot, but not knowing those rotations as intimately as you will the ones from Primorsk at this stage in the tournament.
Oh, that's what I was going to say.
It's just going to be so difficult because you don't know how teams play that ground. So it feels like, you know, maybe it would certainly be a strategy to happen.
But maybe not the strategy. Oh, baby. Okay.
Military circle. Let's go.
Military boys.
Yeah, okay, love to see it.
We love to see it. This is going to affect B4 quite nicely. Cromwell Betis actually heading down towards B4's location. But usually these teams actually kind of have like a gentleman's agreement at the start of the game. They don't actually fight one another. Though it would be beneficial for these teams to clash quite early on, purely to get full control of that western bridge, which is slightly easier to camp from this side. And Xiaomi Gaming, they're immediately rotating over the bridge here, so they're taking no chances. They thought to themselves, guys, defo military, let's just go down now.
We remember what happened with Loops on the last military circle a while ago. Do you remember the compound on the beach?
Oh yeah, they were like, we want that compound first, please.
We're going to go there first. And actually, they are moving a little bit westward. They might actually just be headed out there. We'll see where they do end up. And they won't be guarded on the bridge. They'll get across unscathed. No time really for B4 to loot up and be holding there. So making that early push, was very, very tactical.
Yeah, I mean, they've sent Mixera out, right? He's just scouting, making sure he knows exactly what kind of rotation paths people are taking. Cromwell Betis, on the other hand, heading towards the southern side of the map, avoiding fights like they did on Sandhawk there, which was just ridiculous. Like,
that was insane. I heard they're making a movie about that game, actually.
Oh, yeah.
And Johnny Depp is going to play in it as well.
Yeah, I heard this is the theme tune as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Orlando Bloom said he was signed on.
Oh yeah, he said he was in for it as well, so it was kind of cool. Ace one. Oh wow, actually some decent shots coming out there, but easy. He knows how to make an impromptu compound when he needs to, and now he's doing the car strafe, as we like to call it.
The stutter step, the serpentine, whatever you call it, it's working out for him. Able to get out of the firing line. And they are just going to send away fantastically. Done there for EZ. Well, he's not out of the fire just yet. They are mounted up, but maybe looking for a little bit more. Ace one near Grunto, so they need to be careful for these shots, but they are making that push across the river on that bridge. There is bridge campers waiting for them, however, so they'll need to be careful.
I would say that this circle kind of heavily accelerates the game, purely because so many teams like to play on this northern portion of the map. Tribe in their usual spot, and Rozhok are just going to head down through Pachinki. It's usually clear. But I'm kind of surprised at the amount of teams who are trying to take up residence towards Lighthouse. Great position to gatekeep teams as they want to come into the circle itself. But I don't know about this many teams holding this location. You've got Express Game, you've got Ace One, Loop's heading down here as now, you've got Grunto on the other side of the field. I feel like you're taking far too many fights when it doesn't necessarily need to happen right now. For all we know, the circle could even go shift towards northwest and end up on the northern island. It could end Pachinki, yeah.
Fair enough. Do you know what I've just spotted as well? Wildcard. Still in Severny.
Dude, they're vibing up there. That's their spot. Like we said before, after a little while, then they tie their shoelaces and they start to trudge on down, but it takes a while, okay? They're pretty passive.
Yeah, they're just chilling. They're finding their way through. And to be fair to them, it's worked out pretty well so far. Chrome Real Betis, they're on the south side of Sosnovka military base. Taking a little bit of damage onto Nitsu, but they'll be all right for now. And Charme nearby, Team Queso going for the wide swing in the boat, not opting to go across the bridges. Omen Elite trying to make that cross as well over the eastern bridges. These teams pile themselves onto the military base.
Yeah, Mazex is taking fire from Omen, and stressful experience for Vega. He just jumps out the vehicle and is like, I will just die. That's okay. One thing that does interest me is that whenever we saw Chrome Real Betis, they were moving. They were like rotating around. I think that's a stark difference to B4, who pretty much dropped in Novo and have just looted Novo. On Novo and Chrome Real Betis, it's like, oh my god, the circle's a military island. Where do we go? Do we go south side? Let's come back to the other side. There's teams over there. Let's play coastal. I think B4 just playing a lot more calm, and I think calm is a really important characteristic of any player, of any team in PUBG Mobile, because to make the good decisions, you first have to be collected.
Exactly. I mean, it's unfortunate, but sometimes it can come back to bite you if you're a little bit hot-headed in these spots. I think what we're seeing is an artifact of that last shift over towards the military island, where teams are pretty much all exclusively going across those bridges, or if they're lucky, they found a boat. I think we've seen at least 5 to 6 teams make their way in that way, so fair enough. Except for X-Quest Gaming, they're still on the northern shore, and they don't look like they're that close to getting across.
I mean, there is some. I believe there's some boat spawns over this side that you can actually take across the way. So we'll see if they've actually picked those up. But there is a chance for them to actually just swim across as well. Like I said before, there's a lot of compounds on Sosnovka military base. So there's plenty for everyone, whereas on the northern side, there isn't actually that many. So sometimes it's a better idea to hold on the northern side and just wait for the circle to hit to Sosnovka and then just move your way in, because you're afforded so much space anyway. You may as well just take precautions early on.
Escanor, he spotted out Team Queso, and he's currently very split from the rest of Chrome Real Betis, and he's just going to get straight out of there. He drops the smoke, he drops down, he makes them think that there's more people there, and Team Queso will clear this compound, they'll clear the building that they are worried about. Well, maybe not actually, maybe they're not worried at all. I think they are aware that there's no one in their tribe. They've rotated down now towards the south. This is still
like, Mustache
on the
Dave's
northern
not
side.
in the game.
Sorry?
I thought you said Dave rotated down.
Dave. Oh, did I say Dave?
No, I don't know. In my head, it sounded like it, and I was like, Mustache
I'm getting
Dave's
too
not in the
London.
game yet.
I'm getting too London.
Yeah, you are.
Dave rotated.
Dave rotated, bro. But to be fair, I would love to see Dave in a match like this. I've heard he's basically one of the best players in the world.
Dude, unfortunately, you can see his moustache from a mile off, so it's pretty difficult to play with him because everyone just pops his head off straight away.
It's basically as long as the Eastern Bridge, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Loops, on the other hand, they actually have claimed the lighthouse, as well as the gas station and the compound on the left. They're all lighthouse. So, despite there being a lot of teams here, I would say Loops has all the control, which is a slight issue for Tribe, Ace 1, and Cloud9. I think Ace
And
1
Wildcard, by the way, still out all the way in the north.
But they've got time, John. Leave them be.
Okay.
Leave my boys alone.
Yeah.
All right, they're on their way down. They're just chilling on it. Wait, do you remember that team? I think it was from when we casted PMCO Fall Split Europe that was in this blue, just like driving out and around. Do you remember that?
I do not, honestly. I would have to...
So sad.
Yeah, it's a comparable situation. I'm
Yeah,
sure,
but as an aside, the funny thing was is that I don't know what happened, but they actually drove up into Yasnaya and way into the blue itself, and then we're just driving around there for a long while before coming to the circle. Wildcard on their hand, they've got the right idea. They're not driving into the circle; they're driving down into the zone itself. So that's a good start. That's a good start, guys.
yeah, they've got 1 out of 2 things going for them.
Yeah, correct direction.
Yeah,
You are-
correct direction.
Yeah,
In the
Fortunately,
blue,
you're on the
correct
blue.
direction.
Yeah. That's a hot tip for you guys playing PUBG Mobile at home. Make sure you're going the right way. Next circle just comes in on our screen right now. It looks like we are going to get here a military finish. So most teams going to be happy with this one. The major clump that I'm looking at is towards the lighthouse. Loops have, like we said before, major control over here. They are the major Tom. Unfortunately, they are going to have to fight off against Tribe, Lazarus, and Cloud9. Tribe, obviously, they just went against them last game. Tribe pushed them quite aggressively and took that fight, which I was very surprised and also admired greatly. But yeah, it's definitely not low firepower coming out towards them. But Tribe, instead, they're just going to go for the rotation via the boats or just swim across, which I'm equally okay with.
Team Solid have made a rotation via boat. 2 players already, or at least 1 player already on the southern headland for them. And they've got more coming in the next boat. Very close to the coastline, you've got Ace, you've got Team Queso as well. So if Team Solid gets spotted out, that could be disastrous for them. They had 2 really shocking games, to be honest with you, Blank, in these first 2 so far, going out first in both of them.
Yeah, let's see if they can bat for trio 16s. But hopefully not. That would be absolutely terrible. Tribe, though, looking over towards Lazarus. Yeah, honestly, it does feel like a new Tribe that we're watching. Far less super aggro. Far more calculated. But looking at other teams, we've got XQuest Gaming. They're just making their way around, I believe.
Oh, no.
Actually in.
Oh, no, the boat got blown up.
Yeah.
Team Solid lose 3. And they're down to Kevin.
It's just Kevin. Kevin, just as the last player, just cracks me up.
Oh my god, that's so unfortunate. Team Solid have had one hell of a day. He's right next to him in Elite as well.
Yeah, not in the day that you would say. Well, I mean, it's not the day that I would describe as one hell of a day, but it is the day from hell. Let's put it that way. Omen, they've made their way in now from Milta. They're actually got a very decent position. So all props to them to making it this far. Ace1 taking shots at Marco. Marco's allowed to make the 100-meter sprint, get behind the rock.
Call him Mr. Bolt. He's making the dash.
Flying.
Makes it work. But the rest of Team Queso coming in to pick him up maybe. 3 players in a car, so I'm not happy about that. But they're out next to the compound. Ace1 didn't quite have the fire line set up to take that down, and Team Queso claimed themselves a decent little compound on the western peninsula of Sosnovka military base.
Yeah. Loops are kind of forced to hold this position now, though. Ooh. I've just seen the circle on my screen. So Loop's kind of forced to hold this position until the teams do make themselves shown on the map. That is a gross circle. I'm just going to put it that way. That's the hardest shift we probably could have got to the western side. And again, we are just massively accelerating the game because the next circle is going to be even smaller because most of this is in water anyway. So there's just less of the circle to play. So it's all coastline. And if I look at this even closer, right, towards the cliff sides, it's kind of unplayable. The beach side is kind of unplayable. Yeah, this is an awful circle for a lot of teams. Ace1's got a really good compound, surprisingly. I wouldn't have thought they would, but yeah.
As not to mention Team Queso as well. I mean, I said they managed to make it to that compound. They now have a really strong spot. Sightlines everywhere they could hope for. Mozex is down to 2, and they're both in the same car, I believe. So if that gets down, they will just go out. But maybe it's all they have to play with. Cloud9, they're still on the northern shore. This is going to be the bottleneck. We're looking at Cloud9, Loops, Tribe, and Lazarus all trying to cross this western bridge, and they need to make it do soon.
Yeah, and they know there are players here. The question is like, how long do you want to wait this one out? And I mean, it looks like Cloud9 are just going to try and get into vehicles and make it happen. But Loops just have an iron fist over this side of the circle at the time being. Tribe getting taken down. Loops down actually gets run over by Tribe. He will drop down and try and survive. Actually just falls to his death.
That is
Take it
unfortunate.
back.
They still haven't managed to claim these kills. How has Sam managed to get there? I have no idea what is
Spider
going on.
car.
Gravity does not affect Sam. He just transcends physical reality, apparently. As they are still clashing. Cloud9, though, they're still mounting up. Loops have yet to get in those vehicles, and this might give Cloud9 an edge, pushing through. But Tribe, they're riding on through. Everybody needs to get in, and they know this. Adder getting sprayed down from the back, but not quite falling. Is going to get knocked finally to himself. Whoa, as the next one goes through. Cloud9 sent through the railings. They drop off the side. So does Pyra. 3 players stand for Cloud9 as they make their way onto the island.
Yo, Bayo and Pyra, that's some mad driving. I enjoyed that one massively. I've seen so many people try and make that same like little jump through underneath the pylons and do it terribly. Beowulf's like, I'm going to jump out and land this bad boy on 4 wheels.
Does it perfectly, with style, with grace, with everything you could possibly ask for. B4, they're taking a fight with Enshame, but Mazexis are chiming in as well. This is just out of the west side of the airstrip. They continue to go for this fight. B4 looking to get the res onto Levi and Shame. Down to 2. Lupita wants to push up the stairs, regroup with his teammate, but he spots out Mixera in the sidelines. Didn't get the res onto Levi. He's going to push in, try and stop this flush from coming through. But I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Lupita is spotted. He knows he's in the room, but Dudu holds the angle. It's back and forth. It's upsy-daisy back and forth, but only one player now standing for both of these squads. Levi not getting flushed out, just reloads that micro Uzi. Will be able to get it, and now they give him the old switcheroo. They swap positions.
Loops just were not able to make that happen as fast as possible. Mixera comes down with the M4, makes it look easy. But yeah, Loops just did not make it happen as fast as possible or take as many members as they thought it would. Tribe's able to get all the way through. They, albeit, do only have 2 members remaining, I believe. And Memo's still up. It's enough to work with. Slightly unfortunate. Ace 1, though, they have a good shout into this one. This is probably the best shout they've had all week. But yeah, Mazexis now looking towards the last player from B4. B4 just wants to survive. They've not been able to get those placement points there, so they're renowned for, right? Today has just not been good.
No, it's been real tricky. Been real tricky. Mixera throwing those nades underarm into the room that he knows they're both in. He is super exposed right now and right on the edge of the zone. Gonna be pretty tricky for him to survive this one. I mean, you've got Mazexis on underneath them. They've got Wildcards. You've got XQuest Gaming, Cloud9 as well. And he goes down to Mazexis. A lovely little nade there.
Yeah. Criminal Betis, I was talking about how they're quite erratic earlier. Somehow made it to the cliffside on the south side. XQuest Gaming, though, just absolutely slamming into Az here.
Darius and Emraz, Mazexis, under pressure from XQuest. They've seen this fight. They want some of it as well. HCL spots a player running around the base floor. AZ takes a lot of damage from, I think that might have been his own nade, unfortunately. Not quite able to land it through the window. Wildcard, they're under pressure on the sidelines as well. They're very close to this fight and might want to try and third party, but they're quite close towards the zone. Omen Elite stopping them from coming in. And these are brutal nades. Nicely done. Back and forth. Darius now last standing. You see Cloud9 sending in. They made it all the way from that western bridge and all the way through.
Yeah, they've done really good, but they'll come up against Omen Elite very, very shortly. Kingy does finally go down out in the water there. Lazarus were gatekeeping from the beachhead. Omen Elite got a really strong position on the ridge side, and it will stay strong until the circle moves away. The only problem they have to look out for is XQuest Gaming and Mazexis. Problem is that both these teams are heavily injured.
They traded out. Beautifully done. Any more damage and it might have gone down for the second player on the push there for XQuest Gaming, but they trade aggression beautifully. They are able to wipe Mazexis out. Lazarus now on the northern side of the circle need to push through Queso.
And Queso really need to start having some better games, because so far they've felt very lackluster today, and they are close to slipping from that top 8. I think that they're quite far ahead in terms of games, and there are other teams within the top 8 that still had games to play to catch up to them. So I think they really need to start looking at being more of that consistent team we saw towards the beginning of the weeks, which I was a really big fan of. You get those placement points and you just stay towards the top. I don't think with B4 and Loops in the lobby that you can really hope to try and get that first or second place anymore. I think that is going to be a fight between those two. I'm putting my money on it now.
Ooh, we spotted one. Exeal is known to be in this building now, so they can just flush it out. He runs around the corner, but Exeal gets the knock, closes the door, and signs the death warrant. able to pick up the first kill. Lolo is down as well. They're just down to Irish. Oh, that's a tough shift, Blank, all the way hard southeast. Everybody going to have to move except for Real Betis, and Team Solid, by the way. Kevin still in it, snaking about.
Yeah, these circles have really caused a lot of problems, but Kevin, go on, my man. You can make it. Right on the beach side, he's covered himself in sand, you know, he did as a kid, and just like, it's just his head popping out at the moment. Lazarus still taking this fight with Team Queso, but Team Queso got a really strong position, and Lazarus have to push into them. Grunts are also trying to make their way down. Hang on a minute. Did Omen go out? No, they've crashed.
And they are going in pretty hard here. 2 players go down, 2 down for Tremcareta Furacao as well into this fight. It's close. It's well fought from both. Zute gets confirmed. 1 player now resable for Omen Elite. It's Nico, but they are going to trade the nade. Zute from beyond the grave will be able to get that pick up as well. But another nade finds Angry, and now it's just Juicy to see what he can do. Angry, that's pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered on that kill. They'll be able to pick up the point there. Nades in through the window. Tremcareta Furacao now 3 players, and Omen's crash did not go their way.
No, and I mean, like, it's pretty obvious that this compound's going to be taken. And I think the crash, all things considered, was decent. This compound is very breachable, right? And now Team Queso are rocking up. It just felt a little bit lackluster there from those guys. X-West Gaming, however, didn't have to worry about Omen because Omen just shot away. I know they've only got 3 players from Grunto to the side of them. Other than that, they control the northern zone. Grunto got a good shout into this, though, going forward. I'm pretty sure they have just picked up a loot crate from earlier. There's still a fight going on between these 2 teams. I don't know if Juicy can actually get Nico up. And Nico does heal.
Down to 2 players now. Cloud9, 2 as well, all the way on the eastern side, on the northern edge of this circle. It's Grunto and X-Quest Gaming, very, very close to one another. So we'll have to see what they can do. Ace 1, is this their time? Can they make it happen, Blank? They are so close. They had a good shift going their way, so we'll see if they're able to get it done. Oh dear, I've said it. And they just come up in the kill feed. It's such an unfortunate situation. It's every time.
X-Quest Gaming, I said 3 from Grunto, but it's actually 4 that they're currently fighting off against. It's Trem now joining in on the fight, and now just 1 from X-Quest Gaming remaining. And Tremcareta Furacao now has a bead on Grunto too. Sixless with that classic VSS in hand, taking some shots. He's pretty much known for that weapon.
It's going to make it work as well. Paralyzed, going to fall. And now Cloud9 have the eastern side pretty much entirely to themselves. Ace 1.
Wow.
They do get eliminated in the meantime. Kevin still in it somehow, some way. He's using Real Betis as bodyguards. Team Queso are going to spot that push. He's down the bottom of the cliff, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to get up here, Blank.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Probably will die to the blue, trying to go for some heals. And now, Cloud9, they own pretty much the entirety of the eastern side of the circle. Problem for them is they've only got 2 players. Is it enough to really push through this game? But with such a hectic circle like this, you imagine a lot of teams have taken a lot of casualties. If you see Omen here down to 2, Tremcareta down to 3. Team Queso still with 4, and this potentially might be the game that I was looking for.
Omen Elite under fire, Tremcareta. They've spotted out Juicy as they try and leave the compound, but in come Team Queso to third party this fight, finally displacing Tremcareta Furacao. Now 1 player standing for them. V2 is the last as Team Queso leave that one. Kevin trying to clamber his way up the cliffs. I don't know if he's managed to do it. It looks like he might be pretty close here. Omen Elite, they've still been spotted out, and it's Team Queso now to take up the mantle of suppressing fire.
And Grunto have a nice little lineup towards the northern side. We saw them do this on Sandhawk 2. Molly goes over the top. Team Queso have not forgot about you, Vitu. Don't you worry about that.
Able to get Senab up in the meantime, but Team Queso, they want to push. They've zoned them away. V2 from the sidelines, and Senab from down the stairs. They're able to clean up too. Queso don't know what hit them.
That was not an easy fight as they expected them to. Axial, though, with the nade through the top. Maybe now Team Queso's considering maybe we just leave whilst this 10-second revive timer goes through. Juicy still alive in this one, gatekeeping both these teams. He may be 1 player, but he's still very, very dangerous. Now things become a lot easier. Team Queso with that 4, like we were saying earlier, now down to just 2. Real Betis have 3, soon to be 2, but no! Escanor with the Mini 14, great shots along the way.
Real Betis not so lucky there. Tremkeretta still in it. Somehow they managed to survive in the 2 versus 4, but Nitsu gets blinked away. Sixless, you're right. This is his signature weapon, the VSS. He knows exactly the arcs on those 9 mils. We'll see what more he's able to do. Tremkeretta for a cow now, 2 versus 2 with Team Queso. They're playing around the edge of these shacks, or edge of these buildings. V2 swings out wide. Exil very low, but they trade it back, and one gets knocked. Exil low, but Mystic full HP. V2 consumed by the blue, and they go down to it. Tremkeretta for a cow eliminated, and Team Queso need to get out of there. V2's not, Exil very, very low. It needs to get some healing done.
No, it's still very possible for C9 to actually win this game with the 2 they have on board. Everyone else is in a similar situation. Juicy, so close to Team Queso at the moment. Axil, I don't know if he has the first aids on board to make it happen. Crumreal Bettis, however, they're on the southern side. It's Kevin here with them, but other than that, they control the southern side of the circle with 3 players, but look how much damage they're taking from Grunto.
So much work being done by Grunto to guard this zone from the northern sides. Mystic, they nade out. I think they know that Juicy's here, and actually they'll get a hit mark on that. I know that someone's there. Will Juicy be able to hold his nerve and maybe get a frag or 2? We saw Team Queso can be taken by surprise. By the way, Kevin is still in this blank.
Man's got his bouldering shoes on, and he has climbed up not only the rankings, but also the whole mountain to get here into the game. He's doing really well, made his way all the way into 6th at the moment, and he could go even further. Team Solid, 16th, no, down to 6th right now.
Juicy takes some shots, and I think Mystic's gonna know he's there. Yeah, pops up, gets the shot, moves in towards the circle. Omen eliminated, we're down to 5 teams. Kevin into the top 5, that would be a great success for him. Grunto lose a player to the play zone before they can push in all the way, and Cremreal Betis know it's their time to strike. Kevin, oh, he got spotted out. Finally, it's his time. Team Solid, though, 5th place. Nicely done.
The Team Queso with 2 players, 11 kills total, so this would be a really big game for them, and would put them back in the running if they win this one. Nitsu, no meds, absolutely no vest or helmet either. This guy is very low, and I don't know if he's got any more bullets on that AKM. OQ just coming up behind Cloud9 at the moment, but it's Cloud9 to find that pick. Uneven spots it out so easily. They have the road right in front of them, so it will depend where this next circle goes, because if it goes to C9, they've got a real good shot of it. If it goes away from them, going across the road is going to be deadly unless they have the smokes to make it happen.
Those health bars you're seeing blank for Cremreal Betis are the work of Grunto. The number of times I saw the Grunto tag pop up, downing a player from Cremreal Betis was absolutely insane. The work that they did was phenomenal, and it might have scuppered their chances moving forwards. Unfortunately, Grunto weren't able to pick up the pieces. Team Queso, at the moment, doing so much work, and the next shift comes through as the circle heads out east.
It's on Cloud9. Now, they've pretty much been gifted this game because they have a nice ridge side to play around. Team Queso and Cremreal Betis have to move towards them too, and it's into open ground. Cloud9, they should win this game. This should be theirs. They've gone through so many trials and tribulations to get here. The run over the bridge as well. And now Axiel's taking shots over towards Cremreal Betis. Cremreal Betis, heavy casualties on their side. They have absolutely nothing remaining.
No, they are down to the bare bones. Axiel, though, takes a little bit of damage in response. Only 2 players remaining for Team Queso as well, remember. So if they go down, if one of them goes down, they are solo striking out to see what they can do. It's really a duke out match between Cremreal Betis and Team Queso, but Cloud9, oh, they come into play. Pyra lands the shot.
Oh, I'll have that kill, thank you very much. Now, I think that's Cremreal Betis now out, so it's a full fight between Team Queso as well as Cloud9. Cloud9 will have held on to a lot of utility, but look at that, one player's going wide. It's Mystic, he's gone for a big flank here. Just one player in the smoke, and it's Pyra down to the last player. Somehow, Team Queso's made it happen.
One player standing for Cloud9 has got the roadside ridge, got a vehicle as well in front of him to use for cover. Team Queso, though, they have so many kills and they want more. They want more for this game, and to just pop it off with the chicken dinner would be the crowning glory, but Pyra not going to be giving up the ghost so easily.
Oh, I mean, Axiel, I think he's out of meds. Mystic low on ammo. So you got the, oh no, he's got meds on board, but he can't actually give them over to Axiel at the moment. Axiel's a little bit too far away. But can Cloud9 Pyra make this happen, or will Team Queso make it?
They're going up. They want more. One knock. Pyra now into a 1 versus 1. Low HP, but under the UAZ, it gets blown up. And they use it to detonate their way to victory. Team Queso with a chicken dinner. Axial, 11 kills.
That's a massive game from this guy. And coming off the back of the fight from Trem Coretta for a count, they were just two against the world, and they made it happen. Pyra in those last moments almost able to claw that one back as he took down Axial, I believe, who had all the equipment on board and the good guns to make it happen. And with those final bullets, Mystics able to take him down with the blow up on the US. Just incredible.
I think there was a little card that popped out in the meantime that it was 11 kills but only 6 knockdowns. So, you know, they did steal those away, and that's what I was talking about. You know, Grunto doing a lot of the work and doing, well, really, the grunt work, James.
Yeah, definitely so. You're dead on the money with that. 11 kills at that time with the 7 knockdowns. Almost 2k damage before some of these final fights even had gone on here, Xander. And this was one thing that we're going to be talking about on the desk as well, but it's the fact that adaptive drop positions are so important. In the previous Erangel, they'd gone up to Mansion. The plane afforded them that very nicely, and Primosk isn't great to rotate from. Early in this game, you drop on Primosk, it's right on that plane path, and they use that to the full advantage here for this military circle.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it was a little bit tricky for them over in Manchester because there's so many teams around, but there's not really many other options for them. But it's good to see that they've done the research to find where there were just some openings available to them there. But Primosk, they can loot that for absolutely forever before even having to think about moving down into Military Island. So very, very well played to them. They're able to get themselves looted and booted. And I mean, that was really important towards the end. The fact they were able to fight for so long and still have some utilities remaining. God, they must have been like pulling around the treasure chest of utils.
Yeah, you read my mind there, because that's something we're going to be touching on for some of these teams that didn't have as much later on. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to head over now to Seven and Jukes to break down here this Erangel, and it was a different one and very interesting for especially rotations. Less for the fights. We were really focusing on the bigger picture as this was going on, Jukes, and Team Queso certainly made use of that bigger picture here throughout this game.
Definitely. I mean, if you look at it with that plane path, they know that, hey, Prim, we got that. That's to our own right there. And especially it being the early drop, like you mentioned, they're going to be able to want to take that early, get all the loot time necessary. And it was the perfect zone for them. You know, for it to go to Military Island from Prim, they're able to just use that boat, take it all the way down, nice and easy, and be able to get ready for the fight. But man, did they hit some big shots. Axel with 11 kills on his own right there. They had to work for it, and they definitely got it done.
I'm not actually quite sure if we've had many double-digit solo player performances throughout the PMPL Americas right now. So it's a huge statement to make here, especially on an Erangel 7 where everything kind of played out almost exactly the way they wanted it. It's not only dropping in the Primosk, taking the boats to that location as well. They got some decent compounds on their way up through the west side of Military Island and were able to play circle to circle to circle.
Yeah, and that's something that we've been talking about Team Queso that we haven't really seen about other teams, just being able to change their strategies depending on the playing path. And it's good to see another team that now has started to impress me that I know we were mentioning in the back was Kremreal Betis. They're just playing super passive, and they're only getting the fights when they need to, which is towards the end. And now that's back-to-back top 3s for Kremreal Betis, which is great because they're currently in contention to get to 8th place. So even though they might not get the flashy kills, the flashy gameplay that we see from other teams, listen, you're here to survive towards the end, and Kremreal Betis is doing just that. Yeah,
definitely so. So Team Queso getting themselves 35 points. That is big for them, up towards that top half of the leaderboard when we eventually look at the overall rankings, and Cloud9 getting themselves a very decent spot as well. And we were talking at length, Jukes, about those final circles, those final fights. I felt like Cloud9 could potentially play a massive spoiler and rain on Kremreal Betis's parade down towards the south, because they had that little downhill that they were able to utilize to full advantage and allow the other teams to fight each other.
Definitely. I mean, you look at Cloud9, they lost 2 players early on. They were in a lot of trouble at the start of this match. It just happened to work out for them, though, because that zone hard shifted on them towards the end, and they had that little divot. Everybody else was having to hit that lay down, just snake, trying to spot pixels. But Cloud9 had that great off angle right there, able to go ahead and play spoiler, like you mentioned. Unfortunately, not able to get quite the finish that they would have hoped for, but still, considering how that match started for them, a second place is really, really good for them.
Forget the damage for Team K, so it's lucky 7s for the healing as they get themselves plenty when it comes to this game. But they went through a war zone, like time and time again here did Team K, so they went from battle to battle to battle. And again, as Xander mentioned while I was talking to him just before, they were able to utilize not only utility, but also a lot of meds that they were able to accumulate 7 from Primorsk through all those compounds, snaking their way through. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here whilst 7 talks to me about that. What do you think, 7?
Yeah, and just as Sander was mentioning, just taking the advantage of taking a little bit of extra time looting Primors. And not only that, because I did see some of the other players from Team Queso drop, I believe was close to Corey and a little bit more towards the east or Primors, towards that road, just being able to take advantage of nobody landing there. And they know that nobody's going to land there because that is one of their spots. So it's great to see teams like that take advantage of it. And one of the fights here that we're able to see was B4. We're going to be breaking down that later. And Loops, I believe Loops was at one point trying to gatekeep C9, Tribe, and Lazarus, and I think it was just a little bit too much for them. And Shame, once again, being that team that kind of tries to come and just throw people off. I think they ended up killing somebody from B4, but they ultimately ended up losing that exchange. And Lazarus and Team Queso had to fight so many teams, and they got knocked down so many times that it goes to show to their teamwork just how they were able to bring it back together and still stay alive towards the end and get that win.
By the way, whilst we're watching these highlights, one of the absolute MVPs of PUBG Mobile is the guy who designed the shark fin DP skin. That is just godly. It's so good.
So good.
Jukes, when we're looking at how things go down, I know there's a lot of stuff going on in this game, but I know you really want to talk about Creme Batiste's rotations and the way they're approaching the game right now. So why don't you break it to us?
Definitely. So I think there's a huge contrast. If you look at Team Queso and their playstyle, right?
Yep.
When you saw them, they got a really big win there. And like Seven said, they had to go ahead and fight a lot of teams, but not just any kind of teams. We're talking about they had to fight Open Elite, Trem Carreta Furacão, Cloud9, some of the best squads there. They were able to get it done with a lot of kills. At the same time, though, there's multiple different ways that you can win these kind of matches. And I think Cream is a perfect example that you can do that just by playing passive. That at the end of the day, major points are given for survival. This is all about lasting towards the end. That's what Battle Royale is in general. Yep. And Cream, you just see them rotating around, getting away from fights constantly just to be able to survive. And getting 3rd place right there, huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, even their splits, the 3-1 that they had going into Circle 2, really afforded them great flexibility. So whilst you're saying they're playing chess, might even be 4D chess, mate. Like, they might be like just on another level when it comes to these rotations and choices. Let's take a look at the total damage coming in here. Team Queso really stands out amongst the crowd here as Cloud9, Creme Batiste, and Grunto, with Omen Elite as well, really posting numbers. Likewise, Trem Carreta Furacão, quite even across the board here, 7.
Yeah, and Team Queso overall with this 2,300 damage, and my boy Axel, 11 kills. I'm actually trying to think back to what you said, Kyle, if we have had any other player just have over double digits, and I can't really think of one. I know HH24 at one point, he had like 9 kills, and then Acer had like 8 kills. So I'm really intrigued to go back. So if anybody in the chat, whether you're on Twitch chat or YouTube chat, let us know if you remember of anybody getting over 10 kills, because I can't think of one right now.
Yeah, this isn't like actual soccer or anything. We don't have a statistician in our ears whispering us every single second of every single day, because we actually do all the work ourselves when it comes to these numbers. Exactly. Doing well. So we can't remember every single one, but it bears repeating that 11 kills from a single person's performance. The funny thing is that it's technically not a single person's performance, right? There are still contributing factors from your entire team, things going on across the map, etc. But it's still massive to see Jukes a performance quite like that.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. I mean, just seeing 11 kills from a team in general is a great performance. Just to seeing that, but seeing that from one person is just like, what in the heck happened right there? So Axel was just hitting those here in this second ranking match of the evening. But here we go, and we look at the highlights right here. This was such an interesting compound. This is one that I was really looking at. You see B4 and Ixamic going at it right here. And we have one player from B4 having to do a 1v2 situation, gets the knock onto Dudu. Mixera goes, and then with a crazy jump shot, able to get that pixel. Right here, we see a reset going on. Lupita, he knows he's low, wants to get that heal off, but Mixera just runs up. Once he hears that nade right in front of him, he's like, all right, I gotta take this fight. Goes, able to finish it out. And I'm like, all right, cool. What a great be able to fight from B4. But then, another third party right after that. Now Mixera's the one having to do another 1v2 in that situation. And this compound just had it all. It was fight after fight here. I think it was 3 third parties total.
I liked the strafing at the beginning for Mixera outside because he's threatening to either go through garage or threatening to actually vault through the window and trying to throw off the angles for his opponent, right, Duke? So that in itself creates a lot of uncertainty on the other side, especially when you're thinking about, oh, do I pick up my teammate? What am I going to do in this situation?
Definitely, yeah. Like, he went for the heal, the other one went for the nade, and Mixera used that to his advantage. And right here, Mixera tried to get on the roof, but a great nade was able to shut that down there. Mizexis now taking it over. They're like, okay, we got Mixera, we got this compound. And then guess what? XQ came on down. XQ's like, we're going to do it. I mean, what is going on with this compound? It wasn't even in zone, but so many teams fought for it. And then, you know, with a great 2v1, XQ executing and able to knock out Mezexis from that compound. Just what a crazy fight.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall standings coming in here. Loop still up towards the top with about 547 points. And the gap between them and B4 is now over 30 points. So Loop's still doing very well for themselves. Actually, 0 shifts here, despite Queso getting themselves the win with the 35 points. So you can see actually that even though that didn't get any shifts from them 7, you can see now how close they are to Tremor Creta Foracao when it comes to that 7th place.
Yeah, and not only that, right? They're able to get a little bit closer to Trem Coretta for account, and they're also able to extend their lead with Tribe Gaming, Omnilete, and Cloud9. Those teams that they know that if they go ahead and put up performances, they can pass them. Now, keep in mind, something I want to keep in mind here is Tempo Storm and Pittsburgh Knights are sitting now today. Yeah. So it's for them, I'm pretty sure they're currently very happy seeing that they're still in 5th place and in 6th place. And right here, the second page, Cloud9 and Creme Real Betis. I think these 2 teams are some that can actually go ahead and challenge for that top 8, and just seeing the plays that we have seen so far today of Creme Real Betis, their passiveness and how much they're able to just kind of have the zone work to their advantage whenever they do get this zone, or just have their rotations. You know what? They almost got into an engagement. I think it was super early between B4 and Creme Real Betis, and they said, you know what, we'll back away from this. You can have that spot. We'll go ahead and go lose somewhere else, and we'll go ahead and just rotate out of this fight. So it was impressive to see just the passiveness and actually working out for them.
Yeah, and after 2 weeks and a little bit of a day, we're seeing divides start to form, really. Of course, you've got the top 8, which is very, very important. I think then you've got the next 4 teams, which are setting themselves slightly apart from the bottom 8 teams in terms of points. There's about a 40-point divide there, I think, between those 4 and then the next 8. But anyway, it's the schedule. We have Loops winning, Tribe winning, and Team Queso winning here. And now we're moving on into Vikendi, and after that we're going to have Erangel to round things out. It's Vikendi, it's Castle, it's all the good snowy things, and we've seen heavy centering. Yesterday's game was very slow to start things off, Jukes, but then it heats up towards the end.
That's right. I'm going to get my hot cocoa right now and be able to sit back and relax the first, 20 minutes of this match, because that seems to be a trend here in Vikendi. You know, everybody just having to hold the compound down, kind of figure out where the zone is going to go, and then towards the end, there's just shots all over the place. But really quick, the narrative that I'm really thinking about right now is just, you look at Creme Real Betis, right? They are 50 points away from 8th place, I believe. And in 8th place is Team Queso. You saw their performance, right? And Team Queso putting up so many points like that. I'm wondering, will it work out for Cream if they just keep playing this passive and getting consistent points? At the end of the day, you have to hope those top 8 teams are, and not just top 8, the people that are in the lower top 8, consistently have bad games if you want to even catch up to them right now. So I'm wondering if, I mean, right now, if Cream just keeps doing what they're doing, they're going to get those points. But towards the end, I think they're going to have to start making adjustments and have to add some kills if they want to make it to top 8.
Yeah, fair. I mean, you can't just completely go off the idea of placement. Although that being said, I feel like the evolution of Creme Betis 7 throughout the tournament so far has been, they were quite passive before, and when they were getting wins, it was going to be kind of quite slow. But I feel like they've got even more passive now, realizing that that is actually affording them really decent placement if they can kind of continue that on. So we could see more of it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if we continue to see more of stuff like that from Creme Betis, because as you mentioned, at the start, even when they were getting the first 2 wins, we were like, whoa, they got those 2 wins, but it wasn't super flashy in comparison to what we were seeing at the time from Loops. And it is working out for him, but as Jukes has mentioned, as we've been mentioning, the skills are really going to matter. Right now, pretty much what's separating first place through second place are the kills. Loops is just destroying right now on kills.
Absolutely.
And another team I want to go ahead and see what's going to happen here is Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming, how are they going to go ahead and react to Vikendi? Because they need to go ahead and be at the top right now.
Got to make Chief Pat proud. You got to get to the top of that terrain and shoot on down. That's what Tribe does best, all right? All right, let's get going. We have these gentlemen, they're going to disappear, and I'm going to greet our commentators in a few, as we have Mr. I imagine it's Snods and Dave, actually, joining me here for the last 2 games of the day. How are you doing, Snods? You good?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Of course, Vikendi, it's me and Dave. What more can you ask for?
You get a lot of Vikendis now that I think about it, actually. I'm going to...
Yeah, we get all of them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can chill for the first 20 minutes, and then, you know, at the end, everyone dies. All right, I'm going to disappear. Enjoy, boys.
Thank you. Yes, Dave, it's going to be me and yourself here for Vikendi. It's game 4, obviously. Afterwards, we've got Aaron Girl as the final game of today. And then, obviously, all the teams going to have tomorrow off, as it's a Monday. And what more do you want to spend your Monday than just, you know, relentlessly going over VODs and working out how you can best improve your team going into the latter end of week 3, as there isn't really too many days left here, Dave, for a few of these teams towards the lower echelons of the table to make their way up towards that top 8, as that seems to be the strong narrative here on the desk of who's going to be able to try and get that 8th position away from Team Queso right now.
Yeah. I mean, we're slowly getting there, right? Counting this game, starting right now, there's about 20, no, there's not about, there's exactly 27 more matches to go here until the very end. So it is getting down to the wire, especially if you are some of these squads are on the overall leaderboard in 13th through 20th position. They are going to need a lot of points to kind of make that come up. But getting into Vikendi here, got a plane path starting up there in the north, heading down to the south, going to be finishing over Hot Springs.
Yeah, fairly fair plane pathing here. Obviously, I think the only issues may be for B4, who typically like to drop just north of Milner. Obviously, for Cloud9, we know they like to go towards Vahar. It really works for their game style, picking up the vehicles, then using those vehicles to try rotating towards the center of the circle. Dave, we finally have a Cosmodrome circle, and the Pittsburgh Knights, they're not here.
Yep, they...
I was trying to make a point about,
so,
you know,
Team
the
Solid,
map,
you know?
rotations, but no, it's all out the window.
It's all out the window, yeah. Team Solid will be taking up Cosmodrome. I believe we asked for Cosmo yesterday in yesterday's game. So I guess we have to send an email, and then the next day it gets the reply, because we are going to be getting that here. Loops, they are kind of split up. They are near Cosmodrome, but they need to be cautious because Team Solid are going to actually be in Cosmodrome. And looking around, you got Mezix down there in Hot Springs, you got Ace in Volnova, XQ all the way down south in Winery. So a lot of teams, you know, it's kind of a different game compared to yesterday's Vikendi. Yesterday's Vikendi, a lot of squads in Circle 1 were pretty much in it already.
Yeah, it was towards the north, or central western side, really. I mean, it was pretty much centered around Garoka and then slowly went up north just slightly. But yeah, I mean, for teams like Omen Elite, teams like Wildcard Game that dropped towards Villa, this is perfect for them because now they can gatekeep towards that southern side of the circle. Conversely, though, when you look at teams like Mazexis, I mean, Ace won as well there towards Volnova and Hot Springs. Gosh, they have such a difficult pathing. I mean, I think actually for Mazexis, Dave, it's going to be better because they can use that road just past Cement Factory. And, you know, then at that point, you have to play versus Cream. And we know that Cream are now playing more passive, trying to get up the leaderboard as they're currently in 11th. But the big issue is obviously going to be these teams towards the southwestern, you know, Villa towards Abbey, Winery, etc. as there isn't really too many open rotation paths.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, for example, Mizexis kind of, you know, take a page out of the Cream book from that Erangel game when they were on, or was it Erangel or Sandhawk? One of the games, they were on a boat and they pretty much went all the way around the entirety of the map, and Mizexis all the way down there in Hot Springs. It's definitely an option, especially if they want to maybe play it safe and avoid everybody early game here. And Tribe, Cement Factory. I was playing Cement Factory earlier on today myself, and I gotta say it's a pretty decent loot spot. Lots of levels to it. I mean, there's conveyor belts that you can kind of jump around and, you know, get to one building to the next, and pretty solid loot location. And they are going to be, you know, claiming that for themselves. And then looking at the pathway, you know, straight north of that, Tribe, free and clear. As we are starting to see a lot of teams kind of pile on top of each other. Omen Elite, one of those squads, going to be driving right on into B4. Here comes Loops on their push as well.
Yeah, actually, interestingly, I would have thought that Loops were one of the teams to try and hot drop towards Cosmodrome now that the Knights are out, when we saw the pathing of the plane. But instead, it seems like Team Solid scared them off for now, as Omen Elite making their way out of Garoka, rotating towards the circles. They just drive past B4, but they are going to go away unscathed for now. And with that, they can get closer to Cosmodrome and get their best ideal location here going forward. As you know, we know the salient narrative here on Vikendi. It's the first 20 minutes is a bit of a snore fest, what it was yesterday, and we're hoping that today, maybe with a bit more of an obscured circle, there might be some more action to heat things off in the first 15 or so minutes.
Yeah, Clutch Tay right there having to make a little pit stop because Juicy, you know, had the stylish cowboy hat on that drive-by. Still no helmet though, still no helmet. So Omen Elite, they are definitely making those stops, continuing their looting here, as they aren't as geared out as they want to be right now, but they are going to have quite a position here in circle number 1, just a little east of Coal Mine. We got Team Solid and Cosmodrome, you got Wildcard, you got B4. So Omen Elite, they need to kind of, you know, pick up the pace here and get that shopping list done, because you know what, we're getting to that point in the game where there's going to be a lot of teams all on top of one another here on Vikendi in the center. So hopefully for Omen Elite, you could, you know, check it off here. Looking around though, Ace, Mezex, these were teams that are all the way down in the south, now making that push, making that journey.
They're actually going to be going for the fight here. Paralyzed, well, much to his name. He's going to be fine though after the vehicle does do the 180. He can try and rejoin the ranks with Zero and Co. and try and get away with his life. Cap though is a little bit further behind the rest of his teammates, as he may be the issue here for Ace 1, as Emraz is slightly, he was further forward than the rest of his teammates, but actually for Ace, they had a slight cover from the ridgeline there, and they're able to just rotate now past the eastern side of Cement Factory, and of course, get up north inside that zone. As actually, we've already seen Team Queso rotate away from Trevno. We're also seeing now Kremro Batiste as well rotate away from Peshkova. So, open area.
Yep, got Tribe out there in the distance with their Zimas, making sure to park them, making sure to keep those tires safe. You know, want to get them right on in between these buildings. 3 vehicles so far we see right in front of us. So, I mean, they're talking about it on the desk, all right? These squads in 13th to 20th position. So, 13th position, for example, Lazarus, they average around 7.3 points per game. With 27 more games to go, if they continue on with that path without any changes, they're going to get themselves around 197 points. They need about 110 points to breach that top 8. The thing is that you have to take into consideration is those squads who are currently averaging around 10 points per game. If they continue that, they're going to get around 170 points at the very end. So if you're at the bottom, if you're not in that top 8 yet, you can't continue going on with what you got, right? Yes, you know, 7 points per game on average is great, but you need to bump that sucker up to at least 10. You need to make some changes. You need to start going for these chickens. You need to start going for these kills. You need to get the knocks and get the thirst. Make sure you rack up these points, because we're getting down to the wire here, Alex. About 27 more games to go. Only top 8. Only the top 8 teams will get to move on to that next stage, the Worlds, and have the opportunity for the $185,000 prize pool.
Yeah, and I think as well, for a lot of these teams, it really does come down to consistency. I think, I mean, look, even Ace 1 on our screens now, I would also use the same example for Mazexis, where we do see them come 5th, 6th, at least once or twice a day, but even so, coming 5th or 6th, and you get 1 or 2, 3 kills, you're still at about that 10, 9, 8 average per game, and I think the issue is consistency. when are we going to start to see... Kreml Batiste are a perfect example of that. Hot Jukes was mentioning it. They're playing more for placement points, getting third, getting fourth, and getting 1 or 2 kills. Then your average goes up to 12, 11. If you can try and keep that consistency, that's how you can try and overlap some of these teams. Obviously, it's very different for Kreml Batiste because they're 11th, they're not 16th. But either way, there's still the methodology still stands.
Yeah, and there's some outliers down there. You know, there's some outliers like Call 2 and Alpha 7. They're in 15th and 16th. But both of those teams have 3 chicken dinners. So that goes to show me, like, they know how to get the wins. They know how to get the wins, but they're not getting the kills to kind of balance it out to allow them up there at the top of the leaderboard. So a couple of these teams, you know, they got to go back to the board and review some things. But Ace out here getting into a fight themselves. You were just talking about Ace.
I was indeed. Brilliant spray there. As one of the players, Paris Boy, has been dropped. But of course, it's for Kendi, so he can just crawl away inside the huge compound, which is Cosmodrome, and then heal himself back up. But maybe the same can't be said here for the 3 players from Mazexis, as it's going to be Kreml Batiste who want to try and deny the chance for some points here for Mazexis, as typically they were playing more passive, but it seems now they're turning the tide and trying to play a little bit more antsy. As some of these players here from the side of Mazexis are taking their pain mids and their painkillers. The issue is, though, Gamma's going to be split away from the rest of his teammates, so it's really just a 2 versus 4 here, as Darius is now being killed off as well. So for Nitsu and the boys, this should be fairly easy. And yeah, it's going to be another kill now, so it's just down to Vega, see what he can do. Managed to get 1 player dropped, but even then, Gamma coming up the hill, he's far too late. No real chance here to save his comrades, and just going to be coming down the hill.
And I love that push right there from him. I love the push from Cream. They sent 3 right on top of each other, all pre-firing, while keeping that 1 member in the back for that anchor position, just to make sure that they can't get the flank. And now it's just Gamma down there trying to survive, but on the retreat as they are being hunted down by 4 members of Cream right now.
Yeah, this is awful right now for Mazexis, as it's just going to be Gamma left alive too. So for them to go out this early, we were talking about the fact that sometimes they come 5th, sometimes they come 4th, but 16th, that's not really where you want to be, and it's going to be an easy squad right there, as Mazexis are taken out in 16th, and that's 4 kills now for Cream. Again, it adds to that same point. If they can try and now play passive, they've got 4 points already, come 3rd, come 4th, get those 8, 10 points, and then you're at a really good average.
Yep. Now, I mean, now's the time to do it. I know we keep saying it, but I mean, we can't stress it enough. Like, if you're down there at the bottom, now's the time to get aggressive like Cream's doing. Now's the time to go for those unorthodox rotates like Cream has been doing here today, because it changes the game pretty much, and it keeps the other enemies on the battlefield guessing, like, who's going to come from that direction, who's going to show up over here. And Cream right now being the surprise, that wow factor at a perfect time in the tournament. So hopefully, you know, they can continue on with that momentum. Over here though, Wildcard onto wheels, pulling up to Encharme.
More like Hot Wheels, because they're going to be hot dropping now in these vehicles in towards Encharme and Team Solid. I believe, yeah, this is going to be Cosmodrome, and Dudu does see that Garcia as well has taken some damage from one of these players. They're going to know that they're coming. You got to remember as well, there's Team Solid who are just behind them too. So maybe for Encharme, they can try and keep quiet and allow for Wildcard Gaming to instead walk into Team Solid, and maybe they can try and third party that party. Instead, the Molotov's grenades going to be coming out, so they're going to be signifying exactly where Encharme Gaming are. And now for Wildcard Gaming, they can weigh up the odds and think, should we really go for this?
Yeah, and exactly. And these aircraft hangars are so large. You know, it's not the typical warehouse that you find yourself in engagements in the other maps, you know? So you never know which angle or which corner the enemy might be lurking in. And I believe that's one of the factors on why we see Wildcard not opting to push on into that, and instead just going for some better cover and some better positioning here.
Team Solid most likely heard the noise from the Molotovs and grenades that were dished out from the players of Wildcard. Now they're wary of the 3rd team who've joined the ranks here at Cosmodrome, as we did get a 2nd circle off screen, and it's really just going to be more centered towards what we had before. It's Coal Mine and Cosmodrome really at the center forefront of the circle. I think for me, Dave, it's more about phase 4, phase 5, where does it go more northern towards the side of the coastline? Does it go back down towards south towards Coal Mine, which favors teams like Cloud9, B4? Yeah. I mean, for now, I think we're going to be seeing more patient plays from these teams. I mean, even though they're so stacked up together, as you just saw towards Cosmodrome, again, with Vikendi, because of how important the compounds are, you just have to wait and see where the zone does shift.
Exactly. And that's pretty much the main objective here right now for all these teams. They're all safe for this time being. Blue zone almost completely closed on in, and we will have that next pop. We are going to have a crate all the way out there in the water. We got a crate right between us, in between Tribe and B4. You already know Tribe. They saw that crate dropping from the sky, and that is looking like a tasty treat right now. B4 Maxon also recognizing that crate right underneath them, trying to bait it on out. Next zone does go on up. Pretty much the same story. Pretty much the same story. Yeah, Cream, you know, XQ, only 2 teams. Only 2 teams not in it.
Yeah, I mean, for Cream, right now, they can try go northern and try and follow that road. But again, you're going to be walking into Team Case with a really strong compound there at the edge of the coastline. And for XQuest Gaming as well, they're most likely going to be rotating just south of Cosmodrome, and it builds up the same storyline of more teams joining Cosmodrome as the safety net, it seems, inside the circle. And over towards the western side of the circle at Zabava, there's not really anyone there. It's completely barren. I mean, towards the north, you have Grunto, but again, they're playing the coastline. A lot of these teams, I mean, Loops, Team Queso, and of course, aforementioned Grunto, they're all hoping for a coastline finish to give themselves the best opportunity to win.
Yeah, and I'm happy we see who on Grunto. Sickless is in today. I saw yesterday, at least in the later half of the game, so they swapped out Sickless for Bucky. And I asked the manager, Z-Man, like, what's up with that? And they said it's pretty much up to the team. Whatever the team is feeling that day or that game, they make the call. They make the call. So right here, though, wild card. Remember, we saw them peel off earlier. They're still going to be pushing on up. They might get into an engagement with Team Solid. Uneven over here, trying to get on into the Zima and avoid the conflict and regroup with their squad.
Yeah, Mufasa. You see the UAZ there from C9 as they are playing towards Coal Mine, and Trem Coletta, they're more of the southern side, so C9, they can actually rotate now more northern, more central inside the circle, although the next team that they're going to be walking into will be B4 if they carry on their march forward. But again, same narrative here for C9. They've now found themselves a new compound. They're stuck in between B4 and Trem Coletta. They know where Trem Coletta are towards the edge of the circle, so they know next zone is going to be Trem Coletta who have to move, and maybe Trem Coletta have to move when C9 have the advantage, when C9 have the zone, sorry, have the compound, when the zone maybe favors them.
I do like what C9 is doing, though. Instead of, you know, just all hopping in vehicles and straight up sending it, you know, YOLO sending it on into the center, they're kind of leapfrogging, you know, one compound to the next and making sure it's secure, making sure they're not getting shot at, and making sure that they don't lose any of their members in the process. And as we see Adar right now, continuing to get some additional loot. You never know. We are on Vikendi. You need as many meds as possible. Exactly. You never know when you have to go for that med off.
Exactly, stack up the cash as much as possible for that rainy day or snowy day here on Vikendi. As about halfway through now phase 3, as Kreml Batiste are going to be the final team rotating in now. And actually they followed my advice. Maybe they could hear me. Obviously they can't, but they followed the road towards Trevno, and now they're going to be rotating just north of Team Queso. Although if they actually drop down the ridgeline, they might go away unscathed. Ooh, Wildcard Gaming, how long are they going to be remaining unscathed? I think actually Pepe has found Spring, so maybe now both these teams realize, yeah, you can see he's looking through the third eye there. Pepe was just shooting down at him through that window, so Wildcard Gaming now know there's a third team here towards Cosmodrome, as the zone should be showing us who's going to be favored next in just a moment.
Yeah, you got to watch out for Pepe. You got to watch out for Pepe. So, next zone is going to pop. What squads will be in it? Grunto to the north, don't need to move a muscle. Those leapfrogging techniques from Cloud9 are going to be paying off right here. Cosmodrome, just a smidge, will be in it. But for the most part, Team Queso, Cream, Ace, and Charme, XQ, they need to make their moves right now, Alex.
Look at Lazarus too. They're the ones gatekeeping the northern bridge that connects the map really into this zone, and towards the southern bridge is XQuest Gaming, who have actually just rotated there towards the southern side of Coal Mine. So really great timing for them. Obviously, if it was more of a Cosmodrome circle, then they would have been a really tough situation rotating southern around the right side of it. But RNG is in their favor, so XQuest Gaming can now guard the southern bridge where we see Tribe, where we see Wildcard Gaming, etc. So we might see an exchange here now, 17 minutes in, between these teams that have to leave eventually Cosmodrome when that zone starts to constrict.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, Tribe, they won the first chicken dinner here today. A bunch of kills, so they are definitely heated up, and they might have the opportunity to third party this one, but Acer making that initial push.
Yeah, here we go then. Micro Uzi, the pre-fire coming through here as pros are going to be dropped down to low HP already. and that's really going to be denting the defense here for Team Solid, as they've already lost one of their players earlier. I believe it was Kevin that was dropped, as now it's going to be a 3 versus a 2.5, really, as Pros has to now heal up, and now for Wildcard Gaming, they can try and apply more pressure while players are healing up. That Molotov as well, doing some more splash damage onto Pepe. He's down to 50% HP. Molotov is cleared, and now it's going to be room clearance from the side of Wildcard Gaming. More shots landing as well. It seems like the pre-fires here from the side of Wildcard Gaming are just picture perfect. Molotovs as well, clearing out the rooms, denying for the trade kills to even come about here for Team Solid, as like a methodical team. Wildcard Gaming clear each room as a 3-man unit. Pepe's now been found. Yeah, and it's in Charme. He can hear this as well. Ace 1 going to be pulling up 2 on these teams, as I think Wildcard Gaming are realizing this is taking far too long.
Taking a long time. It is going to be right there on the edge. Here comes the blue zone to apply that additional pressure, Alex.
Yeah, exactly. Ace has now found themselves in a fight now with Charme Gaming just on the precipice of the zone, and it's going to be Charme Gaming who win it out. Ace 1 eliminated in 15th. This isn't one of their fairy tale storylines where they get that 5th or 4th place finish. And now for Team Solid, let's see them. Wildcard Gaming coming in as a pack. And of course, they're going to be unpacking Team Solid out of their suitcases and leaving them there in 14th.
Unpacking Slicky with that drop shot at the end, but Team Queso making the push on Loops.
Oh my goodness, they are indeed. Loops, I don't think they're expecting this one here, as the zone is going to force these teams here towards the coastal line to fight for the
jump shot
advantageous positions. And the jump shot, as you said.
Axel.
Yeah, it's going to be sending Loops out in 13th. This is so good for B4.
Axel hitting those 11 kills, setting the individual record last game alone. Definitely feeling themselves right now with that jump shot, connecting, getting the final blow, getting the squad wipe. Oh, Alex, we've seen this position before, and Charme are going to be now stuck, locked down. Wildcard Acer looking right on in their direction.
Oh, the zone's now going to be forcing them out. They're taking a lot of damage here from this phase 5 circle, as Wildcard Gaming here trying to finish off Charme Gaming. Will be coming through momentarily, as you can see actually Garcia from Charme already on 4 kills, and Charme have done such a really strong job here towards the start of Cosmodrome. But look at the zone damage now as well. Even the meds are going to be dropped before these players even die, before they're left crawling, just to give the rest of the players the best chance possible to go for the heal off. And oh dear, Wildcard Gaming, I think they rotated too late, maybe misinterpreting the fact that Ace and Charme Gaming were there alongside Team Solid, all at Cosmodrome.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to reset. They're pretty much trying to reset after that last engagement that they were in. And, you know, that blue zone, they definitely got caught off guard right there. And here comes Lazarus trying to defend their compound right now. XQ making the push.
Oh, the grenade and the bullets as well coming out from Russell. Working magic here versus XQuest Gaming. All down to HZL here. He's in a 1 versus... Okay, Zyfan is dropped. Russell's making it into the compound too. So yeah, a 1 versus 4.
1v4.
Yeah, XQuest Gaming, they can't quite manage that one. It's going to be 10th place for them. And we've got to mention too, we also saw, I believe it was, yeah, Tribe Gaming, who went out in 10th position. I mean, think about Cloud9 right now, Dave. Think about teams like Omen Elite who were there. Cream Blue Batiste who were in 11th. This is so pivotal for them, as Tribe were in 9th.
Meanwhile, Grunto, you know, they're watching TV, they're relaxing, they're drinking that hot cocoa like Jukes mentioned. They're on the desk while all these other teams are fighting for their lives right now. Omen Elite, 3 kills, trying to make the push now into the new zone. They need to push on through B4. Lazarus and C9, Team Queso right now trying to gatekeep them.
Wow, 8 teams left at 21 minutes, Dave. This is impressive. I think the zones have been the reason for this, though, just escalating the speed of which we see this Vikendi map unfold, as Team Queso here manning themselves underneath the bridge like trolls, trying to keep away Omen Elite, giving them no chance to try and deny them, to catch them up on the overall standings, as Ayala now going to be crossing the icy lakes here, as Zute watching to see if Mystic will be crossing, and yes, he shall. The smoke, oh, it's not going to be the best level of cover, although the angle there from Zute wasn't quite perfect. It actually wasn't the best line of sight. Mystic able to cross.
Look at Marco's position, though. Marco with that high ground, trying to make the peak, trying to, you know, look on over here and pretty much fire down from their advantage point onto Omen Elite. Omen Elite right now trying to regroup, trying to heal on up. Gonna be making the push with that Zima uphill. Marco spraying them down with that G36. Almost able to connect every bullet. We see the Zima is smoking.
Yeah, and when it's smoking, you just leave it be. Just leave it be. They're going to make the rest of the voyage here on foot towards the zone, as there's only 4 teams currently inside the zone. That's half of the teams that we have left, as we're down to 8 now. And 29 players alive. Just teams to take note of right now. Trem Caretta down to just 2 players. Mufasa and Swagwin. But besides that, most of these teams are very healthy here. So going forward, we should see some amazing exchanges between these squads. This is going to be Grunto here up against Creme Real Petite, as they still have 4 alive, and for the side of Grunto, 4 alive as well, as they're playing for the northern side of the zone. And if they can actually win this firefight here, Grunto, they have no one near them. They can really try push for that top 3 finish here.
Yeah, Grunto, they had one job this game. They kept getting the circles. All they needed to do was defend their compound that they've been relaxing in this whole time. But now we see Cream making the push. Q is not with the squad, so it's a 4v3 right now for Grunto.
Yeah, it's so true. Q is quite far away, and he doesn't actually have the best position here to try and lay down some covering fire as well for his teammates, as these players are just being annihilated by the grenades here from Oran, as he's from the rear, and the grenades do go through. They sail through the windows as Nitsu, one of the only players standing here for his squad. No, he's going to be taken down. It's a Scandal, the only player, but he's going to be reviving his teammate. All it takes now is for Grunto to catch off Unico off guard while he's healing inside the smoke, and then eventually finish off the job onto Escanor, as the micro Uzi, good enough for 1 drop. But Oran, he's already done his job. He knocked down 2 players with the HE grenade. And with that, Creme Batiste out in 8th. And Grunto now takes security of the northern side of the circle.
Yeah, Q showing up at the end right there, tossing out smoke like, hey, fellas, I was here the whole time. I was just over there making sure no one would backstab you. So Grunto winning that engagement. They should be able to get the revives and move on into that northern half of the zone, get themselves a crate, and then be able to gatekeep Lazarus. Team K, so B4. Looking at this zone, pretty much Cloud9, Team Carreta, the only squads down there to the south, but let's check on in as we do have some engagement, some grenades being tossed back and forth amongst each other. Mystic trying to heal on up. 12 bandages to go to boost. No first aids.
Russell's been third-parted by C9. There's actually a really good chance here. I mean, think about this. There's only 2 players that remain right now for Team K, so that Molotov. Oh, it spread so far. It spread so far. Minwoo's still inside it. I don't think they've realized they're burning alive. Irish. Oh, no, he's inside the smoke at half HP. The Molotov has done about 150 damage here to these 2 players that are left by Irish and the players from Lazarus. Oh, Team K, so that's a 2 versus a 3.5, because obviously C9, they helped him out a lot. Russell, arguably one of the best players there for that squad, was taken down by C9, and, well, you can't blame Team K, so they took advantage of it.
8 kills on Team K, so they have not been favored in any of these later zones. And here comes B4, just straight up driving right on into Cloud9. Levi bleeding on out. Mix Zero about 10% HP. Beowulf extremely thirsty right now to get these kills. 7 so far for the squad of Cloud9. We got mollies. We got vehicle explosions. It is crazy. This is madness.
Yeah, we've got the whole 9 yards here, and whatever's left of B4 as Levi is still downed. He hasn't been able to be picked up here by Mixer, although the smoke has been deployed, and now they're inside the blue zone. You're right, this has to be so swift here. Levi, oh dear, I mean,
see you later.
They're going to have to leave him. They're going to have to leave him. Yeah, Mixer is going to be going for the heal off here. There's only 5 teams left, and that's not even a bad shout, actually, if Levi can try and drop his meds. I mean, Ayala's been dropped now, so there's only 1. No, that's no players left for Case to the heal off here from Mixer. Already granting more placement points here for B4, as we're down to Cloud9 at 8 kills. Grunto at 4, Trem Carreta with 1, and B4 Esports. But in terms of who's alive, it's Trem Carreta. They've got 2 players. B4 down to Mixera now, and then obviously it's C9 and Grunto are 4 alive, so this could be the win here for Grunto, or even C9. This could get them onto that first scoreboard and try and battle it out with Tribe and Omen.
Mixera was spotted. Couldn't go for that heal off play. Was behind that rock, but probably forced up to, pop on up and try to get on into the zone. Probably running out of meds. We see Grunto splitting off with a soft 2-2 split with that boulder right on between them. Q will be spotted on by Swagwin. Hopefully they should be able to get the revives, but Swagwin, taking those shots is 100% going to alert Cloud9. All right, we got enemies right on top of us, fellas, and now we see Adar tossing these smokes. The push from Beowulf.
Yeah, and this is the issue for C9. They're not inside the zone, so they have to artificially give themselves cover with the use of their utility and smoke grenades. As you said, they spotted out Swagwin inside the compound here by his lonesome, so maybe C9 could try and gather up here and go for a 4 versus 2 as Mufasa now making his way inside the compound. The quick pre-fire there giving away his location, as now C9 know there's a player here towards the lower end of this compound, as Pyra goes in first, actually runs out first as well. So Grunto are going to be here to try and third party this, because the zone is now so small and there's only 2 players for Trem Caretta, but they have the best positioning. Swagwin, no! The Molotov again, he's going to be burning alive here on the balcony. He still has Mufasa here, but Mufasa may just have to try and play for himself as eventually Swagwin's going to be killed off, and now we're into Grunto versus C9.
Grunto so smart right now. They could have played the edge. They could have went for that snaking strategy. Instead, they saw the push from Cloud9. They made the push themselves to get right in the middle of the zone. We see smokes. We see this boulder. Mufasa trying to heal on up over there, trying to avoid being detected. Adar right now just spraying the Uzi on into the smokes. Q with the wraparound.
Oh, Sixless has been dropped now on C9. They managed to pick up Beowulf as well. We're into a 4 versus 3. Ada, turning this into a 4 versus 2, into a 4 versus 1. As it's actually
Grunto.
Mufasa.
What?
Yeah, Mufasa's still here. Trem Caretta, they've gone for the heal off and it's paid its dividends. And now for C9, they can bask in the glory of the 1 versus 4. Mufasa, he's here towards the lower ground. We know what they say about the high ground. I'm sorry, Anakin, but it's not going to go your way this time. C9 survived. 4 players alive and the jump shot as well at the end. And look at the kills there from Ada. 7. 4 for Uneven as well. 3 for Pyra. So straight away, 14 kills, 34 points for C9. They must be, I mean, maybe on the first scoreboard now, especially with Krembo Batiste going out. I believe it was, 8th or 9th.
Trem Caretta as well. I mean, they're high-fiving each other right there with Mufasa. I can't believe Mufasa was the solo member for the squad. Grunto, 4 members trying to take that fight onto Cloud9. They got 1 knock onto Cloud9, no thirst onto Cloud9, but I love the aggression from Grunto.
Well, I'm really excited to see where C9 are on the leaderboards, and I think the quickest way to do that is to hand it over to James and let him take away with the analysts and really hear what they have to decipher about it all.
That's right, I'm back. Thank you very much, gentlemen. As you say, Mufasa not falling into the canyon with all the wildebeest and being carted off.
I tried to make the joke,
He's doing all right, yeah. You know, I'm there for you. I'm there for you, Alex. Don't worry, it's all good. Cloud9 have had a stunning day, though, Alex, to be fair so far. Very good performance.
Amazing. Yeah, it was amazing. And as well, we have to highlight Grunto. I mean, they had the zones in their favor every single time, but they utilized it to their advantage. They fought off 2 squads to hold it, but obviously at the end, C9 just looked like a war machine there at the end. You know they needed this win because it's typically Erangel where they struggle, and here in Vikendi, it's not Erangel. Let's see what they can do, and they showed us.
Yeah, that's very fair. That's actually important because going up against Grunto, that was one of the most important fights for them towards the end. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the next Erangel as we go over to 7. And Hot Jukes joining us, who was studiously looking over that game here as we break down things on Vikendi. And gentlemen, Cloud9 getting themselves the victory here, 7. That's a big one for them. I think we already saw them get a 2nd place or a 3rd place throughout the day. So great for them to start things.
Yeah, one of the teams we've been mentioning at the start of the day, they need to go ahead and have good performance here, especially at the place we are in this tournament. You cannot go ahead and fall back like stuff that Tribe Game is doing. Even though Tribe did get a win today in Sandhawk, the other maps have been a little bit kind of scarce. They haven't gotten the placing that we would like to see, and Omen Elite has been kind of quiet today as well. So Cloud9 being able to take advantage of situations, being able to get the win, and being able to get the kills.
Let's take a look at the map ranking coming in and see how Cloud9's points do shape up against all of the other teams that were in this game, as we have nothing. They're so invisible. They're so camouflaged. Ooh. They've got the white ghillie suit on against Vikendi. You'll never know.
34 points for Cloud. 34 points for Cloud9. 14 kills. That's a lot of kills, man.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at that final fight of them going up against Grunto, Jukes, Grunto had a decent position in the circles for a long time on this northern circle. So taking out Grunto there to kind of seize the opportunity at the end is very good.
Huge, and Cloud9 needed this win so bad, especially at this point, because now after this match, it's only 26 games left, and the way that we've been seeing this top 8 perform, man, we just saw Team Queso with the dub getting over 30 points right here. So if you're looking to catch up to these squads, Cloud9 needed to get a win, and I'm so glad to see that they finally got one here right now at this point in time, because they needed it.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments here from this Vikendi and see how things shape up. It was a very different circle, and rotating up towards this northern position to get things going, and a few fights actually went down here. 7 can be very difficult. We even saw some teams going all the way around the east side to try and get in there. One was Kremrel Batiste, actually.
Yeah, we did, and actually something I was going to talk about is Kremrel Batiste. we were mentioning how they were able to go ahead and get placement, but not enough kills. Well, guess what? They ended up getting 4 kills super early on Miss X's, and right here we're just seeing Loops get into a fight. And Loops, overall, we know they can get the firepower, but I think today is just kind of like a bit of an off day here for Vikendi for them, and Team Queso just destroying people from Omen Elite's B4 as well. Just Omen Elite getting pretty much third party from every angle. It sucks when that happens, man.
Yeah, definitely so. Jukes, what are your thoughts?
You know, it's so funny because, yeah, this was a different circle. But I think that all these teams, though, are used to having at least half the circle in the water when it comes to the Vikendi. I don't know what's going on, but it seems to be a trend here. Sometimes it's on the southeast, southwest. This time it's in the north. So at least the teams kind of with that experience know that, hey, we got to start making these rotations really early on. But regardless, you know, having these northern circles in general has been pretty rare we've seen in Vikendi. So I think we saw a lot of teams just trying to find any kind of spot, any divot, little hill, and try to make the best plays they can. And it just so happens that Cloud9 happened to execute it just a little bit better than everybody else on this one.
That's kind of fair because, I mean, Vikendi is the map that's been out for least amount of time when it comes to competitive play. And then also, these circles up towards the north are quite rare. So, and actually, now that I mention it, rotating around the area is quite rare as well. So because of that, Jukes, it feels like this is probably a part of the map which is a little less known. So people are playing it a bit more reactionary in that regard. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that is a fair assessment indeed, and I would have loved to see Cream get out a boat right there, you know, because why not? If they would have had that boat strat, I think they would have definitely ended in the top 2 for sure. Just unfortunately, you know, didn't really, they did go swimming, but they didn't have that boat to really kind of get them over the edge there. But yeah, this was a really tough one, and not to mention, you know, it was also so split between those 2 islands. So you had half the teams on the right side, the circles seemed to shift over to the other. So there's only so many areas where they can cross by, and those teams trying to cross getting shot at, it's just really, really unfortunate. And this was definitely a tough one for all these squads.
All right, we've weeded out those bush Wookiees. The ghillie suits aren't on anymore. We have Cloud9 up towards the top here. May as well call them Clout9 with 34 points there in first place. Team Queso, Team Tremcareta, Grunto all getting themselves 15 points respectively, as Team Queso got 8 kills during this game. Jeez, coming off the back of a win and they're getting another 8 kills on the board. They are posting up results 7.
Yeah, and that's great to see from that team. They're trying to make sure they maintain that close to number 8 spot. I believe currently overall they're sitting in 6th place. And another team that I like seeing here is Tremcareta Furacao. I feel like today overall has been one of the best days they have had so far. Even though they end up with just 1 kill point, 14 points for placing, that is huge for them.
Yeah, very much so. B4, 12 points came in there as well at 5th place. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th here. As 9 points even coming in for a wild card. This game was really stacked on the top end. As you can see, a lot of teams, once they're going out in some of those earlier places, they're not getting many kills, apart from Enshame. Big respect to them getting the 5 kills despite the 1 placement point there, Jukes, when they get a few kills on the board.
Yeah, Chami always seems to kind of get in those like early mid-range fights. We see that constantly coming out from them, and it's unfortunate because they did end up getting 5 kills, which is a huge help to help offset the placement points they have. At the end of the day though, if they're wanting to catch up and possibly make it to Worlds, they're gonna need both, and they're gonna need both in a big way, because if you look at Team Queso that was sitting in 8th place, they're having some crazy performances. They're making that gap even wider and wider. So the rest of these teams that are trying to make it to World League, like Cloud9, need to have big performances if they want to be able to catch up to the rest of these squads.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, with our final Erangel, that's again another good opportunity for these teams to do so here. We're just waiting a few more moments before we actually move on to that next Erangel. Anything else, Seven, that you want to kind of take away from this Vikendi? It was, again, as much as it was very central focused, we can actually take a look at the highlights here as we do have them coming up. Yeah, it was very central focused once again, but because it was such a northern shift, we actually saw a few earlier fights relative to normal Vikendi circles.
Yeah, for me, this might have been one of the most toxic circles that I've seen in Vikendi by far, which forced so many teams into compounds and just kind of, it forced them to just wait it out and figure out, hey, do we want to take into fights right now, even though we have somebody pretty much next door? Or what do we want to do here? In this fight that we're going to be seeing with Team Solid. Team Solid is one of those teams that we kind of seen them be quiet as well, but we know that they can also go ahead and get the kills. And right here, the rotation on the top from Tribe, that's one team that I was really hoping to see them take more advantage of this Vikendi, but sadly it didn't turn out that way. And Wildcard going for the push here with Team Solid, being able to go ahead and get the knock right there on Sproza, or at least trying to get the knock on Sproza. But look at this, another thing that I actually like from Team Solid is that the player that was on the outer side now came back to give him support, so that's good to see. And keep in mind, Spring is currently at the outer, trying to make sure he can't anybody trying to like jump off and go flank around them. So overall, solid placement right here from Wildcard and just waiting, right? It's a waiting game right here. Who's gonna go and strike first? Who's gonna get knocked first? Because once that first knock goes off, it is all over from that team. And right there, oh man, it sucks for Team Solid. They were able to go ahead and hold it off long enough, but overall, I think Wildcard was just too strong right there.
And whilst we're actually
I really love
watching,
the patience.
sorry, go on, Jude.
No, sorry, really quick. I was about to say really quick, sorry. I love the patience from Wildcard right there because they normally do a 3-1 split. You know, they like to go ahead, have that 3, Spring on the off angle. But even though they push, they said, you know what? Let's just get a little bit more intel first. We don't want to just go ahead and full send it in here. Had that patience, got that knock, and then just sent the rest in there to get it done.
Yeah, speaking of full send, whilst that fight was going on, we saw in the background there was that Ace-1 crazy crash going in towards that place where there's no cover, and that was insane as well. But anyway, regardless, we have Cloud9, 2,152 damage coming in with the 14 kills. Grunto likewise putting up decent work, likewise so Team Queso did. But Lazarus, Omen, Kremlin Batiste, Wildcard, all posting up big numbers here, 7, to push them into those kills that they were able to get to stack this lobby high.
Yeah, and no surprise to me that some of those teams really didn't pass that much of damage in regards to like 1,200 damage and stuff that I'm kind of used to. And it mostly came down to the zone. The zone kind of forced people to be a lot more passive. We're used to seeing Vikendi kind of like what used to happen in Miramar. People just waited out towards the end. At the end is when mayhem happens, and pretty much that's what we saw right there.
Yeah, definitely. It was eye-opening. Once again, these kind of northern finishes are a little bit more wild compared to what we're seeing from some of those kind of southern ones. Let's take a look at the overall numbers that are stacking up when it comes to the standings. As we have Loops still up towards the top there. Their lead dwindling a slight bit there. Now B4 was able to get some numbers on the board, so 20 points now as opposed to the 30 points. Tremcaretta and Team Queso and Cloud9 all make leaps here. This was a big game for moves, as some of the teams that have been more consistent throughout the day, Jukes, have been able to make a little bit of waves.
Oh, I mean, heck, just look at the difference and look at the separation Loops has done from the rest of the lobby right now. They really want this first place because look, I mean, between first and 5th, over 100-point difference alone right now. So Loops, I mean, talk about them being solidifying themselves to go to Worlds, that's for sure. But right now, they are hungry to get that first place. And it looks to be, really their only main challengers as of right now being B4. Of course, XQ and Wildcard can, be able to make it happen, but they need to have some huge performances and hopes Loops does it because, and that's going to be hard to do because Loops, they've been going off this whole entire tournament.
I mean, to put 100 points into perspective, that is one amazing day for a team. Like, if you were to get our 100 points as a difference between anybody, like our record for one day has been the 122 points coming out from Tempo Storm. So 100 points as a difference here stood at this point in time when it's very unlikely that Loops is going to slow down, as you mentioned previously, then that's difficult to actually get over as a hurdle when it comes to the 6 days that we have left here, 7. So some of these teams, if it's by hook or by crook, making up that difference is going to be extremely difficult here against where Loops is right now.
It is, and I think at this point, how are some of those teams going to go ahead and react, right? We have Erangel coming up next. Wildcard has been that team that has just been super quiet for me today. We really haven't had a chance to go ahead and talk about them that much. And the gap between Wildcard and XQ and B4 is kind of starting to become longer and longer. And keep in mind, there's a lot of money on the line between those places. I can't remember off the top of my head how much money is on the line, but if you're able to go ahead and get third place instead of fourth place, trust me, teams want that.
Here is the schedule. We have one more game for today. It's been a very varied day, to say the least, and we will be going back to Erangel once again. Yesterday, our last play day even, I should say, as a whole, it was not so varied. We kept seeing the same names pop up time and time again, but today, very, very different a story. We're going back to Erangel here. Jukes, what are you expecting?
I want to see something different. I want to see something different from some of these squads coming into here, because now it's getting around that time. This is including this match. There's 26 games left here in the PMPL, I believe. And if you want to consider that the gap that, you know, of course, Loops has been doing, I think that's going to discourage some of the teams that are in the 5th, 6th place from trying to really go and get, you know, that first place. They have that kind of separation going now. But you look at Team Queso and all the teams that in 8th place, they're trying to do that exact same thing. So if you're on the bottom of the leaderboards right now, you have to do something completely different than you've ever done if you even want to stand a chance. And you could, but you have to start doing it right now, because there's not enough games left to wait any longer than that.
I feel like we're going to repeat this a few times here throughout this week. I think that the urgency is ramping up. There's definitely an urgency about this last week of games for sure. And then it gets kind of even crazier when we get to actually that last day 7, where for that one day, every team is going to be playing, and of course, then it's not even at that point that your fate is in your own hands, because there's been so many points and so many moves that have happened before that is your absolute last ditch effort, where it's all the marbles, like all the chips laid on one number, and you gotta hope at that point.
If you're going to take advantage of something, now's the time to take advantage. You don't want to get to the end of that day and look back and say, oh man, I wish I would have done this differently. It's not going to matter by that time. And I think one that comes to mind was yesterday when we finished the day was Tempo Storm and Wildcard. We thought that Tempo Storm was going to go ahead and pass Wildcard, but they ended up Wildcard being ahead by 1 point. So any chance you get to finish a kill, finish that kill. And that's something I'm actually seeing a lot more from teams, and from teams that I didn't see that before. They take the time, you know what, let me go ahead and just secure this kill, and then I'll worry about the other guy that's currently alive. So overall, I think the story that I'm kind of keeping an eye on is between 9th place and 8th place. That gap has kind of closed. Keep in mind, Pittsburgh Nice is currently not playing, but Team Queso is, and they're currently in 7th place. And now between this gap between 7th place and 9th place is about 30 or so points. So a lot closer.
All right, thank you very much, Jess. I'll get you at the end of the day as we now move on to our last game of Erangel. Let's bring on Alex and Dave once again here for our final game and see what's going on in Dave's world. What stories do you have ahead of us, Dave? What's happening?
Hey, I'm doing good. Actually, I'm a little sore. I just started going back to the gym, if you're gonna tell, like 2 days ago. So damn. I've been doing that, so I'm a little sore, but I'm ready for this last match, because, you know, it's the last match of the week, and then we got 25 more games to go here. I mean, we are getting down to the wire here, Kalaris, and hey, by the end of the 25 games, I'm probably gonna be so swole you won't even recognize me.
That's right. You can be swole, Dave, at that point. I'll tell you what, I'll go and do some reps, and I'll see you after this.
Thank you, James. Dave, you're sore from the reps of the gym. My voice is sore from, I think it was that Zute clutch. If you remember the 1 versus, well, I think it was a 2 versus 4 at one point of Ace up against Omen. I just remember screaming, Zute! And then ever since then, my voice is sore. It just doesn't work like it used to, you know. I'm just growing old now, Dave. So
you have nightmares. You wake up in the middle of the night still screaming,
yeah, Zute! Zute!
You know, like everyone's looking at you like, what's going on around here? Hey, that's what happens when you make these clutch plays, Alex.
I do actually sleep talk as well, so maybe Zute will be coming out in my dreams as well. But the dreams right now for Omen, I mean, I'm not going to say they're shattered, obviously, there's still 25 games left, but you can see now with the recent improvements in performance from teams like Team Queso, Pittsburgh Knights obviously not playing today, but generally they've really upped their game in that second week especially. You know, the dream for some of these American teams is starting to fade away, and as Hot Juke said, you know, we have to see them turn it on now.
Turn up for what? Like Little John would say here. So hopefully that's the name of the game. Looks like we got our plane starting over Severny, perfect for a wild card, and going to be ending over Primorsk, perfect for Team Queso. So we'll see if Team Queso opt to drop back to their tried and true drop location, as B4 still actually in the plane. B4, they're going to contest something on over here because Novo is so far for this drop.
Yeah, typically it's Trem Cadetto who seem to drop as well towards military base, but then again, Gronto like to do that as well, and for B4 they can try, yeah, so they're going to be going on towards Military Island, but actually for Gronto, they've made a different approach. They're going to be coming from the eastern side as well, off the bridge, so we might see a hot drop. Well, we are going to be seeing a hot drop between B4 and Gronto, although I imagine B4 are probably going to snake it down the southern side of the island and just wrap up back towards Novo, as it's inside the zone. We might actually have a second game here today on Erangel to have this military end.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus, North George, Cloud9, South George, Loops, Hospital, 3 teams all the way up there. They're going to have a challenging time. And Cream, they're like, okay, forget this. We're just going to go to the zone right away. We're not even going to loot yet. We're going to pop into our buggies. I wouldn't be surprised if they drive on over to that eastern bridge. The thing is, with the plane path, you know, Cream, they're probably thinking like, okay, Omen are probably not in Milta or Milta Power. So that's something to keep in mind. Parasport finally touching the ground right now. Welcome to the party.
Yeah, he's going to be quite far away from his teammates, though, who have dropped just towards south of, Asnaya. So Paris,
they're super spread.
He's going to have to... Yeah, he's going to have to get the Eurostar if he wants to try and rejoin his... I can't speak today, Dave. I blow my voice out with Zute's clutch, and then for some reason, words just don't formulate out of my mouth anymore. I don't know what's happened, but Paris Boy, he's been spotted on his tried and tested getaway, although it seems like Zyphan and his teammate to the left of him as well are going to go on a hot pursuit here for that extra kill point, because as Seven said, those extra points, even if this is one, really make a difference, as we saw just yesterday with Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, HZL actually has a weapon. The M16 is going to be popping out, trying to take some shots, bust those tires, but Paris Boy, buggy, full send it, full boost right now, just too quick for the guns. And Paris Boy is actually going to swap on over to that UAZ, and looks like Paris Boy is not even going to try to group up with their squad mates. Instead, just look for a position within circle number 1 for him.
Tribe on our screens, obviously towards Roshok is their tried and tested position, and actually a lot of these zones have really been favoring Tribe. Typically we are seeing zones end towards Roshok, Pachinki, Gaka towards the centralized side of the island. And instead here towards military base, it can be quite difficult for Tribe, especially rotating down past Pachinki, Potato Hill. I mean, we know XQuest Gaming, they love playing towards Potato Hill. All you need is a bad time rotation just as XQuest are leaving Potato Hill, and suddenly you've got an early fight when you're trying to rotate inside the zone. So for Tribe, they're going to be rotating actually a lot earlier than they typically do. 4 minutes into this one, as I think for them, they're getting quite frustrated with how many zones are towards Military Island. So this time they're thinking, okay, let's just rotate faster.
Yeah, and honestly, Roshok, Pachinki, I mean, it's like right in the middle of the map. So you really can't go wrong with at least circles 1 and 2 with those drop locations. Checking on over here, we got Ace. They are going to be taking up the coast. I believe it was yesterday, Team Solid were kind of in a similar position on the coast, and Wildcard, you know, taking them down and out. But really, a lot of these teams, like you said, will be getting some quick loot and just trying to get into their positions, as EZ with the Uzi trying to get the drive-by.
You know, it's the Uzi up close, or it's the Uzi in Suki-B. This time it's the Uzi from afar, and you can see not quite as prevalent when the weapon is used at quite a large distance. But then again, just going to be some covering fire to allow them to rotate. The UAZ is here as well, so now they can split up, and not one vehicle could blow up the rest of XQuest Gaming here as they are starting to rotate, and actually they're going to be opting to try and go towards the western side bridge. Oh, you're right. What is going? Who? It's Tribe. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I mentioned the rotations from XQuest Gaming and Tribe, but actually it works out in favor of Tribe because they rotate those few minutes earlier than before, Dave.
They straight up sent it. They pulled up. They went for the Dukes of Hazzard jump right there, popping out of the vehicles and just spraying away, taking down AZ, getting one of those points. I mean, XQ, they've been, you know, pretty much trash looting, just driving building to building, trying to, oh, look, yeah, thanks for the teamwork over there. Get that Dacia, get it off that wall. Perfect parking job right there. But yeah, Tribe, aggressive, That's what you like to see. That's what you love to see.
It's true indeed. And now for XQuest Gaming, they're going to be rotating towards the Western Bridge, but then again, there's Paris Boy, although he isn't actually regrouped yet with his teammates from Enchame, and then obviously there's Omen Elite who are towards Milta, so they're most likely going to be guarding this western side bridge. And then here on Military Island, we actually now have Kremru Batiste, who have managed to cross that eastern bridge as we saw them drop there early, and B4 actually going to be mounting here towards the centralized position of Military Base, no longer going to be occupying towards Novo.
Yeah. Alex, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, any question, mate?
How's your Father's Day going?
Do you know what? Not the best. Not the best. I gave him, I can't say what I ordered because sometimes he watched, but it didn't arrive in time. Lockdown. So I had to give him a bar of Toblerone as like a placeholder for now because his present's on the way. So if you're watching that, just don't worry, it's coming.
What is
was
that,
yours?
soap? You gave him some soap?
No soap. It's an item of clothing, but it means a lot to him.
Okay, hey, thoughtful. Alex, what a great son. Yeah, so spam those ones in the chat if I'm your dad. I'm looking for you. Looking around though, Sheepan taking some shots onto Garcia. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Just joking.
You were
just
waiting
joking.
for that, weren't you? That's the whole reason you asked me. You didn't care about my Father's Day. You just wanted to get that in the chat, didn't you?
That's true. That is true. Hey, don't judge me, man. Don't judge me, all right? I did care. I do care, Alex. I care a lot, all right? I care a lot. So, wow. Lost track of where I was going with this one. Okay, yeah, XQ and Charme. Yep, they're still taking shots back and forth at each other. B4 are actually going to be in Military Base, setting up over there in that C block. But XQ, you know, getting pulled up early by Tribe. They're going to be down one member, Wildcard, all in their little convoy, getting shot by Tribe as well. Sam on top of the roof. Great vantage points right now from Tribe. But look at this. Wildcard pulling up onto possibly one of the members from Ace.
Why is he alone? Yeah, he is completely alone here. He must have been scouting for formation, but I think a full squad of Wildcard Gaming might be a little bit more than he ordered, and I think Enigma has spotted out the barrel there from Zero as he is going to be falling down. Oh, so far as the grenade did go off, but he has lost about 30% of his HP, so he's going to be fine for now as the grenade didn't connect, although there was some damage actually onto Slicky, so I believe that was from Paralyze or from Cap, and yeah, it is going to be that situation, so the rest of the players here from Ace 1 have spotted that Wildcard Gaming and they're here to protect their teammate.
Ooh, Enigma looking to connect these. You got to watch your head over there, Cap. Slicky with that off angle has that rock to work with. We see the grenades starting to erupt right now from Ace. The thing is, who was Zero? Zero dropped it down. It's going to be tough for them to kind of, mount and go up the terrain over there. So I'm not sure how much support they can provide from down there. These cliffs, very challenging. I mean, I've died here multiple times from the blue zone because I just can't figure out how to actually get back up there. So it's going to be, I'm curious to see how Zero will be able to help their squad mate after jumping down.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent as well, if you remember, it was Wildcard Gaming versus Team Solid at the exact same ridgeline when Team Solid allowed two players to start swimming to try and cross the Military Island, and then obviously, then they pulled the trigger, but they actually missed the shots, and Wildcard Gaming actually wiped them out. But this time it's Ace. As we saw that second circle, it's going to be more favored here towards the actual mainland island here on Erangel. So all these players are opting for that third Military Island finish. It's not really going to be happening here, considering the majority of the portion of the circle is towards the mainland island. So for Wildcard Gaming and for Ace, this is now a really important map.
That's like Circle 2 is like the fake out, make out right there. You don't know where it's going. I mean, heavily favoring the mainland, but Military Base, you never know. Circle number 3 could still be 50-50. Grunto with that bridge camp. Yep, they're going to need to defend it against loops over there. And pretty much like you said, this is like one of the most important fights right here on the coastline. Wildcard versus Ace. Here comes the push from Ace. They're trying to clear out that shoreline over there. And it does look like Zero was able to kind of, regroup a little bit with their squad mates over here. Ace are tossing some smokes to maybe allow them to scale down the mountain themselves.
Tribe. It was actually Sam that took out another play. It was Easy that was taken out from XQuest Gaming. So Tribe again rotating into the same sight lines as XQuest Gaming, but let's actually take a look at what's happening in the forefront of our screens now instead, as it seems like the fight is starting to unfold here between Wildcard Gaming and Ace 1 as the smokes are being used to allow the players to push up even closer. I really like the positioning here from Paralyze because you can try and deny the flank from Slicky, as we are seeing a lot of these teams kind of fold into the meta of the 3-1. As Hot Duke said, it's 3 players push forward and yet that 1 player who likes to flank. as Paralyze is just really trying to allow for covering fire here for Cap and his teammate Quinbala here, just ever so close to this ridgeline, and it's really on a nice edge here between these two teams.
Yeah, and this is pretty much like a 3v3 versus a 1v1 because Paralyzed and Slicky both holding these off angles. They're going to need to fight one another, and whoever gets knocked, if Slicky or Paralyzed, whoever gets knocked is going to be extremely challenging for their squad mates to provide that support to get their revive. And ooh, Acer and Enigma actually making the pull-up here, taking full advantage of the situation.
Here it comes. They're going to be wrapping around the right side too, and maybe they can see Slicky try and give some cover fire down onto Paralyze, but he's only got a micro Uzi. Oh, this isn't the best weapon for the job, although he does land a really nice headshot there onto Acer, dropping him down to about 40% health, so now he's going to be forced with his medkit and painkillers. It's Enigma now in the open too, as it's the M4 going to be whipped out here, and it's doing whiplash to Enigma as he's down to 20% HP. So again, that's two players now forced to go for the heal. Paralyzed though, so close to being annihilated by the shots from Slicky. Where are the teammates here from Ace to try and help out their teammate, because otherwise they're going to be going down one by one as Paralyze, yeah, he's going to be the first person to eventually go down, or is he? Yes, he does go 1-for-1. The vehicle going to be exploded as well to try and deny any escape routes here from Ace as two players have been dropped. Oh, wait a minute. Spring is so far behind. He's going to be coming down the edge of the coastal line, and Spring could be the spanner in the works that Wildcard Gaming need right now because of how much damage that Paralyze was able to do. But Spring, now he's been caught off guard as a 1 versus 3. He has this angle of approach, but where the hell is Zero looking? Zero's been dropped, and now we're into the 2 versus 1. Spring onto half HP. There we have it. He's going to be dropped down and killed. And I think these teams might just cut their losses, Dave. They may just run away from each other.
The BM trades right there. The BM trades. Acer's like, nah, I don't have a helmet, but I'm pushing that. You're not going to do that to my boy Spring. Let's see, now 3 members from Wildcard. They got their revives, and they are just full on sending it.
Yeah, they are, and especially because Spring could give the info that he did damage that second player, so they know that someone is low and forced to heal up. But Quinn has actually got the heal off, but doesn't matter when Acer headshots you like that with an AKM. And now it's down to Cap here for Ace 1, and again, they went out last game in 16th. It might be the 16th again here. Oh, Cap, he's just trying to get around the edge of the coastal line, but no.
Cap a lot.
Walking off the plank, Ace 1, they fall into the waters of 16th yet again.
Mafioso burning themselves. They're like, okay, I gotta go, fellas. I'm gonna just step in this molly real quick. See you later. Acer, the second on the leaderboards when it comes to fragging on out with a 2.0 KD. Right above him, Carlijo from Loops with a 2.2 KD. So, I mean, the second best fragger in the lobby has their sights locked on you. You know it's going to be a mission. And look at this, talking about missions. B4 trying to evacuate. This is crazy.
What is this? They're all inside the blue zone as well, but it is going to be the 3rd blue zone, remember. So in terms of damage here onto these players, it's not going to be hemorrhaging them too heavily. As Nitsu forced to go for the heal as he's got 2 players directly in front of him. Uneven is going to be in a firefight with Tribe, but we'll talk about that later. Here is Levi trying to get off the island, but you're not going to be able to get off the island. There's going to be an explosion here on Military Island as that's B4. Levi drop now as there's still Maxon and Pedro who have to cross. They have to try and get across this trip line, which is going to be Unico and Nitsu here on the western side bridge.
It is just craziness. I mean, this is on the bridge right here. They're in the blue. Pedro trying to connect, trying to get these snipes over here. Everybody's just, getting slowly chunked on out. Nitsu's like, I'm out of here, fellas. I'm jumping down. I'm going for that swim. I'm going to actually try to get into this play zone and play the actual game without being backstabbed over here. Maxon has a buggy to work with, so does look like B4 have a couple vehicles where they can quickly, kind of weed out Cream, and Nitsu with that gold AKM, no scope, trying to spray him down right now. Pedro extremely low.
Oh, it's the zone as well, Dave. Remember, one shot, if it lands and takes you to low HP, the zone could be enough to finish you off. Oh, but the heal is coming through. Mix Zero not actually going to opt for the heal. Instead, just going to go for the pain meds and then get inside the vehicle, get in the buggy and try and
be careful.
Bugger off, really. That's the best way to describe it here, as Nitsu is going to be one of the... Oh, actually, no, Iskandar and Italox, they're so far away. They've actually rotated really... I mean, they're already inside the zone, Dave. Look where his teammates have gone. Look towards the east on the 5th.
Yeah.
What is it? The 5th morning? The 5th dawn?
Look at the zone, Alex. What in the world is this? Gruntos. What? Look at this zone.
Oh, this has been so crazy today.
Look at Team Solids. there. You know, one thing I gotta note: Team Solid, they took a boat from Ferry Pier and they thought it was gonna be a military base. And same thing with Team Queso. But I believe Team Queso took all the boats, so that's why we still see Team Solid down there just on foot. Team Solid are just getting chunked out by the blue zone right now.
Yeah, so are B4 and the side of Kreml Batista's Nitsu, who got dropped to the zone, and he's just going to be dying off eventually by himself. Not really the best way to go, kicking and screaming, but so is the players from Team Queso. Trem Coretta here, as they have managed to kill off 2 of the players from the side of Team Queso, but it seems like a 2 versus 2 here. Whoa, that was really nice there from Team Queso. Mystic lining up the players there from Trem Coretta, as we now have in Charme Gaming. Yeah, in Charme Gaming, they've been really loud so far, but Loops, they're here as well. Remember, Loops did lose a player earlier. Darden was dropped, he's been revived here, and I think they just wiped them out.
Yeah.
They may have just wiped out Team Queso. Yes, they have. That was so easy for Loops.
The ultimate third party.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso had 2 players still alive. They were still healing up, and, well, we know what happens when Loops have an advantage. They really take it the full 9 yards.
Yeah, Loops, you know, watching that fight from the distance, seeing the kill feed, paying close attention to that one, and, you know, just taking out Team Queso. Team Queso have been so good here today as well. Zute with that DP in the forest, on the edge right now. Trem Coretta trying to heal on up Mufasa, and Sanab. Sanab's, you know, bailing right now, going to lead Mufasa for that ultimate sacrifice. Sanab, the last remaining member alive. Nico spraying them down. Sanab running right on into Grunto as well, so they're going to have a challenge moving forward.
Oh, whoa, whoa. XQuest Gaming are being crashed upon here. We have still 2 players standing as XQuest Gaming are down to 2 players as well. They're trying to go for a 2 versus 4 here up against Charme Gaming. HZL and Zyfan working so well as a dangerous duo here, but the grenade coming out from Fox was perfect. And now Zyfan can try finish with these 2 players inside this little wooden hut here. Try get some extra kill points for his side and for his squad as the grenade is going to be perfect, but it's on his teammates as well. Oh, and there it is. Oh, there it is. That's going to be XQuest Gaming out in 13th. I thought that was a little risky there, dropping grenades onto your teammates, but they're going to be okay.
Fox right there. Fox with the nades, saving it. Minwoo, though, I mean, it's fight after fight. It is fight after fight. Minwoo over here by themselves, pretty much taking a 1v3. Also getting third party, running on into the molly, burning alive themselves. Mezix, they were out there on the outskirts, making them rotate, and look who they ran into, Loops.
Ooh, Loops threading the needle now with their grenades, sending them over the top, but they're going a little bit too deep here. Mezexis are really close to this compound. But remember, though, it is Loops. And we are versus Mezexis. And Mezexis, do they have 4 players standing? Yes, they do. So this is going to be a 4 versus 4 as Loops are now trying to lay down the lay of the land here with their smoke grenades and start to prime themselves and get themselves ready for this firefight, as Lazarus is going to be taken out in 12th by the side of Wildcard Gaming, it's said as well on the scoreboard. So Wildcard Gaming still doing really strong here after losing Spring really early in that firefight they had on the coastal line.
Yeah.
But still, the main focal point here, Dave, is there's 4 versus 4 between these 2 squads.
If Mezix, if they had it in them to go for some crazy play, take that US, block that door, and blow it up, and that's going to funnel out the Loops members to that other side, and they could just molly it and grenade it to hell. But it will be a challenge if they want to go for something like that. Looking at the next zone, Loops and Mezix on the outskirts, so they need to make the push. They need to fight right now. Loops already down 1 member. Dadden getting the revive.
Oh,
this is the chance.
Yeah, Mezexis, as you said, this is the chance. They have to go now. They have to go while Loops are going to be healing up, but they have actually managed to go for the full heal, although Darden is still on about 80% HP, and the same can be said for Becca, as the grenade still unable to connect here for Loops, as we're going to be down to 29 players alive and 11 teams, as there's so much action going across the board with how unorthodox these zones have been so far in the final game of today, as we have entered that Phase 5 circle, and this is really the only compound that has half of it inside the circle, so this is probably the most important part of the map to try and hold, and that's why we're seeing these teams really fight tooth and nail to try and secure it.
Yeah, if I'm Darius seeing that UAS parked within there, blow that up, because you might be able to connect and get some damage. Now here comes the smokes. Dadden with the lean peek, connecting just a couple shots onto Darius.
Yeah, maybe from Mezexis they're thinking, let's get inside the zone and try and catch them off guard, but look at this now from Loops. Oh, they're going to be pouncing on them like hyenas, as Emraz is going to have to be forced to try and heal up here, but Darden catches Darius slacking. Oh, Vega could be dropped too, so now into a 1 versus 3. Oh, 1 versus 2 as Becca has been dropped as well, as Gamma now has so much to do here for the side of the boys from Azexis. As no, Darnik's going to be cleaning up the kill points here. Now 5 kills for Loops, as Gamma, he may just be left alone as he's going to be running away from the side of Loops, and with 3 players from his teammates who have been slaughtered and 4 who are still alive for Loops, well, that's a really big success.
Yeah, and the smoke's definitely creating a lot of confusion right there for both teams and pretty much allowing Gamma to just wrap around and get into the cover. Gamma still looking to make some plays though, cooking this grenade. If Gamma can connect 1 or 2 of these grenades and get the thirst, it would be 100% worth, but after tossing that grenade, that is going to allow Loops to get a better idea on, you know, where Gamma might have ran to. We got Omen down there in the south as well. Definitely hearing these fights erupt, and Loops 2 UASs, so they still got this utility in their bag.
You'll have to be wary as to exactly where Gamma is because he's still inside the zone and he's actually going to be camping inside one of these compounds. Oh, it's Zute and the boys. It's Omen Elite as they are towards the direct southern side of the circle versus Trem Caretta, who now only have, I believe it's only 1 or so players left. I'm trying to see where Trem Caretta are on the... Yeah, it's going to be Senab. He was the last player left here for the side of Trem Caretta. But whoa. He's trying to see if he can deny any chances for Omen as he's going to drop Zute. Juicy as well is going to be dropped, but... Oh, he actually dropped 3 players there. 3 players.
The DP, so strong right there. The DP. Oh, thankfully for Angry, they will be able to get those revives, but they need to hurry up because the next zone did pop, and Charme will be in the middle. Grunto ran, I believe, the solo member in the bush, also with the DP. Might take out Omen, so we'll see what will happen. Loop's making the pull-up right now, trying to search for Gamma.
Oh, Gamma jumps out the window. Becca was ready for it. Ooh, I thought for a second, maybe
Omen are out.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe they're going to try and kill him, but Mazexis are going to be taken out. I thought Becca was maybe going to die there if they could try secure that from Gamma, but no. Instead, no points for Mazexis. And Charme Gaming, they're still here, very happy with their conquest up against XQuest Gaming, where they overturned them. And now they have direct center of the circle going forward.
Omen have to be so pissed. They had 4 up. Sanab from the blue. Sanab from the blue with the DP connecting onto 3 of them. And then I think I saw in the kill feed one of the members from Cloud9 just taking out that last remaining member, Nico, from Omen Elite, not allowing those revives. And there you go. I mean, you just had 4 up and then you're out because of a solo member in the blue trying to go for that backstab. So those definitely get me feeling, you know, a certain type of way. But we do see Cloud9 now making the push, using these smokes across this open field. There's only a couple bushes, some really tiny, skinny trees, but Pyra will have a couple burning out vehicles to work with. Oops. A nice spot right now, though. They have a nice vantage point overlooking pretty much the entirety of the play zone.
Tribe taken out in 7th, and now they're down in 10th place, and look who's still alive. I mean, you've still got C9 that are alive, who are now in 9th position, who are ahead of you, so to go out in this fashion is far from ideal. And yeah, it's got to be said as well for Omen Elite, they were in a really good position on the southern side of the circle, and that one player, Senab, as you said, taking down 3, and then think, as you said, one of the players from C9 finishing off the squad of Omen, so that's heart-wrenching there for them. And for Loops, yeah, really good position here towards the southern side of the circle. The only real contest they have is Ran from Grunto, but he's, again, the solo player, so it's really a 4 versus 1 here towards the southern side of the circle. So Loops poised to try and take this one, although in Charme Gaming, still a 4, and you can see they're doing the V formation with their vehicles, using it to their advantage.
All about the V formation over here. Yeah, we got to mention a couple solo mates out there. Acer from Wildcard, all the way out there. You got Ran from Grunto, the solo member, and then Maxon from B4, the solo member. So we have 3 solos just trying to pretty much avoid any conflicts they can, because in Charme, 4 up, Loops, 4 up. The big game for solos right now, if and Charme and Loops can, you know, fight each other first. That's pretty much what everybody wants to happen. Will it happen? Well, we'll find out here in a couple moments, as Daden now crawling. The entirety of the squad from Loops just crawling through the wheat fields.
Maxon eliminated, and with that B4 out in 6th, and Loops again still in this. They're going to be extending their lead up against B4, who are now out as, oh, look at this, Oran. Yeah, his gun barrel, I don't think it's actually sticking out there through the little bush.
He has to hear him, though.
Yeah, he's going to be hearing the slithering movement of the elbows and the knees. He's going to be seeing him as well as peripheral vision. Oran, pull the trigger! Yes, hello! Oh, there's more players! Oh, another one as well is going to be dropped, but just before it can get really exciting, Grunto are going to be eliminated. But that's still
That's
really
still
difficult now for Loops because they have to revive 2 players and stand up because there's no cover.
Yep, that's huge for Encharme, definitely. I don't know if we'll be able to get the revive. I mean, Encharme, ooh, look at this though. Encharme have a sweet little ridge providing the optimal cover for them right now. They can peek up, take a couple shots, and then go back down into their safety. Acer, though, could play spoiler.
He could do, and as you said, it's one of the, well, second in terms of kills. And we've seen already what a solo player can do is into the blue zone. He will take some damage, opting to go for the heal off as he knows that there's a few players who are still going to be left on the lonesome, but it's really Cloud9. It's Uneven and Pyra who are last alive for C9, and then it's 3 players now for Loops as Karolski wasn't able to be revived, so he was third-partied. So now it all falls in favor of Encharme Gaming, and they really want to find where Acer is, but they might be getting too aggressive. The shots, though, connecting onto Acer. The zone as well, going to be finishing him off. We're down to just 3 teams. It's 2 from C9, it's 3 from Loops, and it's 4 from Encharme Gaming.
You know, Encharme thirsty for Acer right there, going on their Instagram, liking all their posts. You know what I'm saying? You get those notifications, like one person liked all your pictures.
Yeah, you get that guy.
Yeah, you're definitely trying to get your attention right there. But hey, Encharme getting that point. They got 4 up over here, and we'll see. That actually kind of opened it up for Loops to get that revive, right? So, I mean, that was the perfect distraction when you are looking at Loops. That's exactly what they needed. 10 kills for Cloud9. You got Pyro, you got Uneven out here in the bushes. That didn't spraying them down, though. Oh, no.
Carol's been dropped, so is Pyra. Now it's all on the strong shoulders of Uneven to keep this one in the bay for C9. And Encharme Gaming can hear the cacophony of bullets just spiraling around them, so they want a piece of this pie and a part of this action. As Carillo has managed to find his way towards Becca, so Becca can try and revive him. Darda can try and get that covering fire off towards the northern side of themselves. The circle has now got even smaller. Phase 8 circle in this kind of terrain is really rare to see, and it's on top of Encharme Gaming again.
I'm trying to think, can Uneven get the revive? Because it does look like Encharme are kind of taking some shots at Loops, but no, Pyra will be taken down and out. And oh, Fox smoking the UAS. It's already burnt out. Using it as a stool, a stepping stool here, pretty much to get some sightlines and try to find out and figure out where these solo members are, where these enemies are crawling in the wheat fields. Now, a lot of these enemies, they already took off their backpacks to kind of limit their player height model, right? So it's going to be even challenging, even more of a challenge to see them as they are crawling. So I'm really curious to see how that position from Fox, how that will play a factor here if they can get the dub.
Oh, Becca, he sees the players now, the heads coming out from Garcia and co, but it's actually Paris point to land the headshot onto Becca, and now it's going to be a 4 versus 2 here towards the mainland inside the center of the zone, and there's only 1 player left. Uneven's been killed by Fox. It's now going to be the 1 versus none. Wow, Encharme Gaming, they make it happen. And shout out to Fox there as well. While his teammates in a firefight with the likes of Loops, he manages to catch out Uneven, who stood up to try and third party the action, takes him out, down to just those 2 teams, and in Encharme Gaming, they make it happen. But how many kills do they end with as well? It's going to be 6 kills, but for Loops, they finish with the likes of 11 kills. And for C9 as well, Dave, 11 kills. So they're 9th. Pittsburgh Knights are about 25 points ahead of C9. I mean, if C9 got second there and 11 kills, that would have been insane because they're 1 game away from getting top 8. And if we had said that a week ago, Dave, no one would have believed us.
Yeah, hey, C9 though, as a whole, pretty consistent day when it comes to tallying up as many points as possible for the leaderboard. But Encharme out there, I mean, let's go, Encharme fans. I gotta say though, that zone, that little ridge that they had, playing such a huge factor in their win because they had the perfect cover. Meanwhile, everybody else out there at the end, they had to crawl with no cover. Regardless though, huge performance from everybody that made it there at the end. What a challenging game. These circles were just mind-blowing.
Yeah, the Wasp comes in for the sting here for Encharme Gaming. Impressive stuff by them towards the end. I can't actually quite remember how many kills they had. Did you catch that, Alex, or was...
How many kills on which team, sorry?
Encharme.
I think it was 11.
11? Oh, damn.
No, it was 6. Sorry, it was 6. Was it 6, 11, 11? Yeah, 6, 11, 11. Sorry.
Right, okay. So impressive stuff regardless. Very good by them to get themselves very much on the board after them needing to move up the ranks as a whole. Thank you very much, gents. Go and enjoy the rest of your day as we now break things down with 7 and Hot Jukes to bring you the next moments. Woof. I'm all a little bit flustered here. Oh, Seven, you're even impressed. What do you think?
Yeah, it's one of those teams I told you the past couple days we've seen them third-party big name teams. We saw them third-party yesterday, Tempo Storm with another fight. Earlier we saw them third-party, I believe it was Team Queso or Wildcard. I can't really remember the name off the top of my head, but I see them kind of getting more confident, kind of willing to take on more fights, and right here, getting the win. That's huge for them. Listen, even though they might not be able to, they're going to have one hell of a tournament if they want to make it to top 8, all right? But at least they can go ahead and climb up that leaderboard and get more money.
Let's take a look at the map ranking and see how Enshami was able to do here at the very top. As previously mentioned, 6 kills coming in for them, with 11 and 11 by Loops and Cloud9. They were blasting throughout this game. So was Wildcard, to be perfectly honest with you. Duke says all of these 4 top teams at the top getting themselves some big points.
It's just insane. It's just insane. You look at it, Shami finally being able to pull out a chicken dinner right here. And like I was mentioning earlier, if they wanted to be able to even stand a chance, they need to have big performances every single day going forward right here. And this is a great way to start. But you still got to go and look at Loops, Cloud9, teams that are still in the running here, getting 11 kills. That's what's so insane about this format right here. These top teams are still, regardless, even if they can't get a chicken dinner, putting out so many kills that it's hard to possibly even create a separation between them. Just what a performance overall from these squads.
Yeah, catching it with Loops when they're getting 25 points off a second place is gonna be difficult, as we have 9th through 16th here as well. Not too many points being distributed there for these guys. Not too many frags coming in. It was very, very top heavy when it comes to this lobby, as it does stand. And just in general, quite a wild circle once again. You were hoping for something different, Jukes, but almost a effectively 50-50 mainland military circle coming in there, and that makes it difficult for teams to truly commit to one location for the most part.
So tough. It's so tough because you have so many people just trying to go ahead and they think, all right, another military circle, let's get down there. All of a sudden, the second you do get down there, boom, circle shifts right back up north, and now you got to cross bridges. And I mean, why can't we be friends when we cross bridges? That's what I want to know. You know, you saw B4 and Cream Real Betis. It looks like they were just cruising together in style. Then one person had to go and ruin it for both those squads. But man, what a crazy transition that was.
Yeah, I mean, I expected the rotation from Cream Real Betis considering their position, but I didn't expect it from B47, who, I mean, technically, you know, hindsight is, you know, 2020. We can say it all day, but actually this year. But anyway, we can. When you look at it, they could have gone across the West Bridge, but they don't know that they could have gone across the West Bridge, right? So they were being safe about how it was going, and then that did cost them in the end.
Yeah, they had no idea what was going on there. And once again, to give you credit, Kyle, because as we were watching the game go on, you said, yeah, they're probably going to go ahead and rotate East Bridge. And one thing that actually caught me by surprise is that at one point, B4 saw Krim starting to rotate. They waited a little bit, and then they all just went for it. And then we went to pretty much the gameplay where they're all just fighting between each other. It was like, whoa, okay, what happened there? I thought they were going to maybe wait a little bit longer, but I think they just wanted to go ahead and take on that fight.
Yeah, does seem that way. Let's take a look at the stats coming in here for Enshami as they got themselves 1,200 point damage here coming in for the 6 kills across the 5 knocks. So they're able to steal out 1. And there's always going to be quite a bit of healing going down when you're in these kind of field endings, Jukes.
Yeah, you know, it's such an interesting finish there for Enshami. They were able to get the dinner, and that's something that they needed. It's just, you know, when I look at this kind of team, I see them as a squad that in order to be able to get a chicken dinner, they really need to get that zone and have that favorable position. And that's exactly what happened here. And what I was kind of talking about earlier in the day was some of these squads that get this similar position, they're able to do it and get like 10, 15 kills. Enshami in this one only able to get 6. Hopefully, now that they got a little bit of momentum going on coming up these next few days, they're able to get some more chicken dinners with some big kills.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments, and this between Ace and Wildcard was a long, drawn-out fight in an area of the map where I feel like, unfortunately, both teams just got caught in, and it really didn't favor either team when it comes to later positions in the circles, Seven.
Yeah, and at one point we thought maybe Ace was thinking the zone was going to go for them, and it didn't end up going that way. And on top of that, Wildcard started pushing up just one player that was by themselves. In another fight, this was a fight right here that we're probably going to go ahead and talk about a little bit later on. But Team Queso being able to go ahead and take on some people there. And then later on, what we're going to see there on that exact same compound, we're going to see Loops and MSX's fight for what it felt like it was an eternity. And use up a lot of smokes and a lot of grenades. And right here, Wildcard. Once again, I feel like this was maybe their better day so far today, getting 8 kills. And right here, this fight, Loops and MSX's. Listen, you're currently just watching there the actual knocks, but it took him about 4 minutes to get ahead and actually get some knocks on each other. And Granto being able to go ahead and catch the players there from Loops, that was huge for them as well. And overall, I think Enxame for me are gonna be playing that role of like a spoiler, right?
Yeah.
If they see a team that's maybe trying to fight for top 8, I wouldn't be surprised if Enxame try to just make a name for themselves, even if they see maybe top 8 might not be possible. You know what? Let's go ahead and just hot drop on some teams. For some reason, I'm getting that kind of vibe from them from what I've seen so far, and I wouldn't be surprised if we go ahead and continue to see more performances like this from them.
Fair. Let's take a look at the total damage here then from this lobby and see how those numbers look. And for me, when I look at these numbers as a whole, Jukes, it feels like this game was a bit weird because there was so many fights, it felt like, that were headbutting against one another for locations that weren't even that great. Just a lot of teams got themselves in rough spots, and it just so happened to be that there was another team in that rough spot, and you kind of just had these little wars going on here, there, and everywhere.
I think that is just a result off of that hard shift back north, you know? It's just so it's just so tough when you expect a military zone, everybody's trying to push towards there. You already have half the teams rotating early to get there. Now it hard shifts right back into the mainland of Erangel, and you see so many teams just trying to, they're panicking. They're like, oh my goodness, this is the worst case scenario. Let's just find any spot. And during all that chaos, you just see teams getting knocked out left and right when it comes to that rotation. It's not an easy one. And I mean, these are the best teams in the US, so you can't really blame them. When you see everybody struggling like that, you know that it's something that's out of their control.
In all of the Americas, yeah. And impressive in terms of like trying to adapt to those kinds of circles. It can be tough indeed. So, I mean, overall, it's kind of amusing almost to see that we relish the games where teams are struggling because those are some of the most entertaining. It is tough for the teams, but we really do enjoy those. Let's take a look at the overall rankings then, how that looks after our day here, our first day of week 3's gameplay, because Loops is still sitting at the top and they are just creating the divide. 38 points ahead now here against B4 in second place. And bear in mind, those top 5 teams have played the same amount of games. The only team that is in, well, 2 teams even that are in that top 8 right now that are the outliers are Tempo Storm and Pittsburgh Knights. But even with those 5 games in hand, being about 130 points behind Loops up at the top for Tempo Storm 7, that's a tall order.
It is a huge order because, as something you mentioned earlier today, was that some of the best performances that we've seen in the day has been about 103 points, 102 points. So it's gonna be an even more impressive day that Tempo Storm's gonna have to have if they want to go ahead and push for first place. And on top of that, keep in mind they have to go ahead and hope that Loops Esports does bad. Yep. And from what we're seeing so far, even when they do end up doing bad in placing, they end up backing it up with kills. And one of the other teams I want to go ahead and kind of touch on here that didn't have the best of days is Omen Elite. Omen Elite was one of those teams that I was hoping they would go ahead and take advantage of being able to play here at the start of week 3, and it seems like stuff just wasn't going their way. I'm pretty sure here at one point we're going to be able to show you a replay of Trem Coretta. I think it was Sinab being able to go ahead and knock 2 players there from Omen Elite at the end of that Erangel, and that just completely threw them off. So hopefully, I don't know if they're going to be playing tomorrow, but if they do end up playing tomorrow, I want to see a better performance out of them.
And that was our 11th through 20th. One of the teams that has been steadily progressing so nicely to see as well, Hot Jukes, was Team Grunto. They were way down towards the bottom. Now they're just constantly rising. But let's take a look at your guys' highlights as well here from this game and see how those look. Who's got this first one?
I'll start it off here, as we can see Inshame Gaming with a great rotation onto the shack right here. This is a great spot considering this zone, and they had to fight for it, not just against any team, but against XQ Gaming, a team that has been performing really well lately in this tournament. Huge grenade right there from Fox on that off angle to kind of shut that push down. And as you can see, he's going in, just trying to find some other angles. There goes another nade, and boom, that is going to be it for XQ Gaming right there. So great kills for Inshame here. This was another really interesting fight. I know that we looked at it closely. Seven, what are your thoughts on this one?
And right here, this is one that we're talking about. It took so long for these teams to actually go ahead and knock each other that you're not going to be able to see much of that. But now, once the people actually started going down, we saw that aggressiveness from Loops Esports that we've seen before. We saw them trying to push up, and that's just good teamwork. Even though some players from Loops did get knocked down right there, guess what? They have people backing them up, and then you got the Dino trying to go ahead and push up and finish off those knocks that they already had. And then later on, they're going to be able to catch that other player from Misexis that ended up going to a completely different place. And look at that, Omen Elite was at the top of that hill, and guess what? My boy Sanab is currently behind them, and he waited this out perfectly. I think for what I like to see, he made sure he healed up, and then he went and stood up and just started spraying them. He wasn't able to go ahead and finish off anybody, but this was just such a spoiler alert for me, and that's something that we kind of just saw at the beginning with Inshame and XQG, and now we're seeing it here with Trem Coretta and Omen. If you're able to go in and harm this place, these teams like that, it's a complete game changer for them, and it stopped what could have been maybe a win for Omen.
There's so many things I want to say about all three of these clips. I want to talk to you, Jukes, quickly, because the Loops versus Misexis fight went on for a lot longer than we actually saw there. And when you're coming out of a fight like that, where you're stuck between a warehouse and a hard place, they used so much utility, and that you need to be finishing fights faster than that in these games, right? Because that's going to have huge knock-on effects if you do then survive and have no utility later on.
Oh yeah, you need to have as much kit as possible, especially towards the end game, which is, in my opinion, by far the hardest part of PUBG Mobile. When you have that open field, lay down, just trying to spot pixels, every single smoke grenade could be the entire difference maker for your squad. And yeah, it was interesting. We saw Loops throwing grenades through the roof, trying to arc them onto Misexis. But I think towards the end of that fight is where you really saw the difference between these two squads, because in reality, it was a pretty close fight right there between Loops and Misexis. Same amount of members down, but you noticed at Loops, they will continue to push that fight. Either they die together or win the fight together. And you saw Misexis, once they saw it started to go a bad way, they just completely, the last player just disengaged and opted to survive. Loops stayed aggressive, stayed as a squad, and were able to finish it off. And that's why you see them as one of the top teams, I think, here in PMPL.
And for Inshame, that first clip that we showed really does exemplify the idea of never give up, never surrender, because they had one person alive, and they managed to get all three up and then win the fight, then win the game even, I should say. So great stuff by Inshame to recover and then get the chicken dinner. All right, well, gentlemen, I think that pretty much wraps up our day. A huge thank you for joining me over there. A huge thank you to everybody joining us out there as well in the world of the interwebs. We are done for today. Tomorrow we'll be coming back. What day is it? What day is it?
Tuesday!
Tuesday we'll be back.
Tuesday. Oh, it's a day off tomorrow. That's weird.
Let's go.
We don't have days off.
We get to watch gameplay and see what we kind of might have missed.
My brain is always in work mode. I can't believe it. All right, we're back Tuesday. Same time, same place here for the PMPL Americas, where we are in the depths of week 3 now, and all of these teams are looking to get themselves in the top 8 as well as that top spot for all of the money. We are going. We'll see you next time for more PMPL Americas.